Chapter 457 Ancient Transmission Array. Chapter 457 Ancient Transmission Array. Chapter 457 Ancient Transmission Array. Elder Zhou and everyone else's reactions were well within Xian Yuqia's expectations. Who wouldn't be tempted by something like this? After she had the elders hungrily hanging on to her words, she slowly said, "The Nirvana Dragon Root can increase the chances of crossing life destruction by 20 to 30%. Not just that, but the enhancement is permanent. 20 to 30% increased chances permanently." This so-called permanence was that after successfully washing the marrow, every time one attempted to cross through the stages of life destruction, their chances would increase by 20 to 30%, all the way until they successfully broke through to the divine sea realm. Elder Zhou felt as if he was going crazy. 20 to 30% seemed like an astounding exaggeration, not to mention that this was a permanent increase. Normally, those martial artists that could cultivate to the life destruction boundary were all top talents. Of course, even among the top talents, there were differences. Those that had a better foundation had a greater chance of crossing life destruction. As for those that had a worse foundation, their chances might be just 10 to 20%. Elder Zhou wasn't considered too bad. With his original 40 to 50% chances, along with the Nirvana Dragon Root and some other precious materials, he would have a near certain chance to cross life destruction. It would be blessedly safe. If he didn't dare to cross life destruction with an over 80% chance of success, then he might as well not practice martial arts and retire, waiting for his life energy to exhaust itself and then die in peace. How about it? Is Elder Zhou satisfied at this answer? The one who spoke was Xian Wuji. He was the great elder of the Demon Region Western faction, and also the previous Demon Region Western faction sovereign. He was older than Xian Yuqia by several hundred years, and he had crossed through the third stage of life destruction. If this precious medicine is able to increase the chances of successfully passing through the life destruction stages, this old man naturally desires it. Elder Zhou deeply looked at Xian Wuji. The two of them had never been on the best of terms, but Elder Zhou was aware that with his status in the South Sea Demon region, he would already be content to obtain a Nirvana Dragon Root. As for the other treasures, even if it were a heaven-step treasure, Elder Zhou didn't desire those much. Any treasure paled in comparison to his own life. I heard Sovereign Xian say that besides the medicine garden, there was also another treasure. Just what would that be? Xian Yuqia said, "The second couldn't be considered a treasure. It is the Demon Emperor's familiar. This familiar is named the Giant Leviathan. When the Demon Emperor flew into the realm of the gods, his familiar remained within the mortal world. This Giant Leviathan is an extremely formidable beast. Its body contains a vast space. For these past tens of thousands of years, it has been slumbering in perpetuity within the ancient battlefield. If we can summon it, then it will become a part of our war strength." Giant Leviathan? Elder Zhou's mind jolted. In the legends, the giant Leviathan could grow to thousands of miles. It was an ancient saint beast of the past. If the giant Leviathan floated to the surface, its back would be like an endless mountain range with great gales of wind. Its body was broad like an island. And in the legends, the giant Leviathan would enter into deep hibernation for tens of thousands of years at a time. During this long period, the giant Leviathan's back would be covered with dust and dirt, and even plants would grow there. People would think that this giant Leviathan was a real island, and they would live upon it for generations. This legend, and all the others, were really shocking. If they could tame this giant Leviathan, the war strength of the South Sea Demon region would vastly increase. But to Elder Zhou, the significance of this wasn't too great. He only cared about the Nirvana Dragon Root. I don't know whether or not what Xian Wuji and Xian Yuqia say is true, but my request isn't too high. I just need to obtain a small cut of the Nirvana Dragon Root to assist me through the third stage of life destruction. As for other things, I simply do not need them. Ooh. In the broken world, pieces of thick clouds were suspended in the air. Under these ink-black clouds, hundreds of martial artists were cautiously walking forwards. There was a massive group of zombie guards in the front. These zombie guards were skinny, and their eyes were glazed over. They held treasures in their hands, vacantly waving them around in order to detect any space cracks in the way. If a treasure weapon was suddenly sheared off, then that would indicate that there was a space crack located there. The zombie guard's master would then command the zombie guard to leave a mark there. However, every so often, there would be a small space crack that was as fragile as thin glass. Once it was knocked a bit by a treasure, it would cause this small space crack to collapse, twisting any zombie guard near it into bits and pieces. There were also some times when there would be a large space crack, and it would have a great pulling power. When a zombie guard approached, it would be directly sucked in and then torn apart by the space storm. Thus, over half the zombie guards had been ruined so far. Xian Chang's complexion wasn't too good. They had already touched upon space cracks several times. This meant that the collapsing world wasn't too big. If it was completely sealed up, then he would simply vomit blood. That is... Xian Chang looked up, his eyes widening. A bit more than 10 miles away, there was a huge altar. This altar was hidden in the hazy fog, so they couldn't clearly see it. Brother Wild Halberd, let us go have a look, Xian Chang said from not far behind Lin Ming. Throughout this entire way, Xian Chang had been exceptionally polite towards Lin Ming, continually referring to Lin Ming as Brother Wild Halberd. Whenever something came up, he would politely discuss it with Lin Ming. Lin Ming simply didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. He knew the chances were that Xian Chang knew who he was and was afraid of his status. The truth was that he couldn't blame Xian Chang for being so timid. Seeing was believing. Xian Chang had fought Lin Ming and had even overdrawn his true essence in his attack. In addition, there was also Nightmare assisting him. Yet he had been defeated, and Nightmare was put into a miserable state. Xian Chang naturally didn't dare to become enemies with Lin Ming anymore. Let's take a look, Xian Chang said to the South Sea Demon Region martial artists. He immediately ordered those that controlled the zombie guards to head over to the altar. What was surprising was that as they approached the altar, there were less and less space cracks present. Obviously, the space here was relatively more stable. After they approached, they discovered that this altar was over 100 feet high, and it was forged from gray rock. On the rock, there were many different kinds of beautiful and exquisite reliefs carved. As they walked up the stairs, they saw that there was a vast flat space atop the altar. There were many lines traced into the ground. It was incomparably mystical and mesmerizing. As the several hundred martial artists saw this altar and the relief images etched upon it, they were all keenly interested. But as for Lin Ming, as soon as he saw these lines, his heart stirred. He recognized these. These lines were runes from the realm of the gods. Carved atop this giant altar was actually a massive array formation. Lin Ming pondered. It seemed as if in ancient times, the realm of the gods was inextricably linked to the sky spill continent. Whether it was the ancient array formation jade slip that ancestor Qi Yan had found, or all the different kinds of arrangements within the divine phoenix mystic realm, and now even this massive altar within the ancient battlefield, they all involved the realm of the gods. It was as if the realm of the gods had once been present here, but with the changing flow and ebb of time, all the legacies from the realm of the gods had been slowly lost. Tens of thousands of years ago, the martial arts world of Sky Spill Continent was much more magnificent and glorious than it is now. All sorts of emperors had emerged, such as the Southern Wilderness Sorcerer and the South Seas Demon Emperor. At that time, that was just the South Horizon region. Other areas certainly had characters as strong, if not stronger. I don't know what happened all those years ago, but it seems as if the once great martial arts world slowly declined. And now within the entire sky-spill continent, emperor-level powerhouses rarely appear. There are only a dozen or so known, and with all the ones hidden, there might be around 100 of them. Not just that, but these emperor-level powerhouses can't hold a candle to the sorcerer and demon emperor of the past. Lin Ming sighed, shaking his head. He no longer thought about these things. Rather, he began to observe the altar, carefully inspecting the array formation. As he glanced over the runes and general pattern, he slowly began to discover that this was an ancient array formation. Looking at the massive scale of the transmission array, as well as the complex array formation inscribed upon it, Lin Ming was unable to restrain a gasp. There were even over 100 slots for true essence stones on the edges of the array formation. I wonder just how far this massive transmission array goes to. It shouldn't be like those of the South Sea that send one tens of thousands of miles away. This one should work for hundreds of thousands or even millions of miles. What sort of concept was that? Lin Ming simply couldn't imagine it. After Lin Ming had absorbed the memories of the realm of the gods' array master, he had come to understand a great deal about the realm of the gods' array formations. Although he couldn't arrange his own massive array formation, understanding the principles behind it wasn't too difficult. After a quarter hour, Lin Ming finally understood the approximate theory and principle behind this ancient transmission array. For a single use, not only did this transmission array require 72 medium-grade true essence stones, but also 36 high-grade true essence stones. One also had to pay particular attention to placing down these true essence stones. If one didn't understand the rules of arranging them, they would never open this transmission array. 72 medium-grade true essence stones as well as 36 high-grade true essence stones. A high-grade true essence stone is worth 100 medium-grade true essence stones. Lin Ming was secretly flabbergasted. The price to open this transmission array just once was astonishing. If he hadn't killed so many people at the South Sea Demon region and taken their belongings, he never would have even come close to being able to activate this. This transmission array was from so long ago, could it still start? As Lin Ming was calmly thinking about this, he suddenly felt a wetness on his face. A drop of rain had clearly fallen on his cheek. Lin Ming looked up to the skies and found that the dark clouds were becoming increasingly thick. But he remembered that when he had entered into this broken world, the sky was pitch black, but it was clear. He could even see the countless bits of rock suspended in the air. But now, these dark and dense clouds had swallowed up all the suspended rocks. Rain? This world also has rain? The surviving martial artists also looked up to the skies. In the skies, the dark clouds were growing larger, and countless raindrops pattered onto the floor as they fell in a deluge. It was like they were in the middle of a monsoon. Even if two people were just a few dozen feet away, they still couldn't see each other because of the great curtain of rain. One could even see the water gathering on the altar at a visible speed. What sort of rain was like this? It was simply like standing in the midst of a waterfall. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He stretched out his tongue, tasting the rainwater. It had a slight salty taste to it. It was true. This wasn't just rain, but it was seawater that had been sucked up by the swirling gray vortex. The seawater was shredded by the space storm until it became a fine mist that floated in the air. Eventually, it condensed into dark clouds. Once the dark clouds grew too heavy, they turned into rain that fell down. If this was true, and he wasn't mistaken, there should be a pathway in the air. Yes, they had searched the ground all this time, but they had forgotten to search the air. Chapter 458. A storm is stirring. Chapter 458. A storm is stirring. In the great and limitless South Sea, mighty waves raged endlessly, and the high sea was turbulent with chaos. In the depths of the South Sea, there were waves that frequently reached hundreds of feet into the air. These large waves would pierce towards the sky, washing even the clouds away. In such a sea, even a 1,000-foot-long dragon boat would be thrown around like a leaf in a storm. The water depth there was difficult to calculate. In ancient times, there were sacred beasts like the giant Leviathan with a 1,000-mile body that lived in the South Sea. Thus, it could be seen just how deep the South Sea was. Within the deep sea, there were winding mountain ranges on the seabed that were thousands of miles long. Within the canyons of these mountain ranges were glowing blue barriers of light. Within these light barriers, one could see tall and great buildings, vast swathes of underwater forests, as well as broad plazas. Within a grand temple among the buildings, there were 6 or 7 bluish black-skinned humans sitting around a square stone table. They didn't look any different from normal people, except they were covered with dark blue scales, and their nails were especially sharp and long. They were the dominant overlords of the nearby several million miles of sea, the Black Flood Dragon clan. These 6 or 7 Black Flood Dragon clansmen all had an astonishing cultivation. Besides one at the late revolving core realm, the rest had a cultivation at the extreme revolving core. The patriarch of the Black Flood Dragon clan had 2 green scales on his forehead. He held a jade slip to his forehead, his eyes closed in meditation as he pondered the contents of it. The surrounding Black Flood Dragon clansmen were all patiently waiting. A moment later, the Black Flood Dragon clan patriarch laid down the jade slip and slowly said, "So that's how it is. I wondered what those old bags of the South Sea Demon region had been doing all these years, but it seems as if they found some way to open the South Sea's ancient battlefield." The South Sea Black Flood Dragon clan had already existed for 20,000 years. The life of their clansmen was much longer than a normal human's. Thus, they also had a much richer and deep understanding of the South Sea's history than humans. Just the patriarch of the Black Flood Dragon clan had already lived for over 3,000 years. He had been living when the Netherworld Great Emperor was alive. It looks like what is recorded in our clan's ancient texts is true. According to the ancient texts, the broken world of the South Sea battlefield is where the 6th grade sect demon god, Imperial Palace, once existed. The size of it is truly terrifying. Even silent demon Emperor City of the past cannot dream of comparing to it. Another Black Flood Dragon clansman slowly said. A few of the younger clan elders gasped as they heard the term 6th grade sect. A top 5th grade sect could call itself a holy land. As for what concept a 6th grade sect was, they simply couldn't imagine it. In a 4th grade sect, revolving core powerhouses were elders, and in a 5th grade sect, those extreme revolving core masters that had crossed the stages of life destruction were elders. In a 6th grade sect, wouldn't emperor-level powerhouses be elders? What kind of cultivation did the strongest powerhouse of that sect, the Demon Emperor, have? It was just too hard to imagine. During its grand times, the Demon Emperor had taken the ruins of an independent world as his sect's demon god, Imperial Palace. The countless legacies within were unimaginable, and the treasures must be endless. Why would such a great power fall? This old man has already obtained accurate information. Although this broken world has been opened because of the terrifying space storms that cover it, those old idiots of the South Sea Demon region cannot enter. This is the chance for our Black Flood Dragon clan. Once we succeed, there is a chance that we will rise to become a holy land. With these words, the 6 or 7 elders in the temple had different expressions. Some were excited and some were nervous. Their Black Flood Dragon clan was among the lowest of the 5th grade clans. Their heritage was already sufficient. As long as there was an emperor-level powerhouse that was born within their clan, they would only need to add on a few more life destruction powerhouses, and then they would become a holy land. However, since ancient times, opportunities came with dangers. This was absolutely a great storm that was stirring within the South Sea. They didn't know how many powerhouses would gather to this, but disputes would be unavoidable. If they were too weak, they would be swallowed with not even bones left. Not just that, but who knew what sorts of dangers existed in this broken world? But the temptation of the demon god imperial palace was simply too great, not even mentioning the prospects for their black flood dragon clan. These elders thought mostly for themselves. If they could obtain some sort of lucky chance, they could pass their first life destruction and extend their lifespan by hundreds of years. Many times, the reason that extreme revolving core powerhouses risked their lives to try and cross life destruction was not for strength, but for a longer life. An extreme revolving core master was what sort of awesome character? If they wanted rain, they had rain, and if they wanted wind, they had wind. How could such a person be willing to die? They had cultivated for their entire lives, only to turn to dirt in the end. They were unwilling. Meanwhile, north of the South Horizon region, Great Sen region. The Great Sen region was larger than even the combined area of the South Horizon region and the Five-Element region. In the Great Sen region, Buddhist sects were the most prosperous and grand. The head of all these was the fifth-grade sect, Great Sen Temple. They had united many third-grade and fourth-grade sects and created an alliance of the righteous path. In the past, the Great Sen Temple had once participated in the siege of Silent Demon Emperor's city. At this time, in a hidden pagoda at the Great Sen Temple, there was an eminent monk wearing a golden cassock. He was holding in his hands a letter that had crossed millions of miles to arrive. This letter came from Divine Phoenix Island and was Mu Fengxian's personally written letter. The monk silently read the letter and then folded it and returned it to its envelope. He sat in meditation for a long time and then mumbled, "This is truly the hand of destiny." 3,000 years ago, Master Ancestor was urged by a close friend and participated in the siege of Silent Demon Emperor's city. Now, 3,000 years later, I also receive a letter from Divine Phoenix Island's Mu Fengxian. It looks like I will have to go on a journey to confront and eliminate the evil remnants of that Silent Demon Emperor's city. This is a lucky chance of the South Horizon region, yet Mu Fengxian actually writes a letter to this old monk. It seems as if she has already completely lost control of the South Sea. The Great Sen region and Divine Phoenix Island were simply too far away from each other. Even with such a great matter, it was difficult to immediately obtain news. It was simply impossible for the Great Zen region's intelligence network to extend that far, and in such a distant land. If it wasn't for Mu Fengxian informing him on her own initiative, the Great Zen Temple would never have known about this. This also meant that Mu Fengxian was aware that she wasn't strong enough to win this war. She could only depend upon the Righteous Path Alliance of the Great Zen region to carve out the spoils of the ancient battlefield, even if nothing was found. As long as Great Zen Temple was able to suppress the South Sea Demon region and cause great losses to several elders of the South Sea Demon region, this could help ensure that Divine Phoenix Island would not be destroyed. This was Mu Fengxian's gamble. On the South Sea, vast areas of South Aurora Island had collapsed. In these areas, there were countless large and small swirling waves of water. Strong winds rose from all directions, and the sea waves stirred. At this moment, a massive whirlpool suddenly sprayed out water, and a group of ragged martial artists flew out from the whirlpool. The following second and third groups had less and less people. Most of the martial artists that came out were pale and wounded all over. In around an incense stick of time, all the martial artists had rushed out, soaring into the skies above the wild sea. Many of them had overwhelming joy and gratefulness for having been able to survive such a calamity. I finally made it out. It was as Lin Ming had expected. The exit was in the air. Lin Ming glanced at the number of martial artists in the sky. There were still around 100 martial artists missing. During the second time that the martial artists had soared out of the whirlpool, some of the peak Hotian martial artists had perished. Lin Ming sighed. If any of these peak Hotian martial artists went to a mortal country, they could live a life of absolute glory and wealth. It was just that many of them were unwilling to resign themselves to a less than 200-year-long lifespan and wished to take that step past the peak Hotian realm to the Xiantian realm. This single step would extend their life to 400 to 500 years. Yet this was also the reason that they had died here. Winners fly to the sky, and losers become nothing but bones. After this successful escape from the jaws of death, both sides naturally no longer held a mindset to continue the battle. They separated in the air, and the Demon Region martial artists flew back to the South Sea Demon Region headquarters. As for the Wartime Alliance martial artists, they were a bit at a loss as for what to do. Their headquarters were destroyed, yet many of them had military exploit points they couldn't trade in. The reason that they had come to fight at the South Sea was for these military exploit points. They wanted to accumulate enough in order to trade them for a heaven-opening pill. But now that the Wartime Alliance headquarters were destroyed, where could they go to trade them? It probably wasn't even recorded. As the martial artists thought of this, they were dazed. The joy of surviving this calamity was watered down a great deal. Even the Fire Axe squad members didn't seem happy. As Lin Ming saw this, he sighed. This was the difficulty of a small sect martial artist's path. They were better off than a common martial artist, but they still had to rely on their own abilities. Lin Ming took out a handful of spatial rings. He held them in his hand and said, "Captain Fire Axe, Brother Wild, Halberd." Fire Axe turned to look at Lin Ming. "What is Brother Wild Halberd planning to do after this?" "I will wander the world and temper my martial arts." "Wander the world? Does Brother Wild Halberd plan on leaving?" Fire Axe didn't know what Lin Ming's true identity was. Only that he was the blood demon, the bearded big fellow, Violet Rain, and Enchanting Shadow all looked at Lin Ming, their expressions complicated, sad, and a tad morose. The truth was that they knew the situation well enough. For someone like Lin Ming, it was impossible that he would remain with them. The reason I came to the South Sea battlefield was to adventure and gain experience. But now something seems to have happened, and I don't know what changes will come from it. I will have to rest for a period of time and wait to see what happens. These are some things. These are the spoils of war that I have collected these past months. I have no use for them, so I give them to you." As Lin Ming spoke, he extended his hand. In his palm were over 20 spatial rings. The Fire Axe squad members were stunned for a moment. All of these spatial rings were at the high-grade human step rank or above. Not to mention what was in them, but just these spatial rings in themselves could sell for a great number of true essence stones. From the looks of it, Lin Ming had mostly thrown away the medium-grade spatial rings and only kept the high-grade treasures. "This is too valuable. I cannot take it." Lin Ming said, "I have left the true essences stones here too, and taken what I've needed. Inside these are mostly common treasures, pills, and other such things. To be honest, I cannot sell them unless I set up a stall and sell them one at a time. I don't have the time to do this. But for you, these resources are much more meaningful and will be put to better use." Although Lin Ming hadn't been with the Fire Axe squad for a long time, Lin Ming was still touched by the squad members' affection and support towards him. With this warmth etched in his heart, if Lin Ming had the chance to help them, then he naturally would. Much less he didn't have any use for these things. Chapter 459, Gathering of Lords. Chapter 459, Gathering of Lords. Chapter 459, Gathering of Lords. Fire Axe stared at Lin Ming for a long while, and then finally received the gifts. These things were truly practical for him. As for someone like Lin Ming, they were just too basic and low-level. Not to mention that purple and red spear he had used, but even that blood halberd was far beyond what his total net worth was. "Everyone, this is where we part. Take care." As Lin Ming bid goodbye to each member of the fire axe squad that remained, he turned around and flew into the skies like a shimmering rainbow, flying off to distant lands. The sea was choppy, and whirlpools were everywhere. The deep color of the sea gave of an extremely suppressive pressure. Lin Ming quickly skimmed over the sea, the strong winds that passed him leaving a trail on the surface. Lin Ming had chosen to walk the path of martial artists. Most of the time, he would have to be alone. When he had decided to tread on the road of becoming a master, he had been destined to a lifetime filled with loneliness. However, that didn't mean that he didn't long for friendship. As he flew for around an hour, Lin Ming heard a sound transmitting talisman flicker in front of him, and then Mu Qianyu's voice passed into his ears. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you all right? I am at Small Wave Island. If you receive this message, quickly return at once." As he heard the short message that was filled with concern, Lin Ming felt a warmth in his heart. He realized that Mu Qianyu must have noticed the sudden change within the South Sea and had quickly gone over to Small Wave Island, periodically sending a sound transmitting talisman. Otherwise, there was no way he would have received this sound transmitting talisman after escaping from the broken world. Knowing that someone cared for him like this naturally felt good, Lin Ming took out a sound transmitting talisman and then simply said, "I'm fine. After 2 days, I'll come over to Small Wave Island." Who? The sound transmitting talisman burned off in a pile of flames. Lin Ming didn't immediately go to Small Wave Island. Instead, he found a deserted island and set up a simple dwelling there. He had some business to do first. His appearance had been seen by Xian Chang. Naturally, he couldn't use it again. As he looked in the direction of Blood Demon Island, he saw 6 thin pillars of light directly piercing through the sky. In the sky, dark clouds raged, and thunder faintly sparkled in the dim gloom. Lin Ming didn't know just what had happened, but he had a faint premonition that a great storm was coming to the South Sea. As the days passed, the chaos of the South Sea battlefield was being sorted out. Groups of surviving martial artists that had fallen into the broken world were coming out, and these survivors gathered onto isolated islands, dazedly waiting. As for Lin Ming, he arrived at Small Wave Island. There were already many South Sea Demon Region Revolving Core elders that had gathered there. Lin Ming. After Mu Qianyu saw Lin Ming, she let out a long breath of relief. Although Lin Ming had changed his appearance, Mu Qianyu was still able to recognize him at first glance. For her safety and in a hurry, Mu Qianyu had left Qin Xingxuan back behind the lines where it was safe. When she had heard that most of the South Sea Demon Region martial artists had been sucked and twisted to bits by the space vortex, she had become anxious. She came to Small Wave Island and had used several dozens of sound-transmitting talismans, but still didn't receive any reply. If she had known which broken world Lin Ming had been sucked into, she would have personally gone to find him. Finally, after dozens of hours had passed, she had received Lin Ming's message. Otherwise, Mu Qianyu thought she was about to die from a heart attack. After Lin Ming met Mu Qianyu, he began to learn what had happened at the South Sea. The ancient battlefield opened. Lin Ming asked, his eyebrows arcing up. "I'm not too sure." Mu Qianyu shook her head. Divine Phoenix Island's history only goes back 3,000 years. The ancient texts of the sect are very vague about the South Sea's history. As for this ancient battlefield, it might have a history that goes back tens of thousands of years. Compared to the legacies of those long and glorious sects, Divine Phoenix Island was simply too young. The sect wasn't even as old as the Black Flood Dragon Clan's patriarch. Now, there is already a massive number of revolving core martial artists that have gathered at the South Sea battlefield. There are even many extreme revolving core masters. And then these strange old masters began to gather together, trying to connect to the ancient battlefield's entrance. Mu Qianyu said, "Connect to the ancient battlefield's entrance." It is reported that the space storms that cover the entrance to the world are simply terrifying. No one can enter. They have to connect through a smaller broken world into the main world. Now, there are over 30 late and above revolving core masters that are negotiating. Master and Master Ancestor are both inside. Over 30. Lin Ming's heart jumped. Late revolving core powerhouses or even higher, and there were actually more than 30. To his knowledge, Divine Phoenix Island only had a handful of revolving core masters that were at the late period or above. As for the 5-element region, it was already good if every sect had 1 or 2 of them. Just how could there be so many here? Mu Qinyu understood what Lin Ming was thinking and said, Master Ancestor has contacted those from a Righteous Path Alliance. There are over 10 that have come from the Righteous Alliance, and 9 of them are at the life destruction boundary. Also, the South Sea Demon region has sent 8 people, 6 of which are at the life destruction boundary. The 5-element region also has 8 masters, but they are all at the late revolving core realm. And there are also some free martial artists that have come to take a share of the treasures. Free martial artists. There are some senior supreme elders that have already long since left their sects and live in seclusion trying to make breakthroughs. Some of these seniors are exceptionally strong. Lin Ming nodded. This opening of the ancient battlefield seemed like it would be a gathering of champions and heroes. With so many powerhouses arriving, it looks like this ancient battlefield won't have anything to do with the likes of us. Lin Ming was confident in himself, but he wasn't stupid enough to think that he could steal treasures from a group of life destruction masters. Any one of these characters could kill him with just a single breath, let alone him, but even Mu Fengxian couldn't do anything to this group of characters. The reason that Mu Fengxian had invited those from the Righteous Alliance to come was so that they could muddy the waters and cause chaos. Otherwise, she simply wouldn't have the qualifications to contend with the South Sea Demon region. Mu Qinyu smiled and said, We can also enter the ancient battlefield. Life destruction powerhouses have all come here in order to enter the Imperial Palace and look for some rare treasures that can increase their chances of crossing the stages of life destruction. If there is a treasure like this, it will be in the Imperial Palace. But there are also some smaller palaces around the edges. If we have good luck, we'll also have a decent harvest, and this could be considered an adventure to gain experience and temper ourselves. Mu Qinyu said with ease. The extreme revolving core realm was simply too far from her right now. With her current strength, there was no way she could obtain anything that could enhance her chances of crossing through life destruction. A heavenly material that could increase one's chances of crossing life destruction. Lin Ming wasn't interested in something like this. As he was now, he simply couldn't make use of it. That's good. At that time, I'll also take this as an adventure. 5 days later, South Sea's South Aurora Island. After the space vortex had devastated the entire island, over half of South Aurora Island had collapsed in destruction, and large tracts of land were submerged into the sea. When Lin Ming had learned that the life destruction powerhouses would gather at South Aurora Island, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't think that these old fellows would finally choose to go to South Aurora Island. It seemed as if the broken world here was relatively stable, and they could cut a space channel and directly access the main world. This was simply a crazy idea, and only with dozens of life destruction powerhouses gathering together would they be able to display the great supernatural power required to make a connection between 2 different dimensions of space. If I knew this earlier, then I would have just waited in the broken world. Lin Ming joked. He had learned from Mu Qinyu that there were also some small lucky chances that could be found in these broken worlds, but he hadn't been able to find anything when his group was searching. With 20 to 30 revolving core masters at the late period or above floating in the air, it gave off an extremely horrifying, oppressive feeling. The wind in the air seemed to have been intentionally or unintentionally changed by their auras. Lin Ming stood in a corner, secretly watching these floating top masters. In this group of 20 to 30 people, there were only 3 from Divine Phoenix Island: Mu Yuhuang Mu Fengxian, and also a blue-clothed old woman. Lin Ming didn't know exactly who this was, but he expected that she was someone from the Blue Wan faction. Nearby the 3, from Divine Phoenix Island, there were also 10 monks wearing cassocks. They were those that had come from the Great Zen region's Righteous Alliance. These monks had ring scars on their bald heads and appeared serene. Across from these monks were the elders of the South Sea Demon region. They wore long black robes, and their expressions were chilling as they glared at these uninvited guests. At their side, there were also 4 or 5 black flood dragon clansmen, their bodies covered in dark blue scales. As Lin Ming looked at these people, he couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Although he had heard that the Sky Spill continent was extremely vast and broad, and that there were countless masters everywhere, he had only heard of them, but had never seen them with his own eyes. Now, he saw such a big group of these old life destruction fellows, and it seemed as if most of these people came from 5th grade sects. Most of them were stronger than Mu Fengxian. At this moment, waves of melodious tunes and drumbeats came from the sky. Lin Ming looked up with surprise, and was shocked to see that not too far away there was a golden flash in the sky. A luxurious and somewhat overly fancy spirit boat was slowly headed their way, being pulled by 9 winged flood dragons. Around the golden spirit boat, there were also over a dozen Xiantian warriors in shining golden armor, and a group of musicians playing different instruments. Behind them were beautiful maids that were also at the Xiantian realm. This way of traveling left Lin Ming stunned. It was simply like how the heavenly gods in the stories he had read as a child traveled. Humph, that old man really has no shame. He comes at such a late time. At the South Sea Demon region's side, Xian Wuji coldly glared this opulent gold spirit boat, his eyes filled with loathing and disgust. Don't try to mess with him. If he is angered, then it will be extremely troublesome, Xian Yuqie said. Although she was also disgusted in her heart, she always had a cheerful smile on her face. As the golden spirit boat came down, Lin Ming discovered that these 9 winged flood dragons had feathers as long as swords, and also looked like hornless dragons. Obviously, they had a very rich flood dragon bloodline, and they were all equal to extreme Xiantian masters. This caused Lin Ming to be speechless. Raising 9 winged flood dragons required no small price, but whoever this fellow was had only used them to pull his cart. Ha! This old man was late just a bit. I hope that all the fellow martial artists here do not mind. Along with a loud and hearty voice, a middle-aged man stepped out of the spirit boat. He wore a 9-claw imperial robe and a golden purple jade belt at his waist. As he stepped down from the spirit boat, he was holding a white-dressed fairy-like beauty in each arm. Although he had said words of apology, this old fellow's bright red face obviously didn't hold a single bit of apology. Not just that, but the 2 beauties had faces like peach blossoms. Their faces were flushed red with blood, as if they were shy about being in the open. Their skimpy clothes even had sections that were exposed. It wasn't hard to imagine just what this old man was doing to them with his hands. Seeing this, the life destruction powerhouses present all had ugly complexions. Chapter 460, Breaking Through the Void. Chapter 460, Breaking Through the Void. Chapter 460, Breaking Through the Void. Nanyun Wang seems to be very interested. It looks like he has much more confidence than during his last jaunt through the ancient battlefield, Xian Wuji said, his smile not reaching his eyes. They were both 3rd-stage life destruction masters. Although he feared Nanyun Wang a bit, it wasn't excessively so. It was said Nanyun Wang was originally a martial artist from the common mortal world and lived a bleak and desolate life. However, he seemed to have encountered some sort of heaven-defying chance and experienced a meteoric rise to glory. Afterwards, he joined a third-grade sect within the South Sea because of Nanyun Wang's overwhelming talent. That third-grade sect had placed the utmost importance on him, not sparing any resources in raising him. They hoped that one day in the future, Nanyun Wang would soar into the heavens and lead their sect to becoming a fourth-grade sect. However, every so often, a sect's destiny simply wasn't equal to the destiny of its geniuses. Nanyun Wang had amazing talent. However, as a result of his talent being too high, when Nanyun Wang was at the Xiantian realm, he had provoked a great number of revolving core masters, finally bringing a calamity onto his sect. That third-grade sect was completely obliterated, and as for Nanyun Wang, he managed to escape, growing until he became a third-stage life destruction powerhouse. This Nanyun Wang seemed to incomparably long for an emperor's life. He built a palace and filled it with a harem of 3,000 beautiful concubines. On the body of each of these women, he had placed a restricting spell. Every day, Nanyun Wang would summon 4 or 5 concubines into his palace to serve him. When he traveled, he would have golden guards clearing his way and a bevy of beautiful maids attending to his every need. However, this Nanyun Wang had always been a martial artist of the demonic path who followed his heart. Thus, all of this reckless behavior didn't affect his heart of martial arts. Since everyone has arrived, let's open the space channel. The one speaking was the abbot of the Great Zen Temple. This elderly monk wore a golden threaded cassock and held a staff in his hands. His 2 large ears drooped like 2 big jugs, and his white brows hung down to his shoulders. Whether it was waiting or the arrival of Nanyun Wang, this white-browed monk didn't have any change in expression. He was in meditation with his eyes closed. Let us do as Master says. For now, let us join our strength and open up the space channel. If we delay any further, there might be more troubles that occur. Xian Yuqie tenderly smiled. Although she hated these fellows that came to steal all her goods, she didn't have any good reason to reject them. With just their South Sea Demon Region's people, it was simply impossible for them to open up the Demon God Imperial Palace. More than 30 revolving core and life destruction supreme elders floated down, falling into the central space vortex of South Aurora Island. The swirling space vortex that was able to instantly rip apart a peak Hotion master was just like a gust of wind against these revolving core and life destruction masters. It only gently lifted their clothes. After these masters went down, the 5-element region's 7 sects, Divine Phoenix Island, and the South Sea Demon Region disciples quickly entered into the swirling space vortex. These disciples were the younger heroic elites that had been chosen to come. This broken world was the ruins of a 6th-grade sect. Naturally, there would be many treasures that were left behind. These things were scattered through the broken world. Thus, the various factions had all reached a tacit understanding that the juniors of these factions would be able to enter to adventure and experience. Every sect had a quota of disciples they could bring based on their power. They could only bring a few, not too many. Divine Phoenix Island had brought around 30 people. Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu were among them. Lin Ming, you two be careful. Don't separate, and remember to take care of each other. In this foray into the ancient battlefield, there will inevitably be life or death battles. Mu Yuhuang said to them with a true essence sound transmission as she entered into the swirling vortex. She had already said these words to them countless times before, urging them to be safe. Understood, Master. The one who replied to Mu Yuhuang was a blue-clothed girl with delicate looks that weren't too spectacular. This was Mu Qinyu. This was an appearance-changing technique that Lin Ming had passed on to her. These past 5 days, Lin Ming hadn't done anything else besides assiduously teaching Mu Qinyu this technique. Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique had been found within some ancient ruins. Although it was strange, it wasn't too difficult to learn, much less with Mu Qianyu's natural talent and astonishing perception. In this few days, she had been able to grasp its general concepts. Mu Qianyu had a very sensitive status. There were many people from the South Sea Demon region that had her on their mind, wanting to obtain her. It would be easy for her to become a target. After changing her appearance, it would save everyone a great deal of trouble. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, let's go. All of these young, heroic elites of the major sects were like big fish as they dove into the swirling vortex of space. Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu appeared unremarkable among them. Hua la la. As Lin Ming re-entered the world shard of South Aurora Island, the first sound that he heard was torrential rainfall. It was like a vast waterfall pouring down. The air was filled with thick mist that had a slightly salty and bitter flavor. The vast amount of seawater that the space vortex had sucked up was already dozens of feet high. Between the heavens and earth, this misty world gave an extremely suppressive feeling. This is, as Mu Qianyu saw this scene, she was startled. This is the seawater that was sucked in by the space vortex. Lin Ming had already expected this. Looking ahead, he could see many small and large whirlpools in the water. They were like the greedy maws of deadly, vicious beasts. Lin Ming knew that under these whirlpools there were the hidden death traps known as space cracks. This small and scattered world was filled with countless space cracks. Some of them had already collapsed onto themselves, sucking in the seawater and forming whirlpools. There was a massive amount of seawater that came in from the main space vortex, which was balanced out by the seawater that left from the space cracks. Otherwise, in these past 5 or 6 days, this broken little world would have already long been filled with seawater. In this heavy rain, visibility was very low. But all of the martial artists that came in were geniuses and masters. Their radiating sense of perception was not affected at all. Among the curtains of rain, a dim halo glowed, just like a lamp in a rainy night. Lin Ming placed a symbol paper on himself, and then a golden light completely surrounded him, reaching 50 feet around. This was a symbol paper that wasn't too special or complicated to make, but in this broken world, it was a life-saving treasure. As long as one approached a space crack, the countless glowing lights would be stirred by it, and the user would immediately be able to see the disturbance. After using this symbol paper, as long as they were slow and steady in their movements, they wouldn't have any accidents. In front of this crowd of people, the 30-plus top powerhouses led the way. To them, these space cracks weren't much. As long as these old fellows joined forces, they could even open up channels in space. These trivial space cracks weren't worth mentioning to them. However, since they had to look after the juniors behind them, they couldn't fly too quickly. The small broken world carved out from the main, one wasn't too large. Even though they were flying very slowly, they managed to reach the edge of the zone in about an hour. Here, one could see that the vast amount of seawater suddenly vanished, as if it had been cut apart by an immeasurably sharp saber. "It's here," Nanyun Wang lazily said. He was lying atop a flying carpet, his arms still grasping onto the bosom of a beautiful woman. "According to our position, this shouldn't be wrong," Xian Wuji said. After these old fellows had discussed for the past several days, they had designated this area and route as the best entrance. If they made a space channel here, they would be able to save a great deal of strength. The Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch that had been flying a bit further back suddenly waved his hand. A massive column of water shot into the air, turning into a water-shaped flood dragon that roared and then shot forwards. With a banging sound, the water dragon smashed into an invisible wall and then immediately collapsed. "Everyone, begin. Third stage life destruction in the front." From the group, Xian Wuji stepped forwards, his expression blank. Following him, the white-browed monk also stepped forwards, floating in the air. "Hey!" Nanyun Wang laughed. and slapped the butt of the woman hugging his chest. "Baby girl, you wait for me outside." Nanyun Wang lazily turned his flying carpet and slowly flew beside Xian Wuji, Great Zen Temple's white-browed monk, South Sea Demon Region's Xian Wuji, and well as loner Nanyun Wang. Of the over 30 top masters that had gathered here, only these 3 were at the 3rd stage of life destruction. As for Xian Yuqie and the Black Flood Dragon Clan Patriarch, they were at the 2nd stage of life destruction. Of these 30, there weren't many at the 2nd stage of life destruction. There were only a mere 7. The others were stranded at the 1st stage of life destruction or below. Mu Fengxian was one of them. It had to be known that those present were from 3 great 5th-grade powers, 8 4th-grade powers, and also many free martial artists from all around. Yet, they only had this many 2nd-stage life destruction masters. From this, it could be seen just how difficult and treacherous the gate of death was that lay between the extreme revolving core realm and the divine sea realm. Every extreme revolving core master that came to this path had to be exceptionally cautious in traversing it. The white-browed monk flipped his hands, and his monk staff flew out. Xian Wuji took out a jet-black treasure sword. As for Nanyun Wang, he took out a thick black ruler from his spatial ring. Nanyun Wang looked at Xian Wuji's treasure sword and chuckled. "Brother Wuji, I heard from somewhere that some years ago you managed to obtain a heaven-step treasure. How about you take it out today and let my sectless country hick self take a good look at just how grand it is?" Xian Wuji looked at Nanyun Wang and calmly said, "Since ancient times, heaven-step treasures have nearly always belonged to emperor-level powerhouses. I haven't yet been able to experience such a lucky chance." "Ha, is that right?" Nanyun Wang laughed, a bit of disbelief in his voice. Behind these 3 great masters, the various sect elders and powerhouses also took out their treasures. These various treasures shined and bloomed along each other, mutually enhancing their beauty. "Go!" With a shout from the white-browed monk, the over 30 top masters all simultaneously attacked the space boundary. This range of magnificent martial skills, power of the elements, storm and thunder could be called earth-shaking. The young heroic elites of the great sects had retreated several thousand feet back. But even so, they felt as if they would be blown away by this violent and crazy true essence storm. Monstrous waves were stirred up in the seawater. The space boundary fiercely trembled, and a multitude of lights splashed out. The loud noises were like billowing thunderclaps. The power of these 30-some top masters combining their attacks together was evident, but to smash apart the space boundary was extremely difficult. With every step they advanced forwards, they had to consume a great deal of energy, and many elders were already dripping with sweat. Chapter 461 Main World. Chapter 461 Main World. Chapter 461 Main World. Yeah. This barrage of attacks continued for half an incense stick of time. Finally, just as many elders were at the edge of their stamina, a tiny crack appeared on the surface of the space boundary. After this tiny crack was produced, it began to continually expand. As it approached the level of the seawater, a massive whirlpool appeared. A large amount of seawater was sucked in, vanishing into nothing. After several breaths of time, there was an explosive sound, as if the world itself was cracking apart. The wall of space finally completely broke apart, and a giant vortex appeared out of thin air. It was like a gray spiral over 10 feet wide, leading into the endless abyss. Hee, we've finally made a connection through the space wall. This old man has lived for 1,000 years, yet has never experienced something like this before. A space wall is incomparably firm and sturdy. Once it is broken, it will be permanently broken. Repairing it is far more difficult than creating it. It should be considered fairly stable. As Xian Wuji spoke, he took out a zombie guard puppet from his spatial ring, saying, "Go." The zombie guard fearlessly flew into that pitch-black channel. After half an incense stick of time, it returned unharmed. There aren't any problems with this channel. Those above the Xiantian realm will have the ability to enter. We have spent a great deal of true essence. First we'll rest for 2 hours here, and then after that we will all enter together. As for those things such as treasures, it will all depend on your own ability and luck. No one objected to Xian Wuji's proposal. After everyone was returned to full strength, relying on their own ability to compete would be the most fair. The various heroic elites of the sects naturally waited together. Their cultivations were mostly at the Xiantian realm, but there were also some revolving core elders mixed in among them. Within the ancient battlefield, the greatest lucky chances would all be concentrated within the demon god Imperial Palace. However, the demon god Imperial Palace already had over 30 top masters entering it. They simply didn't wish to compete with them. Thus, these revolving core elders that were a bit weaker could only go to the ancient battlefield with the juniors in order to test their luck. After all, these were still the ruins of a 6th grade sect. Not just that, but this independent world had different and strange rules that governed it. After all these tens of thousands of years, it was possible that all sorts of heavenly materials were born. 2 hours quickly passed. The extreme revolving core masters were all restored to their top form. Xian Wuji calmly stood up and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, he was the first one to step into the space channel. Facing the enormous attractive force of the vortex, Xian Wuji lightly stepped through, no different than passing through a door. Nanyun Wang followed after, along with the great Zen temple's white-browed monk. The strong powerhouses who had been blessed with a great deal of destiny stepped in. After them were the late revolving core masters. Although they had the qualifications to enter into the demon god Imperial Palace, the chances of them obtaining any top treasures would be slim. However, if their luck was good, it was extremely likely they would still be able to obtain a small lucky chance somewhere. After the 30 some top powerhouses entered, the weaker revolving core elders among the juniors entered. "It's our turn," Mu Qinyu said. She had been waiting with Lin Ming around 5 or 6 miles away from the vortex. In such a far position, it was easy to not attract attention to themselves. Lin Ming nodded. There weren't many martial artists remaining outside. As the two of them flew forwards, Lin Ming caught a glimpse of a blue-clothed woman not too far away. She was tall with a veil covering her face. From her head to her toes, she naturally exuded an icy temperament, as if she were a blossoming snow lotus. This woman was Mu Bingyun. Even though Lin Ming had been at Divine Phoenix Island for such a long time, he had only seen her a few times. Although Mu Bingyun and Mu Qinyu were twin sisters, the two of them didn't have the usually harmonious and close relationship that siblings usually had. It was just the opposite. They rarely spoke to each other and had only met several times. Mu Bingyun also saw Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu. She turned to glance at them and nodded. Although Mu Qinyu had changed her appearance, Mu Bingyun still recognized her big sister. Beside Mu Bingyun, there was also a middle-aged woman in blue. Her cultivation was at the peak of the early revolving core realm. Since she was with Mu Bingyun, she was most likely a protector that the Blue Wan faction had sent to guard Mu Bingyun. Mu Bingyun already had the strength to fight a revolving core master. If the two of them were together, there likely wouldn't be any accidents on the ancient battlefield. Mu Bingyun and the blue-clothed middle-aged woman quickly vanished into the swirling space vortex. Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu followed. As they entered the space channel, Lin Ming immediately felt a great tearing force acting upon him. He floated around with a confused feeling, but the channel wasn't too long. After several breaths of time, Lin Ming blinked his eyes, dizzy, and suddenly he had arrived into a bright and shining world. This world was the ancient battlefield, and also where the demon god Imperial Palace was located. The opening of the space channel was high in the sky. Lin Ming floated in the air, looking down at the ground beneath him. Below, a vast and endless forest extended to the horizon. The world was dotted with lakes and rivers, and the plants seemed primate and wild. It gave off a very ecological sense of beauty. Forest? Lin Ming was stunned. Several days ago, when Lin Ming had first entered into the broken world, he hadn't seen anything living at all, much less this massive expanse of forest. This meant that this broken world was much more stable than the shard world he had been in before. At least it didn't have space cracks everywhere. Otherwise, under the chaos of so many space storms, it would be difficult for either animals or plants to survive and multiply. Lin Ming was part of the last batch of martial artists to enter. As he looked all around him, the martial artists from before had already flown a great distance away. Some went alone, some went in groups of 2 or 3, and some went with more. The advantage of being alone was that any lucky chance they found would belong only to them. If they went in a group, they would have to split what they found, though it would be a bit safer. Lin Ming, I guess that you want to go alone, but Master has specifically asked me to go together with you. Behind Lin Ming, Mu Qinyu naughtily winked. Lin Ming's strength was still far from being able to match someone at the revolving core realm. If he went alone, this world might be too dangerous for him. Going with senior apprentice Sister Mu is also good. Lin Ming smiled. Even if he gave all the lucky chances he found to Mu Qinyu, he wouldn't care at all. Let's go. I don't know where the demon god Imperial Palace is, so let's head towards the center of this world first. Okay. The two of them flew forwards, but after a bit of time, Lin Ming felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw that Mu Qinyu also had a doubtful expression. Something's wrong. My inner true essence has been suppressed by a great deal, Mu Qinyu said, frowning. The surrounding heaven and earth origin energy is very rich here, but it seems like my body's true essence is being forcefully suppressed by some sort of invisible strength. It seems to be weakened by around 40%, Lin Ming said after he carefully checked himself. I'm also about 40% weaker. Doesn't this mean that I'm only 60% as strong as I usually am? If everybody is suppressed to 60% of their full strength, then it would be fair. But somehow I feel like my perception is also being suppressed. Lin Ming released his perception all around him and was shocked to discover that he could only sense around 200 to 300 feet away. Such a short distance meant that his perception was basically useless. His perception had already been greatly increased by the samsara martial intent, as well as the overbearing soul tactic, and his sense was much greater than that of martial artists at his level. If his perception only went out this far, other martial artists would be in even worse shape. Same with me. Mu Qinyu found this difficult to adjust to. A martial artist was used to using their perception to sense their surroundings. If they lost their perception, it was just like a common mortal losing their eyesight. The two of them carefully advanced forwards. However, soon enough, they felt something strange happen. They began to fly lower and lower, and once they came down, they couldn't go back up. We can't fly anymore. Lin Ming had been relying on the concept of wind to fly, but now he felt that no matter how hard tried to control the wind, he still constantly fell. Not just that, but the more they dropped, the less they were able to fly. Finally, Lin Ming completely lost the ability to fly, and he began to fall faster and faster. Mu Qinyu was in a worse situation. Although she was stronger than Lin Ming, she had been depending on her true essence to fly, not the concept of wind. Because of this difference, it seemed she had lost the ability to fly even faster. They were still 10 to 20,000 feet in the air. If they crashed into the ground from this height, they wouldn't die, but they would definitely suffer. Give me your hand. Lin Ming grabbed onto Mu Qianyu's hand, relying on the concept of wind to just barely decelerate. Once they reached a 4 to 5,000 foot altitude, Lin Ming's concept of wind completely lost any and all function. The two of them could only glance at each other and ruefully smile. They could only galvanize the protective true essence in their bodies to the max and fall like this. Luckily, this space is much more stable and doesn't have space cracks. If we fell onto a space crack, that would really be an unjust way to die. Lin Ming thought. He could hear the whirring sound of air passing by as he approached the forest beneath him at breakneck speed. Lin Ming aimed at a thick tree branch and grabbed at it. Ka, ka, ka. After Lin Ming grabbed onto the thick tree branch, it bent like a drawn bow underneath the formidable impact. The great recoil force caused Lin Ming's speed to slow by a great deal. It didn't break. This thought had just popped into Lin Ming's mind when he heard a snapping sound, and the tree branch broke in half. Although it had broken, Lin Ming's falling speed had already dropped by over half. As he plummeted to the ground, there was a muffled crash. Lin Ming's legs were half submerged into the dirt. With the protection of his true essence, he only felt a slight numbing tingle in his legs. Mu Qianyu's skill at land wasn't any worse than Lin Ming's. However, the only problem was that she had been wearing a long skirt. As she rapidly fell through the dense forest, there was a ripping sound as a great section of her skirt was torn away, exposing a length of smooth jade-like calf. The trees are tough beyond my imagination. A normal tree wouldn't be able to withstand such a force falling at such a high speed. Even an iron bar would have been bent in half. The trees here are completely different from those in the outside world. I've never seen any of these before. It's as if these species of trees are all from the ancient times. As Lin Ming spoke, he turned, looking all around him. His heart suddenly stirred. Wasn't this species an iron-ridged tree that existed in the realm of the gods? Chapter 462, Different Laws. Chapter 462, Different Laws. Yeah, the iron-ridged tree had bark that was as hard as metal. Its juices were materials that were used to produce inscription symbols. Lin Ming had once specifically checked for it, and he didn't find this sort of tree recorded in the records of Sky Spill Continent. He never expected to see them in this broken world. What's wrong? Mu Qianyu asked. Nothing. I just remembered that this tree is recorded in some ancient texts I once read. Lin Ming casually found an excuse to dodge the question. He didn't want to mention the realm of the gods to Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu nodded, not asking any further. This stretch of virgin forest was very hot, and the air was thickly humid with water. The leaves on the trees and shrubs stretched out like giant fans, and the green grass was high and thick. There were chunky vines that twined around everyone like a slithering mass of pythons. The large trees pierced straight through the skies. The air was filled with a slight rotten woody flavor of branches and leaves. Because of the shade from the trees, visibility was very low, and no matter how great one's perception was, it couldn't be used, neither could one fly. It was impossible to clearly see any road in front nor to distinguish direction. In this virgin forest, it wasn't any different from being blind. The true essence suppression on the ground is much stronger than in the air. 70% of my true essence is being suppressed. When they were high in the sky, their true essence had only been suppressed by 40%. But now that they were on the ground, their true essence was being suppressed by 70%. They had already lost most of their strength. Lin Ming silently revolved the vermilion bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Without any surprise, he found that his true essence was compressed by 70%. As he switched to revolving the true primal chaos formula, he held out on some hope that a miracle could occur. However, even this cultivation method that came from the realm of the gods was unable to release him from the binding chains of this world's strange rules. his true essence was still suppressed by around 70%. However, the chaotic virtues combat meridians was a cultivation method that refined one's body. True essence was only part of the combat efficiency. Lin Ming's formidable strength also lay in his great physical strength and his flesh and blood body that was as durable as a treasure. Lin Ming subconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. The laws of this world are able to suppress true essence, but these tyrannical laws cannot suppress the strength of the body. I have some advantages, but compared to a late revolving core powerhouse, it's nothing worth mentioning. As for life destruction masters, there isn't even a point of thinking about it. The gap in strength between the Xiantian and revolving core realm was massive. Even a saint-level talent like Mu Qinyu, with her extreme Xiantian cultivation, was just able to compare to an early revolving core powerhouse. As for Lin Ming, his cultivation boundary was just too far away. A late revolving core master, even if his strength was suppressed to 30% of what it usually was, could still instantly kill him. Couldn't fly, couldn't see the path clearly. Perception was limited and dulled. In this forest, a martial artist was somewhat similar to a mortal. It was impossible to find out where to go. Mu Qinyu realized that she had once felt this helpless feeling a long time ago. In a trance, she thought back to when she was at the base of Thundercrash Mountain. That night, she and Lin Ming were together. She had lost the ability to fly, and she was also seriously wounded. They were supposed to walk towards the center of this broken world, but as time passed, they had both become a bit disoriented. Mu Qinyu subconsciously looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Wait for me here." As he spoke, he jumped up straight onto a big tree. Borrowing leverage on the trunk and branches, Lin Ming jumped again. After he jumped a few times, his figure disappeared into the dense canopy. It was true that he couldn't fly in this world. However, to Lin Ming, crawling up trees was as simple as breathing. As he stood at the crown of the tree, his line of sight was no longer blocked. Lin Ming quickly found that space wall behind him and was able to discern the approximate direction of the center off this world. However, this was only a temporary measure. As they went deeper, he wouldn't be able to see the space wall anymore, and they would become lost again. Lin Ming looked up to the skies. This world had no sun, yet there was still sunlight. He didn't know where it came from, only that the sky was the same as the small broken world he had been in before. There were gray rocks that floated in the air, and all sorts of large and small rocks were suspended in long chains that surrounding the land. Lin Ming remembered this extremely unique shape of rocks and quietly waited there. An hour slowly passed. Lin Ming had a great deal of patience. During this hour, the position of these rocks hadn't changed at all. Lin Ming silently recorded down the position of the rocks in his mind, and then jumped down from the treetop. I recognized a figure of rocks in the sky. We can walk in this direction, and after every few miles, I can jump back up to compare. Although it isn't too accurate, it's much better than us wandering aimlessly around. Mu Qinyu looked at Lin Ming with surprise, and then silently nodded in agreement. Although Mu Qinyu was astoundingly strong, she had zero experience surviving in the outdoors. When she was together with Lin Ming, she always felt a sense of ease in her heart, as if any challenges or problems could be easily solved with Lin Ming. The shrubs and vines of this forest were very lush and thick. Every so often, Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu would have to cut them apart with their swords and sabers in order to clear a way. These plants were from ancient times. The stems were abnormally tough, and cutting them apart was relatively difficult. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly widened in challenge. He immediately flipped around and punched behind him. Bang! Vibrating true essence erupted. A 4 or 5 foot long black scorpion had its head burst open by Lin Ming's fist, and black juices splashed out. However, this scorpion was unbelievably tough. Even though its head had been burst open, Its tail still swept over, thrusting straight towards Lin Ming's eyes. CA. Sword light flashed, and the scorpion tail was cut into pieces in midair. Mu Qinyu had only moved slightly, and then her sword was instantly returned to its scabbard. Only the sword light of her move had been seen. This is a vicious beast from ancient times. Lin Ming looked at the twitching scorpion corpse on the ground. The vitality of this scorpion was simply too tenacious. During the ancient times of Sky Spill Continent, these kinds of vicious beasts that existed were much closer to those from the realm of the gods. They were much stronger than the vicious beasts that existed today, and much more dangerous. The laws of this world were all in a self-contained system, and were completely different from the outside world. After countless tens of thousands of years, the vicious beasts that had been trapped in this main world had multiplied and bred for generations. Who knew what sort of changes had been produced? The scorpion wasn't too scary. It was just surprising. It was unknown what other dangers existed in the depths of this forest. As for the entrance into this world that was 20 to 30,000 feet in the air, now that no one could fly any longer, and no one could jump that high, the path to the outside world was closed to them. No one could say if they would encounter a lucky chance or walk into their graves as they trudged forwards. Let's hurry and get out of this forest. Lin Ming had just spoken when he heard a series of branches breaking in succession. The bushes in front of him violently trembled, as if something was about to rush out. Lin Ming took out the purple comet spear, and Mu Qinyu also readied her longsword, both of them at full alert. Roar! The bushes were suddenly parted. A long-horned black leopard flew out. Without a word, Mu Qinyu cut down. As her sword sliced down, a visible ripple of compressed fiery sword energy spread out. Clang! The leopard was cut by Mu Qinyu, but the strike against its body made a sound as if metal had struck metal. Its speed slowed a bit, and a wisp of blood came out. The leopard was angered. It became more manic, crazier, fiercely rushing towards Mu Qinyu. Mu Qinyu was startled. She hadn't felt a strong aura from the black leopard a moment ago, and thought that she could casually strike to kill it. Although she had harmed it, he had only scratched the Black Panther. The vicious beasts in this forest had a horrifying defensive power, and her true essence was suppressed by too much. Lin Ming gripped the purple comet spear and stepped forwards, blocking off the black leopard's attack route. "Be careful," Mu Qinyu called out. She feared that Lin Ming would be injured. Lin Ming gave a loud shout, and almost 70% of Tempering Marrow's strength exploded outwards. Since his true essence was compressed to 30%, it was best if he used attacks based on pure strength. He held the spear in both hands and mercilessly swept out. Bang! With a loud explosive sound, the black leopard was sent flying back by Lin Ming. The black leopard was like an arrow as it shot backwards. It smashed into a series of trees, severing them and letting out waves of sorrowful howls. The black leopard crawled up from a bed of broken branches and leaves. Its head was soaked wet with blood, and it looked at Lin Ming with fear. It was simply horrified by Lin Ming's abnormal strength. The black leopard turned around, limping as it escaped. What strong and good defense! Lin Ming was astonished. That spear strike felt like he had struck a massive chunk of iron. Although he was much stronger than the black leopard, if he had taken his own spear attack without true essence protecting his body, his bones would have been broken. However, that leopard that didn't have any true essence fluctuations in its body was actually able to use its own flesh to withstand such an attack. Mu Qinyu looked at Lin Ming with surprise. She hadn't expected that Lin Ming's attack would be so strong. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, the progress of your strength is just too fast these days. Even I can't see just how far you've come. Lin Ming shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. It's just that the body transformation cultivation method I practice isn't suppressed as much by the arbitrary laws of this world. But these vicious beasts have such strong bodies, and yet they don't even use true essence. After Lin Ming spoke, Mu Qinyu noticed the problem. These vicious beasts had an extremely high defense and attack strength, yet their bodies were void of any true essence. They were completely different from the normal vicious beasts that existed on Sky Spill Continent. The different laws of this world have also produced different cultivation systems. The creatures in this forest all have extremely formidable bodies. It's not just the beasts, but even the trees and plants are abnormally tough. I don't know what we'll meet as we continue. That black leopard might not even be considered strong. There might even be stronger vicious beasts ahead. Mu Qinyu's tone was tinged with concern. She didn't know how her master and the others were faring. As she worried, a loud sound came from deep in the forest, followed by a loud voice that echoed through the trees. All martial artists are welcome to come with me. This forest is very strange, but if we work together, we can get out of here and then look for lucky chances. No one knew if the one speaking had used a secret skill, but his voice was like rolling waves spreading out to a very far distance. In this forest, true essence was suppressed to 30% of what it usually was. Even perception was suppressed, and it was difficult to distinguish just what direction they were in. Thus, the martial artists that had been scattered and competing against each other naturally thought to unite. Chapter 463 Sorry, please make way. Chapter 463 Sorry, please make way. Chapter 463 Sorry, please make way. As this voice sounded out, there were constantly responses from surrounding martial artists. It seemed that most of them had also suffered greatly here. Lin Ming, they are most likely disciples of Great Zen Temple. Should we go and have a look? Mu Qinyu asked Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought about it for a moment and said, "That sounds like a plan. This forest is too strange. There's no knowing what could be behind us. We should get out of here before we think about our next course of action." After tens of thousands of years of evolution, the situation inside the ancient battlefield had already surpassed everyone's imagination. In such times, one needed to be extremely cautious. After all, these were the remains of an ancient sixth-grade sect. Lin Ming wasn't so arrogant that he believed his strength allowed him to go wherever he wanted to. Most of the martial artists present also thought this. Thus, all of the martial artists that had been scattered around in the forest had gathered to this great Zen temple disciple after he shouted out. Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu walked several miles and finally came upon a forest glade. There were several dozen martial artists gathered here. Some wore golden-colored cassocks. These were naturally the disciples of Great Zen Temple. There were those that were dressed in all black and had an ancient giant demon totem embroidered on the chest of their robes. These were the Demon Region disciples. And there was also a minority of Black Flood Dragon clansmen, Divine Phoenix Island disciples, and Five-Element Region disciples. When Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu arrived, they didn't arouse anyone's curiosity. Lin Ming's heart suddenly shook as he saw two early revolving core powerhouses in front of him. However, the two of them didn't even care about him. It seems like because of the laws of this world, true essence is suppressed to 30%, and these early revolving core powerhouses cannot see through Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique. Because of that, this appearance-changing technique is quite marvelous. After Lin Ming confirmed this, he was much more at ease. Otherwise, if he met someone from the South Sea Demon region who had been related to Lei Mu Bai, it would be really troublesome if that person tried to do something to him behind the scenes. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly heard a happy tone. "Cousin Qinyu, is that you? I'm glad you also made it here safely." Lin Ming turned around to see a handsome, elite-looking man joyfully striding over to Mu Qinyu's side. This person was Mu Qingshu. Mu Qingshu already knew that Mu Qinyu had entered the ancient battlefield. Although he wasn't able to see through her appearance-changing technique, for a divine Phoenix Island disciple that he didn't recognize to suddenly appear here with the same cultivation as Mu Qianyu, it was naturally easy for him to deduce her true identity. This caused Mu Qingshu's heart to itch with greed. In the end, he really couldn't give up on Mu Qianyu. He kept continuing to struggle for a slim chance to win her over. Unless he fought, he would never win anything. Not to mention Mu Qianyu's divine beauty and elegance. But Mu Qingshu incomparably longed for Mu Qianyu's pure bloodline. He dreamt of pressing Mu Qianyu down beneath him and recklessly unleashing his desire upon her. However, because of the existence of Lin Ming, all of these dreams had been destroyed. As Mu Qianyu saw Mu Qingshu, her face was colored with utter disgust and loathing. Originally, she didn't have much of a favorable impression towards Mu Qingshu. In fact, she didn't have any impression towards him at all. However, she hadn't found him so repugnant at that time. But several months ago, she had discovered that Qin Zia's letter that he had sent to Divine Phoenix Island to rescue Qin Xingxuan had been intercepted by Mu Qingshu. Mu Qianyu was no righteous saint herself, but towards something so ruthless and insidious that slight annoyance she had towards him had turned into outright disgust. Cousin Qianyu, there are dangers everywhere in this ancient battlefield. It's too dangerous if you go alone. If you go with me, and my grandfather, then no danger will fall onto you. Mu Qingshu's grandfather was naturally Divine Phoenix Island's third elder, Mu Yanjua. Mu Yanjua had also entered the ancient battlefield. No need, Mu Qianyu coldly said. Mu Qingshu felt like he had kicked his foot. He felt a bit embarrassed. At this time, he noticed Lin Ming, who was standing near Mu Qianyu. As he noticed Lin Ming's cultivation, his face immediately became dour. He had guessed just who Lin Ming really was. Lin Ming also coldly looked at Mu Qingshu. Mu Qianyu had already told him the matters about the letter from beginning to end. When Lin Ming was still at Divine Phoenix Island, he naturally couldn't do anything to Mu Qingshu. However, now they had met on the ancient battlefield. It could be said that they were only enemies that had just crossed each other's path. The two of them were already like water and fire. It was just that they were maintaining decorum by being outwardly polite. Mu Qingshu clenched his teeth and said with a true essence sound transmission, Cousin Qianyu, if you come with us, then we are all from the Mu family clan. With the Mu family's bloodline oath, it is impossible for any of us to betray you. You can trust your own people. But this little boy, before Mu Qingshu finished, Mu Qianyu suddenly interrupted him and said, I'm sorry, please make way. Mu Qingshu lagged, freezing on the spot. Mu Qianyu didn't even bother to glance at him. She pulled Lin Ming's hand and said, Let's go over there. As she spoke, she pulled Lin Ming to pass by Mu Qingshu's stunned body. Mu Qingshu immediately paled, turning ashen. His outstretched hand was still stiff in the air. He turned his head and was shocked to see that Mu Qianyu and Lin Ming had already sat down on a clean clearing of grass underneath a large tree. They were very close to each other, and they hadn't even let go of each other's hand yet. Seeing this scene, Mu Qingshu nearly cracked his teeth apart by grinding them. Lin Ming also couldn't react in time. Although he had a very close relationship with Mu Qianyu, the feelings between the two of them were still seeds that had yet to bud. They had touched skin, but that was only because the circumstances of the time had required it. They had simply never leisurely held hands like this. If he had to say it, though, Mu Qianyu's hand really felt nice in his own. Her hand felt creamy, soft, and incomparably delicate. He was reluctant to ever let go. Lin Ming knew Mu Qingshu's thoughts on Mu Qianyu. At this time, he naturally couldn't ignore a moment to anger Mu Qingshu. He held on to Mu Qianyu's hand and played with it, squeezing it in his own. This touch that was like soft and tender jade. Lin Ming found it hard to put down. Mu Qianyu's complexion also reddened a bit. She had only thought to get rid of Mu Qingshu's incessant bothering of her, But she never thought that after she gave Lin Ming an inch, he would try to take a yard. She hesitated for a moment, but didn't draw her hand back. Third Elder Mu Yanjua was watching all of this from a distance, and his face darkened. Although he no longer held any hope that Mu Qingshu would one day marry Mu Qinyu, he still didn't want to see his own grandson shamed like this. "Qingshu, come back," Mu Yanjua said with a true essence sound transmission. Mu Qingshu clenched his teeth, but didn't respond. At this time, he was trembling with anger. He wished that he could castrate Lin Ming. He wished that he could cut him to pieces. "Qingshu, have you not shamed yourself enough? I told you not to bother with Mu Qinyu again. She isn't someone that the likes of you can obtain." Mu Yanjua's expression flashed with anger, and he began to earnestly become angry. He already knew that Mu Qingshu was already obsessed with this matter. If things continued like this, it would definitely become a knot in his heart that would stifle his thoughts, thus affecting all of his future martial arts cultivation. "I am unwilling. If I do not fight, that's the same as admitting defeat." Mu Qingshu's expression was grim. His fists were so tightly gripped that his nails dug deep into his flesh. "You have already lost. All you need to do is cultivate well. Your talent is good. You should be able to reach at least the middle revolving core realm." The middle revolving core realm was also the cultivation boundary of the Vermilion Bird faction's great elder, Mu Qihua. This realm had originally been satisfactory for Mu Qingshu. However, in comparison to Lin Ming, it was just garbage. Mu Qingshu couldn't accept the feeling that such a massive gap existed between him and Lin Ming. He looked at Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu, his eyes flashing with a cruel light. He said, "It's not over yet, not until the last moment." As Mu Yanjua saw the grotesque animus in Mu Qingshu's eyes, Mu Yanjua's complexion changed. "Qingshu, what are you thinking of? Don't do anything crazy. If you use some method to deal with Mu Qinyu, then you will absolutely die a miserable death. Mu Yuhuang will never forgive you, and whatever you do might even reach the crime of betraying your bloodline. You are a Mu family member, and you also have the Mu family bloodstain contract mark. You should know just what the fate for betrayers is." The bloodstain contract was a special document created by the Divine Phoenix Island founder. This contract took the bloodline as its basis. As long as one had the bloodline of the Mu family, they would be restricted by this. If they dared to violate the terms within, their body's bloodline would melt away. The cultivation methods of Divine Phoenix Island took the bloodline as their foundation. Once one's bloodline melted, the Divine Phoenix Island cultivation method they practiced would naturally dissipate along with it. The only way to break through the limitations set down by the bloodstain contract was if one's cultivation reached the extreme revolving core realm and had a strength that approached the Divine Phoenix Island founders. If they had this power, they would naturally be able to break through the restrictions of the bloodline contract. The direct descendants of Divine Phoenix Island were all required to sign the bloodline contract once they became an adult. They had to sign that they would never betray the sect. In the future, if there were other situations that arose, they might have to sign the contract yet again. For instance, Mu Yuhuang had many elders sign the bloodstain contract again, so that no one would reveal the existence of the Vermilion Bird forbidden Divine Chronicles 8th layer. This was also a reason why Divine Phoenix Island favored those juniors that had the Mu family name, but distrusted those that didn't share this last name. Mu Qingshu's strength was naturally inferior to Mu Qinyu's. If he wanted to use some method to deal with Mu Qinyu, he could only find someone else to do his dirty work. This was already enough to become a crime of betraying one's sect. Mu Qingshu grit his teeth, trying to suppress these dark thoughts in his heart. However, once a heart demon was planted, it was difficult to erase. At this time, the forest shook again, and a few more red-robed Divine Phoenix Island disciples came into the forest glade. The old man in front leading them was tall and thin. He had a wide frame and held a 10,000-year sacred flame parasol tree cane in his hand. His long beard fell all the way down to his chest. As Lin Ming saw this person, his eyes narrowed. This old man was the Vermilion Bird faction's great elder, Mu Qihua. Lin Ming's relationship with Mu Qihua was also like that of enemies. After the 30-some top masters had directly flown to the demon god Imperial Palace, all of the other revolving core elders on the ancient battlefield were at the early revolving core realm, with a small few at the middle revolving core realm. Mu Qihua was one of these people. As Mu Qinyu felt Lin Ming tense up, she sent him a true essence sound transmission. Don't worry. No matter how much the Great Elder hates you, he won't dare to do anything to you. I understand. Mu Qihua's eyes passed over all the Vermilion Bird faction disciples before he paused for several seconds on Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu. There was no look in his eyes. Finally, he moved over towards the rest of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples. After Mu Qihua arrived, Mu Bingyan followed in. She glanced at Mu Qinyu, nodded, and then sat in a corner of the forest glade, meditating and clearing her mind. In addition to Divine Phoenix Island, the disciples of other sects also continued to arrive there in abundance. Of these martial artists, those from the South Sea Demon region and Black Flood Dragon clan that practiced demonic path cultivation methods had all gathered together. As for Divine Phoenix Island's side, those from Great Zen Temple, the Five Element region, Dire Space sect, and Supreme Mystery Temple had all gathered together. Because there were more sects, those on the side of the Righteous Path sects were double the number of those from the Demonic Path sections. Chapter 464 Demon God Imperial Palace. Chapter 464 Demon God Imperial Palace. Chapter 464 Demon God Imperial Palace. Lin Ming sat in a corner and began to observe all of the martial artists that were present. The South Sea Demon region, Black Flood Dragon clan, and the Great Zen Temple all had middle revolving core masters protecting their juniors. As for those life destruction powerhouses, they had already long since rushed towards the demon god Imperial Palace. The special rules that govern this world may not necessarily have been able to suppress those strange old fellows. The other disciples were mostly at the Xiantian realm. There were some revolving core realm masters, and Hotian disciples were only a very small part. Big Brother Lin, is that you? At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly heard someone call out to him. He turned and was surprised to see that the one who called out was Zhangzhen, the Divine Phoenix Island core disciple who had been the one to first welcome him to Divine Phoenix Island. Originally, Zhangzhen had been the one who brought Lin Ming to attend revered Master Tianwang's birthday banquet contest. He had also told Lin Ming many things about Divine Phoenix Island and the Five Element region. The two of them were on very friendly terms with each other. Senior apprentice Brother Zhang, you also came? Lin Ming was startled. With Zhangzhen's strength, coming to such a dangerous land was really pushing his luck. Zhangzhen listened to Lin Ming's words and ruefully smiled. I just happened to be nearby the ancient battlefield and wanted to come along and see what it was like. I didn't expect that it would be so dangerous here. As Zhangzhen spoke, his expression was of exasperated annoyance. At this moment, a clump of dirt under Zhangzhen's foot rose up. Lin Ming's pupil shrank. Be careful. So, a red patterned snake that had the thickness of an arm darted out of the dirt. Lin Ming's reflexes were fast. The purple comet spear in his hand thrust out like a bolt of lightning. Puff! The spear directly pierced into the red-patterned snake, tightly nailing it into the ground. Black blood spurted out and sprinkled on the ground. All of the nearby green foliage began to rapidly wither. Zhangzhen was in a cold sweat from fear. That red-patterned snake's attack was fast like lightning, and the toxins inherent in it were frightening. If it wasn't for Lin Ming promptly helping him a moment ago, he had no doubt that he would already be dead. Meanwhile, in the forest glade, several other red-patterned snakes shot out from the earth, quickly attacking the disciples from other sections. Several disciples with weaker cultivations tried to dodge but had their throats torn out by these snakes. Ah! A heart-pounding scream rang in the air. A martial artist had been bitten by a red-patterned snake, and his face immediately turned into a deep purple-black. Junior apprentice brother, a youth that was nearby, the bitten martial artist cried out, his face turning red with rage. He slashed out at the red-patterned snake with his sword, but as his cut fell upon the snake's back, there was the sound of metal colliding. He was simply unable to cut through. During this time, the martial artist that had been bitten had already died. In this split second, his junior apprentice brother that had practiced with him for over 10 years had suddenly died. The youth was deeply grieved by this loss. Everyone be careful. These snakes are hard to deal with. The martial artists that had been meditating on the ground had already stood up, because their true essence was suppressed to a mere 30% of what it usually was. These normal Sciention powerhouses attacks weren't able to break through the formidable defense of these red-patterned snakes. Cha-cha-cha. The revolving core powerhouses acted together, cutting apart any red-patterned snakes they saw. However, these snakes had an astonishing vitality. Even if they were cut in half, their mouths still bit towards any martial artist present. Evil beast, prepare to die. A long-bearded monk from the great Zen temple gripped his staff and pounded down with it. There was a flash of golden light, and faint Buddhist hymns began to ring in the air. A massive golden Buddha statue appeared in the sky and dropped down, smashing several red-patterned snakes into mush. After this, long-bearded monk began to attack. The pressure on everyone else was greatly reduced. But at this moment, everyone heard a loud rustling in the distance, as if a rainstorm were coming their way. It seemed as if hundreds and thousands of snakes were crawling their way towards the martial artists. Run! Even middle revolving core masters didn't have confidence they would be able to face such a massive group of these snakes. Everyone displayed their movement techniques and quickly ran into the forest. Lin Ming, let's hurry up and go, Mu Qinyu hurriedly said. Lin Ming didn't say anything else. He quickly picked up Zhang Zhen and rushed straight into the deep forest. The revolving core masters led the way. The light of many treasures flashed out in all directions. Vines were cut apart, and grass was hewed away, fluttering in the air. Spiritual sense was suppressed here. No one was able to detect anything more than a few dozen feet away. Such a distance was basically useless. By the time they were able to discover any danger, that danger would already be in front of them. As they fled at high speed, a red vine silently crept up from the ground. It pointed at a Sciention martial artist and shot out like lightning. Pooh! The Sciention martial artist's protective true essence was pierced through as if it were nothing but thin paper. The red vine clasped onto the martial artist's thigh, and countless tiny roots pierced into his flesh, immediately sucking up vast amounts of blood. Ah! The martial artist emitted a soul-piercing scream. His body began to wither at a visible rate, and the red vine that sucked his blood swelled up like a balloon. Be careful! It's a vampiric plant. The red vines were extremely tenacious. Those Sciention martial artists that had their true essence suppressed to 30% were simply unable to do anything. Any martial artist that was grabbed by a red vine would die here. Little brother, a Black Flood Dragon Clan revolving core master saw as his own little brother was stabbed in the stomach by a vampiric vine, and his eyes turned red with anger. His saber slashed out at that vampiric red vine, and blood gushed out from a small gash in the vine. However, only a little part had been broken. The vine still gripped the little brother's body, quickly sucking up all his blood. Damn it all! That Black Flood Dragon Clan revolving core master reached over to the vine and ripped it out from his brother's body. However, as he pulled out the vine, The vine had already penetrated deep into the little brother's body and taken root. Flesh and organs were pulled out with the vine. The little brother gave a pitiful, feeble cry. His face whitened, and his life was on the verge of collapse. These vines fear fire. A divine Phoenix Island disciple suddenly shouted. A moment ago he had used a martial skill from the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle to attack the vine, and had burned it. Following this, Muchihua gave a loud shout. He pressed his hands out flat, and a wave of searing fire burned down from the heavens. As the vines met these waves, they began to rapidly wither away. Soon, the vines had completely retreated back into the depths of the forest. This scene startled Lin Ming. This middle revolving core old man was still so powerful even though his strength was reduced to 30%. Everyone gave a sigh of relief, catching their breath. "We need to leave. It's not good to stay here," Muchihua said. No one dared to be careless. They displayed their movement techniques and rushed deeper into the woods. What horrible luck. I thought there would be some lucky chances here, but this accursed land has no such thing. There are no good lucky chances here. The only lucky chance is the chance to die everywhere. Don't complain. We can't go back anymore. We can only move forwards. In just this short window of time, over 10% of the martial artists in the group had perished. There weren't any revolving core powerhouses that died. Those that died were early and middle Xiantian realm disciples, as well as Hotian realm disciples. After having suffered 2 attacks, the martial artists were increasingly wary, even if their perception couldn't extend to too far. If they sent it continuously out, they would at least be able to prevent dangers from underneath the ground arising. At this time, 100 miles away above a desert, over 20 rainbow-colored lights flashed in the sky. These were the lights that were left behind when top masters flew. This broken world had fundamental rules that suppressed flight. However, these rules weren't able to completely suppress these life-destruction powerhouses. It was only that their flying speed was severely restricted. Otherwise, they would have been able to easily cover this distance of 100 or so miles in half an incense stick of time. At this time, there were 3 more lights that began to slow down the more they continued, dipping deeper and deeper. The 2 men and a woman finally landed on the ground. Their cultivation was at the late revolving core realm. As they entered deeper into this broken world, the laws that suppressed them became increasingly intense, and now these late revolving core powerhouses no longer had the ability to fly. The female elder among the 3 watched as the 20-plus beams of light in the air became increasingly blurry as they moved into the distance. She sighed and said, "It looks like we won't have the fortune to enter the demon god Imperial Palace. Hee, this old man originally came for some fun anyway. Even if I go to the demon god Imperial Palace with those life-destruction fogies around, there is no way that any of us would have been able to obtain the Nirvana Dragon route. At most, we would be able to obtain some small chances. But I never imagined that we wouldn't even be able to enter. But this is also a bit of a relief. Although it's a pity that we cannot enter the demon god Imperial Palace, it's not necessarily a good thing to enter. No one knows what dangers are inside. And if we're outside, that doesn't mean we won't come across some lucky chance." As the suppressive laws that governed this world intensified, Mu Yuhuang was also nearing the limit of her abilities. Among all the late revolving core masters, she was the one who had persisted the longest. "I see it. That should be it." Mu Fengxian's true essence sound transmission sounded out in Mu Yuhuang's ears. Mu Yuhuang looked out in the distance. In the distant skies, a vague, ghostly image emerged out of the blue. It was a magnificent and enormous palace. Demon God Imperial Palace. Mu Yuhuang was shocked. The entire Demon God Imperial Palace looked like it was a mirage. It didn't seem as if it were real. The life-destruction powerhouses that flew in the front also discovered this massive Demon God Imperial Palace and they sped up. The giant demon god imperial palace stretched out for countless miles. The palace towered high above the desert and was surrounded by numerous thick columns, each of them engraved with a multitude of totem reliefs. In the center of the demon god imperial palace was a massive demon god statue that held a great axe in its hands. This statue was over 1,000 feet high and stood there, imposing. As it stood there, an ancient atmosphere naturally emanated from it, spreading out in all directions. It spread between the heavens and earth, shaking the minds of anyone who felt it. It had to be known that this demon god statue had already stood here for tens of thousands of years. As the life-destruction powerhouses flew to the statue, they were no different than a swarm of mosquitoes, simply insignificant creatures. True essence has been suppressed to 20%. Xian Wuji was secretly shocked. The laws of this world were simply too strange. Even late revolving core powerhouses weren't able to fly. Now, facing this giant statue, Xian Wuji couldn't help but want to fall to the ground, prostrating himself in complete worship. This feeling frightened Xian Wuji out of his wits. He had no idea just who it was that carved out such a terrifying statue, but it seemed to be above the laws that ruled this world. If so, if a mere statue could make him feel like this, then if he entered into the demon god imperial palace and encountered something, would he still be able to put up any form of resistance? Xian Wuji took a deep breath. The further he went in this broken world, the more he discovered that compared to the demon emperor of tens of thousands of years ago, he was nothing but a little defenseless baby. This demon emperor's cultivation was immeasurably deep. I'm afraid that even the current emperor-level powerhouses of Sky Spill Continent would be nothing in front of him. Chapter 465 Bloody Wilderness. Chapter 465 Bloody Wilderness. Chapter 465 Bloody Wilderness. As Xian Wuji was thinking, he saw a black light flash past him. The Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch suddenly sank and turned into a violent black typhoon that shot towards the demon god imperial palace. The Black Flood Dragon patriarch's cultivation was already at the second stage of life destruction. In his opinion, any defensive measures or array formations that were left behind at the demon god imperial palace would have already failed after these tens of thousands of years. Still, even so, as a precaution, he galvanized his true essence to the max. Behind him, the faint phantom of a black flood dragon appeared. As Xian Wuji saw this, he was unmoved. He only sneered and thought to himself, "Idiot!" Hua. As the Black Flood Dragon Patriarch was about to burst into the main entrance of the demon god imperial palace, a red light flashed. At the entrance of the palace, a shining halo appeared out of thin air, rushing out like an overwhelming tide and smashing into the Black Flood Dragon Patriarch's body. With a dull thump, the Black Flood Dragon Patriarch was kicked backwards like a rubber ball. He was sent flying backwards, spitting blood. As the other life destruction powerhouses saw this, their complexions changed. This palace that had been abandoned for tens of thousands of years actually still had the protection of an array formation. Not just that, but this array formation was astoundingly strong. Even the second stage life destruction Black Blood Dragon Patriarch spat blood in the collision. Although the Black Flood Dragon's true essence had been suppressed to 20% of its normal potency because of the rules that governed this world, it had to be known that this was only a single defensive array that protected the entrance to the demon god imperial palace. If a single defensive array was able to cause the Black Flood Dragon Patriarch to spit blood, then wouldn't an offensive array violently and instantly kill them? All of the life destruction powerhouses were alarmed. This demon god imperial palace was too terrifying. They thought if this palace hadn't already decayed for tens of thousands of years, they would have suffered an even more miserable fate. The Black Flood Dragon Patriarch wiped the blood from the corners of his lips As he looked at the still flashing defensive array, his face was gloomy. What in the world was this ghostly array formation? It was actually able to maintain itself for tens of thousands of years? And not just that, but it was still so powerful. Was this really something that could be created by someone? In the forest, there was hidden murderous intent everywhere. As the group continued running, there were constantly martial artists that died. 2 hours later, as they finally made their way out of the forest, around 30% of the martial artists had perished. This place is... In front of the crowd were endless plains of dark red, bumpy land. There were thick bones half buried in the ground, and all around were dark gray stone tablets that were stuck in the land. There were big and small stone tablets, and each one had been engraved with all sorts of intricate symbols. These symbols were different from the symbol system that existed on the Sky Spill continent. The martial artists weren't able to understand what they meant or represented. These dark red plains gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Even the sky was a dark red, and it glowed faintly with a bloody light. From the virgin forest to this bloody wilderness, the intense visual difference was shocking to the mind. With the experiences of the forest still fresh in their minds, everyone present maintained 120% vigilance as they faced these strange red plains. At this point, continuing on was dangerous, but staying in the forest was also dangerous. If they had to make a choice, then they had to proceed. They might even be able to find a lucky chance here. Let's go. The first one to step onto the dark red plains was the hawk-nosed old man from the South Sea Demon region. He was the South Sea Demon region elder, Lian Qingji. His cultivation was at the middle revolving core realm. The South Sea Demon region side had 2 middle revolving core realm elders, and also 9 early revolving core powerhouses. Of those early revolving core masters, 2 or 3 of them had already reached the peak of the early phase. With their strength, the South Sea Demon region was the strongest force amongst the sects present, so they were also the most confident. As soon as Lian Qingji stepped onto this vast red plain, his complexion changed. This blood wilderness was even fiercer in suppressing his true essence. He could actually only use 25% of his true essence efficacy. Another 5% of true essence is suppressed, Lian Qingji dismally said. The laws of this world are too strange. If this continues, then the situation will only become more dangerous. Another elder also appeared worried. He decided that if his true essence was suppressed below 20%, he would no longer go forwards. Otherwise, there was a possibility that he really might be killed by these powerful and strange vicious beasts. After the South Sea Demon region martial artists walked forwards, the other sect's martial artists followed them onto the bloody wilderness. Many of them had already activated a protective cover to detect space cracks. There was no life here. None of them knew whether or not this was caused by those terrifying rifts in space, so it was better to activate preventive measures just in case. Everyone continued carefully, maintaining their minds at full alert. No matter how they looked at it, this bloody wilderness was stranger than the forest and even more dangerous. However, they didn't expect that after they walked for half an hour, they actually hadn't encountered any dangers. Some people couldn't help but whisper to themselves. At this time, the hawk-nosed South Sea Demon region elder suddenly swiveled, his hand slapping downwards. There was an explosive sound as the ground was split open. The martial artists behind were all shocked. They thought there was a surprise enemy attack, but they didn't think that after the earth had burst open, a thick greatsword would come flying out. This 5-foot-long sword was jet black, as if it were made from ink, and the aura that it emitted was comparable to a high-grade earth-step treasure. What? All of the martial artists' eyes shined. That elder had just casually taken an item from the ground, but it was a high-grade earth-step treasure? No, this wasn't right. It wasn't a high-grade earth-step treasure. From the energy fluctuations, This should only be a medium-grade Earth steppe treasure. Yet it was several times better than a normal medium-grade Earth steppe treasure. This should be amongst the rarest of medium-grade Earth steppe treasures. Lin Ming traced his jaw. He thought to himself, this is a normal medium-grade Earth steppe treasure that was forged by an ancient refining master. It is several times superior to an ordinary medium-grade Earth steppe treasure that is forged by the refining masters of the current era. A medium-grade Earth steppe treasure was exceedingly valuable and precious. The great desolate blood halberd replica that Lei Mubai had used was also a top medium-grade Earth steppe treasure. Lin Ming had very high standards. Naturally, he didn't think too much of this weapon, but all of the martial artists at his side had widened eyes filled with greed. Most of them used low-grade Earth steppe treasures. Seeing such a rare medium-grade Earth steppe treasure in front of them, they were all envious. After passing through that gauntlet of dangers and surviving, they finally saw a lucky chance appear. This was the thought that most martial artists present had. This bloody wilderness may have seemed dangerous, but the truth was that it wasn't dangerous at all. Instead, there were all sorts of buried bones and treasures here. It was like this was an ancient battle site. If they followed behind the ass of the South Sea Demon region, they wouldn't be able to pick up anything. If they fought with them, they also couldn't win. Thinking this, many of the martial artists began to part ways in small groups, quietly changing directions and leaving the main group. Out of precaution, these martial artists had at least an extreme Xiantian master leading them, or even 2 or 3 late Xiantian realm masters. As the main group continued, more and more martial artists left, and even the South Sea Demon region martial artists began to spread out on their own. Everyone wanted to pick up some treasures. If they followed behind Lian Qingji, they wouldn't even be able to obtain scraps. Let's go towards that side, Lin Ming said to Mu Qinyu, as there were fewer and fewer people in the group. The image of Lian Qingji in front of them became increasingly dangerous. Mu Qinyu and Lin Ming left the group together. They didn't know whether or not this bloody wilderness was truly safe. Most of those present also understood this, but they were all blinded by greed. As they saw Lian Qingji pick up a top medium-grade Earth steppe treasure in front of their eyes, none of them were able to resist the temptation to go off by themselves. Perhaps this ancient battlefield had not only treasures but also other things. For instance, they might even pick up a spatial ring that contained the complete worth of a top master. At that point, they would really rise up in power. Mu Qingshu watched Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu's backs from a distance and bitterly ground his teeth together. He even wanted to hire someone to kill them. But if he did that, the bloodline in his body would completely melt away within half a year, and he would lose all of his cultivation. Since he didn't have any means to retaliate against Lin Ming, he could only helplessly watch as Lin Ming walked closer and closer to Mu Qinyu, seeming to be very intimate and close to each other. He felt like he could vomit blood at this sight. As Mu Yanjue watched this from afar, he could only sigh. Reality was cruel. The result was already obvious. But many times, not everyone was willing to accept the truth in front of them, especially when someone's object of desire was stolen away. The taste of this feeling was truly hard to swallow. Lin Ming cautiously made his way forward, completely opening his perception. In this strange world, Lin Ming was only able to extend his sense to around 200 feet. If it was underground, it was even shorter at around 100 feet. And this 100 feet of earth was completely flooded by a massive amount of skeletal bones. There are so many bones. Lin Ming gasped. These skeletons and bones came in all sizes. Some seemed ordinary and had turned to oil after tens of thousands of years underground. But there were also those that hadn't changed in the least, still remaining a jade-like, translucent color. There were even some bones that shined like a rainbow. Obviously, this was related to the cultivation method that the deceased had practiced before their death. There is also a spatial ring. Lin Ming discovered that there was a hand bone with a spatial ring on it. With a wave of his hand, the spatial ring flew up from underground. However, as he investigated it with his soul force, he shook his head in disappointment. The mini-dimension inside of the spatial ring had already collapsed upon itself. This sort of man-made world was originally unstable. Normally, the world inside a low-grade Earth-step spatial ring would last for several thousand years before disintegrating. It wasn't just the spatial ring, but many treasures had decayed. Those treasures that could be buried in the earth for tens of thousands of years and remain pristine and everlasting were quite special. Lin Ming walked for a quarter of an hour but still hadn't discovered one. That seems to be. Mu Qianyu's mind stirred. As she looked several hundred feet in the distance, there were actually exotic-looking flowers there. In this vast blood wilderness, this bunch of flowers was very unexpected. Blood ghost flower? I didn't think that something like that would appear here. A blood ghost flower was a sort of spiritual flower that loved to grow in lands that were filled with dark and bloody influences and had gone through great periods of carnage. Only under those circumstances would they be able to nurture themselves and germinate, slowly growing. Normally it would take millennia to flower, and that was why it was extremely rare within the Sky Spill continent. And to think that there would be such a large bunch of them here. However, the ruins of this ancient battlefield had already been rich with bloody and demonic influences. Not just that, but no one had appeared here for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't strange for such a large batch of these flowers to be born here. These blood ghost flowers will be of great help to Little Flame's evolution. This is really a lucky chance. Mu Qianyu was delighted. As she went forwards to pick them up, she suddenly stopped in her steps and frowned. She could clearly feel the energy of a few people hidden in the vicinity of the blood ghost flowers. They gave of a faint murderous aura like a tiger that was crouching in the brush. This energy belonged to a human. It was most likely one of those companions that had just been in their group and was also a revolving core powerhouse. They want to use the blood ghost flower as bait and kill us to rob our possessions. Mu Qianyu sneered. Chapter 466, Complete Suppression. Chapter 466, Complete Suppression. Chapter 466, Complete Suppression. It should be a martial artist from the South Sea Demon region. Lin Ming said with a true essence sound transmission. He had discovered the people hiding around the blood ghost flowers at nearly the same time that Mu Qianyu had. They had been hiding using a kind of camouflaging secret skill. These people had seen this bunch of blood ghost flowers, and yet they didn't gather it. Instead, they had hidden around these flowers waiting for others to appearance. Their goal was obvious. They were waiting for others to be attracted by these blood ghost flowers. In their joy at obtaining such rare treasures, they would relax their guard. Then, these hidden people could sneak attack and kill them. These people should have already realized that most of the ancient battlefield's treasures had decayed. Looking for one in a usable condition would not be easy. If this true, then killing someone and taking all of their belongings would be a much faster way to gain wealth and treasure. After all, the weakest of those that entered this ancient battlefield were core disciples of large sects. There was no way that they would be poor. The heart of man is truly dangerous. Just a while ago, all of the martial artists were brought together by the dangers from all around and were able to temporarily unite against a common enemy. But now that treasures were found and everyone has spread out, as long as one cleanly kills someone else, it would be equal to unknown disappearance. Lin Ming's fingers calmly traced his spatial ring. Mu Qianyu's footsteps hesitated for just a moment, and then she continued to pick the blood ghost flowers as she pretended that she hadn't noticed anyone. Not too far away from the blood ghost flowers, there were two blurry shapes of distorted light hiding in the shadows. Of these two, one was an old man at the very early revolving core realm. He walked towards Mu Qianyu a step at a time, his eyes deep. He had complete confidence in his camouflage technique, and even if he was noticed, the cultivation of his two prey was only at the Xiantian realm and Hotian realm. Beside the old man was a young man with a surprisingly large head. He greedily looked at Mu Qianyu and licked his lips as he said, "Old Joe, you are far too careful. You still think we need to sneak attack to deal with these two? It's better to be safe than sorry. I only broke through to the revolving core realm a mere 20 years ago. But these people are all the top talents of their sections. They will invariably have various outstanding methods to save their lives. Once they escape, it will be extremely troublesome. When we attack, I'll deal with that woman, and you deal with that little Hotian brat." He, that Hotian realm boy, actually thought to come here to split the spoils, but he was only chasing death. The youth named Lien Jie sneered and took out a shining black saber from his spatial ring. "Don't underestimate that boy. He likely has the combat strength of a Xiantian master. Those martial artists that came here are only nearly all geniuses. For him to come this far with his Hotian cultivation proves that he isn't simple." As the old man spoke, he revolved his true essence. His concealment technique was able to isolate his true essence fluctuations. Thus he didn't fear alerting Mu Qianyu with his murderous aura. If he has a Xiantian master's combat strength, then that's the same as me. Lien Jie spoke with great confidence. He was one of the direct disciples of the South Sea Demon region. Although his cultivation was only at the early Xiantian realm, he was actually able to compare to an extreme Xiantian master. Generally speaking, if he ran into a martial artist with a cultivation similar to his own, he would be able to easily kill them. Mu Qianyu calmly bent over to pluck the blood ghost flowers, completely exposing her back to the enemy. At this time, the black-clothed man grinned demonically and said, "Go, Qi." A black sword light slashed through space like a serpent spitting out poison. Mu Qianyu gently smiled and swished around. It was unknown when, but Mu Qianyu had extracted a 4-foot-long crimson-colored sword and was firmly gripping it in her hand. Luminescent flames flashed out, and a phoenix of blazing flames shot to the sky. In this year and a half, although Mu Qianyu hadn't been able to break through to the revolving core realm, her strength had been constantly rising. Especially in these last 3 months, Mu Qianyu had been able to meditate on the 6th layer of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle cultivation method that Lin Ming had brought back. Although she had only managed to comprehend some of the basics within, it was enough to allow her strength to climb to yet another peak. Bang! The black sword light was crushed. The flaming phoenix, without diminishing in the least, opened its beak wide to swallow the black-clothed old man. What? The black-clothed old man's complexion completely changed. His sneak attack was completely routed with a single move. A Xiantian realm girl was able to forcefully resist a revolving core master. Within the entire South Horizon region, the number of top talents like this could be counted on a single hand. How could he have such horrible luck? As the black-clothed man attacked, the large-headed youth also moved. His 4-foot-long saber cut through space. The blade edge shined. Its target was naturally Lin Ming. The big-headed youth had a strength comparable to a normal extreme Xiantian master's combat strength. If he was at his full and complete strength, then Lin Ming might have to waste effort. But now, almost 80% of the big-headed youth's true essence was suppressed. In the face of Lin Ming's power of tempering marrow, it was simply a joke and a half. Lin Ming didn't even use his spear. He only smashed down with his fist. Bang! The power of tempering marrow that completely ignored the laws that suppressed true essence erupted, as the big-headed youth's saber was pulverized into pieces. A look of fear entered into his eyes. Lin Ming's fist punched into the big-headed youth's top right chest. With the sound of flesh and bone being crushed, the big-headed youth gave a miserable scream and spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards. Because his right chest had been smashed apart by Lin Ming's fist, his right hand was lying limp at an odd angle. It was obviously broken. He didn't die. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. The big-headed youth's cultivation was only at the early Xiantian realm, and his true essence was also mostly suppressed. He had thought that a random fist attack would be able to kill him, but he didn't expect that this big-headed youth would live. This fellow was probably some well-known genius from the South Sea Demon region. As the black-clothed old man was flustered by Mu Qianyu's counterstrike, he turned around to see that the big-headed youth was sent soaring backwards, and immediately blanched. Lian Jia. The black-clothed man panicked. He obviously cared about the life of this youth named Lian Jia. He wanted to turn around and rescue him, but at this moment, Mu Qianyu's second sword attack was already cutting straight down at him. Flaming true essence roiled and rolled. Where it went, stones and soil would burst apart. "You idiot!" The black-clothed man angrily cried, breathless. He lifted his sword to resist Mu Qianyu's strike, but his body was sent flying away by the flame blast, his face paling. However, he had borrowed the impact of this blow to fall beside the big-headed youth. Lian Jia. The black-clothed old man forcefully pressed down the tumbling, messy true essence in his body. He held up the half-dead Lian Jia and force-fed him a pill. In a life-or-death battle, how could he give the enemy the chance to recover from their wounds? Lin Ming stepped forwards preparing to attack, but at this time, the black-clothed man suddenly said, "There is no need to fight. If we continue, there is no advantage to any of us." As Lin Ming listened to this, he almost laughed, but was also angry at the same time. This man thought it was fine to ambush them to kill them, but now that his attack had failed and he was discovered, he thought that he was all right to not finish this battle. What a joke. Lin Ming was disinclined to bother with the black-clothed old man's nonsense. He took out the great desolate blood halberd from his spatial ring and stabbed towards the black-clothed old man. 13 blood-drinking seals flying in the air. Blood seal twisting murder. Lin Ming had already been wanting to fight with a revolving core powerhouse. However, the gap between a Xiantian master and a revolving core master were simply too great. Normally, Lin Ming wouldn't have anywhere near the ability to do so, but in this broken world, his opponent's true essence was under an enormous suppression. Naturally, Lin Ming would not miss this chance. In an instant, Lin Ming had directly opened the heretical god force. The power of tempering marrow was also galvanized to the limit. As the black-clothed old man saw Lin Ming's halberd thrusting towards him, his heart burned with a raging anger. Although he realized he wasn't a match for Mu Qianyu, that was his bad luck for meeting her here. But this mere late Hotian realm youth actually thought to come and attack him too. How could he not be angry? "Get out of this old man's way." The black-clothed old man's sword slashed down at Lin Ming, and a thick sword light shot towards Lin Ming's chest. As Mu Qianyu saw this, she felt her heart tighten and wanted to move. But at this time, she actually saw that the 13 blood-drinking seals on Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd were twisting into a swirling crimson vortex. The black-clothed old man's sword bounced off of this vortex. What? The black-clothed old man was rattled. He had never dreamed that his sword would actually be deflected by a mere late Hotian realm junior. Just how was this possible? At this time, Lin Ming's halberd had bounced off the black-clothed old man's black sword and was piercing towards his chest. At this critical juncture, the black-clothed old man bit down on his tongue and prepared to retreat. However, at this time, the spinning blood-drinking seal's repulsive force had turned into an attractive force, pulling in the black-clothed old man's body. The black-clothed old man was surprised to see that he actually was unable to retreat. This world's laws already disallowed him to fly. Coupled with the attractive power of this crimson vortex, the black-clothed old saw with his own eyes as he was being sucked in. In horror, he felt as if his own spirit was fleeing his body. The great desolate blood halberd shined, directly thrusting towards the black-clothed old man's throat. Ah! The black-clothed old man howled, and crazily chopped down on the great desolate blood halberd. Bang! A bloody light shot into the sky. Waves of true essence swept out. But under the suppressive laws of this world, these true essence waves only managed to spread out a few dozen feet before completely disappearing. The power of the laws that suppressed true essence in this world were made extremely clear. The black-clothed old man grasped his long black sword. His right hand was stained red with blood. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were filled with abject terror. Was this really a late Hotian realm martial artist? This was impossible. You, who are you? The black-clothed old man's voice trembled. In the ancient legends and texts, there had been many stories recorded of Xiantian masters killing revolving core masters killing life destruction masters, or life destruction masters killing divine sea masters. But in all of these records, there had never been one where a Hotian realm boy had the strength to kill a revolving core master. This was simply impossible. The Sky Spill continent had a legend. There was a man named Emperor Sakya who had 7 different kinds of martial intents. He had meditated under a Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights, fusing these 7 martial intents into one, gaining a golden immortal body, and shattered the martial void. But even Emperor Sakya would not have been able to fight a revolving core master at the Hotian realm. The black-clothed old man's complexion was extremely ugly. He thought that Lin Ming might be some late revolving core master, or even one of those strange old life destruction realm fogies that was hiding himself to trick him. But he instantly crossed out this insanely absurd idea. Why would one of those old monsters do something like that? They should have all gone to the demon god Imperial Palace. Why would they be interested in toying with him? As Mu Qinyu arrived beside Lin Ming, she was also surprised. But it was only a bit of surprise. It wasn't to the degree that she couldn't accept it. As she traveled with Lin Ming, she had been able to faintly guess that Lin Ming had some sort of strange ability to avoid the laws that ruled this world. Lin Ming already had the strength of a top Xiantian master. With the laws of the world aiding him, it wasn't strange for him to force back an early revolving core master. Chapter 467 Killing Strike. Chapter 467 Killing Strike. Chapter 467 Killing Strike. Careful. This fellow wants to run away, Mu Qinyu said with a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming quietly stepped to the side, faintly sealing away the direction that the black-clothed man could escape in. If this was the outside world, in a battle between revolving core powerhouses whose strength were about the same, killing the other party would be very difficult. This was because when a revolving core powerhouse gave up everything to desperately escape, the speed at which they could fly away was amazing. But in this world, not only was true essence suppressed, but most of all, they couldn't fly away. This greatly increased the difficulty of any escape. The black-clothed old man also naturally realized this point, and his complexion became increasingly grim and cloudy. If his luck was bad today, there was a high chance he would perish here. Lin Ming locked his perception onto the black-clothed man. As he kept himself on guard, he began to think of something. A moment ago, when he had used the blood-drinking seals, Lin Ming had discovered that the power of the blood-drinking seals was completely unfettered by the suppressive laws that governed this broken world. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's mind stirred. Of course, this great desolate halberd art was a cultivation method which was originally created by the demon emperor. The laws of this broken world naturally wouldn't be able to suppress the blood-drinking seals if this world was ruled by the demon emperor. How could someone set down laws that caged their own cultivation method? Thinking this, Lin Ming revolved true essence within his body according to the cultivation method of the great desolate halberd art. However, he discovered that his true essence was still suppressed by unfathomable laws. In other words, this broken world was only able to suppress true essence. It was unable to suppress other forms of energy. The reason that the blood-drinking seals had the unique ability to transcend the suppressive laws of this world was likely because they were a special form of energy. These blood-drinking seals were formed of blood essence and could be attributed as being life force. Whether it was non-attribute true essence or the 5 elements or wind and thunder or even heaven and earth origin energy, all of these were suppressed by the laws of this world. But the power of the human body, the strength of tempering marrow, and the blood-drinking seals actually didn't belong to the category of true essence, and thus existed outside of these laws of suppression. Thinking this, Lin Ming understood. In this world, there were many people that practiced the form of energy known as true essence. But in other worlds and other lands, there were many other races and beings that practiced cultivation methods using different forms of energy. It wouldn't be strange if they had a completely different sort of martial arts civilization. As Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu approached, the pressure on the black-clothed man began to multiply. He gripped his sword, his true essence revolving to the limit in his body, and suddenly said, "There is no need to fight. If we continue, there is no advantage to any of us." This was the second time that this black-clothed old man had said this. Mu Qianyu's curiosity was piqued. "What are you trying to say?" The black-clothed man's expression was sullen as he coldly said, "The youth that you just severely wounded is called Lian Jie. He is a genius of my South Sea Demon region's Lian bloodline. He is a talent of great worth within the Lian bloodline." "And so what?" The black-clothed man coldly snorted. He said, "His grandfather Lian Qingji's cultivation is at the middle revolving core realm, and he is also one of the elders that entered into this broken world with the South Sea Demon region. There is a special spell on Lian Jie's body. If you severely wound him or kill him, all of this will be recorded within the spell and then sent to Lian Qingji. Although you are strong, you cannot defeat Lian Qingji, much less the combined strength of the South Sea Demon region forces. It is simply not something that your divine Phoenix Island can compete with." As Lin Ming listened to the black-clothed old man, he frowned. Before, he had heard of some people calling out for an elder Lian of the South Sea Demon region, and this big-headed youth's surname was also Lian. Not just that, but this black-clothed man had appeared extremely nervous before. It was most likely that he wasn't lying. Even Mu Qianyu's delicate eyebrows were pushed together. If they managed to make a mortal enemy of Lian Qingji, that would indeed be very troublesome. The black-clothed old man saw Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu's reactions and felt relieved. At the same time, he smiled with self-satisfaction and said, "Humph, what this old man said is all true, and I am willing to take an oath on my heart of martial arts that if you two stop and let us go, I will lead Lian Jie to leave this place. I do not think that you would be willing to see the divine Phoenix Island and South Sea Demon region forces fight each other just because of this little matter. This old man will speak frankly. If the two sides fight, then everyone from divine Phoenix Island will die." The black-clothed old man's voice became gradually louder and tougher. He was well aware that if he didn't take a tough approach at this time and overwhelm the other two, there was no way he would be making it out of here. There was no way that kind or sweet words would get him safely out of this predicament. Thus, the best method of survival was to make them be afraid for their own lives. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, and then said, "You said a moment ago that if Lian Jie is severely wounded or dead, the spell within him will record it. So, if that is true, our appearances are already known by Lian Qingji." The black-clothed old man assumed Lin Ming was afraid and was overjoyed. He said, "This is true, but as long as the injuries are healed, I can seek mercy for you two in front of the elder." Perhaps he might not even bother with this matter. Hee, I really want to thank you. So this spell really does just record our appearances. As Lin Ming spoke, his lips curved up in a dark smile, and his murderous intent suddenly poured from all sides. The great desolate blood halberd in his hand stabbed out. You. The black-clothed old man's complexion immediately changed. At this time, all he could do was lift his sword to defend. Do you want to die? Lien Qingji will. The black-clothed old man couldn't even finish his words. At this time, Mu Qianyu's attack also arrived. Flames twisted all around her body, and Mu Qianyu appeared like a crimson butterfly of fire, suddenly arriving beside the black-clothed old man. The vermilion bird sword slashed out at a cunning angle, cutting towards the black-clothed old man's left ribcage. The black-clothed old man shouted, and his body erupted with true essence. However, under the suppressive laws of this world, how much could erupting with true essence help him? Boom. The black-clothed slapped away Lin Ming's halberd and abandoned his left hand to slap away Mu Qianyu's sword. It had to be said that the strength a man on the verge of death could find in his final moments was truly terrifying. The black-clothed old man was able to shockingly deflect Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu's attack, and then immediately turned to escape. Lin Ming sneered. The halberd laws in his hand changed. Primeval halberd strike. 13 blood-drinking seals formed into a crimson vortex that howled out. A powerful towing force spread out, covering the black-clothed old man's body. It's this move again. The black-clothed old man's heart filled with a wave of despair. As he was on the ground, this force wasn't enough to pull him back, only reduce his speed. But this was already a fatal period of time. Mu Qianyu's sword of death had already arrived in front of the black-clothed old man. A sword flashed. A thick sword light pierced towards the black-clothed old man's chest. After both of his arms were injured, the black-clothed old man was no longer able to resist this strike from Mu Qianyu again. He madly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his form was stained red as he was sent flying backwards. Pooh! The black-clothed old man felt a cold feeling at his back and helplessly looked down to see a crimson halberd edge coming out of his chest, having pierced his heart and lungs. Unwilling to accept this outcome, the black-clothed old man cried out a few times, and then perished on the spot. He's dead, Lin Ming whispered, a bit staggered by his own abilities. Although he had borrowed the power of the suppressive laws that govern this world, this was still the first time that he had killed a revolving core master. After Lin Ming took the black-clothed old man's spatial ring, he glanced at the corpse. He hesitated for a moment. The first thought he had was to feed the black-clothed old man's blood essence to the magic cube. The last time he had used Ouyang Boyan's blood essence. This time, he would probably need the blood essence of a revolving core master. However, feeding the magic cube this blood essence and obtaining a new soul fragment wouldn't be effective in any way for increasing his current combat strength. Not just that, but there was no safe place in this broken world to enter into the magic cube. Thus, this time, he might as well take the blood essence to practice his blood-drinking seals. In his current situation, he desperately needed any way to increase his strength. And the blood-drinking seals were not suppressed by the world's laws. They would be exceptionally potent in battle. A revolving core master's blood essence was several times superior to that of a Xiantian master, and the blood-drinking seal formed of the blood essence was also many times better. This blood-drinking seal, compared to the other 13 blood-drinking seals, could most likely increase the power of the great desolate blood halberd by 50%. Thinking this, Lin Ming grit his teeth. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder shot into the old man's body, and with crackling sounds, the black-clothed old man's body erupted into a fountain of blood fog. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder that had some blood essence stuck onto it flew back to Lin Ming's hand, where it slowly turned into a new blood-drinking seal. This was the 14th blood-drinking seal. As for the magic cube, Lin Ming wasn't worried. As long as he gained the power to kill a revolving core master outside, it was only a matter of time before he opened it again. There was no need to be anxious about it. Mu Qinyu looked at Lin Ming with surprise. She hadn't known that Lin Ming was practicing a cultivation method of the demonic path. Lin Ming, I found the cultivation method jade slip at some ancient ruins and decided to just study it since it was convenient. Lin Ming casually made up an excuse. Mu Qinyu looked a bit worried. Junior apprentice brother Lin, if you practice too many cultivation methods rather than refine what you have, it can easily lead to impure true essence and other complications. Mu Qinyu didn't care what sort of cultivation method Lin Ming practiced, even if it was one from the demonic path. She was only worried that Lin Ming was practicing too many things of too great a variety, and that this would cause his true essence to become impure. Lin Ming had already thought about this. To him, the 3 cultivation methods he practiced, the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians, and Great Desolate Halberd Art, all had different and separate functions. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was an essence-gathering system of the Xiantian Revolving Core and Divine Sea Realms. The Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians was used in tempering marrow, opening the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. As for the Great Desolate Halberd Art, the truth was that it couldn't be considered a cultivation method, and thus there would be no situation that arose where Lin Ming's true essence would become impure. The reason that Lin Ming had practiced the Great Desolate Halberd Art was for spear skills and killing strength. Otherwise, Lin Ming's spear skills would be at too great a disadvantage. As Lin Ming turned around to glance at the big-headed youth that had been lying on the ground after having been fed a pill by the black-clothed old man, the youth's bleeding had already stopped, and his face lacked any color. As this big-headed youth noticed Lin Ming's eyes on him, he panicked in fear. He tried to sound fierce, even had his heart shook, almost fainting. If you kill me, then you will die. Lin Ming didn't even bother speaking. He waved his hand, and a bloody light flashed. A wave of blood poured down the big-headed youth's throat, and he died where he lay. With a pong, all of the big-headed youth's blood essence was absorbed by the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. After Lin Ming took the youth's spatial ring, he flicked his fingers and 2 fireballs shot out. One landed on the big-headed youth, and the other on the black-clothed old man, turning their bodies into ashes. The wind blew, and every last remnant of them scattered into the wind without a trace. Chapter 468, Nameless Manual. Chapter 468, Nameless Manual. Chapter 468, Nameless Manual. Let's go. It's not a good idea to stay here any longer, Lin Ming said. Mu Qinyu rolled her long sleeves up and directly took the blood ghost flowers into her spatial ring. Like this, the 2 of them immediately left the scene. After they fled dozens of miles away, Lin Ming slowed down and finally stopped. He turned to Mu Qinyu and said, "Senior apprentice Sister Mu, let's use our appearance-changing technique again." Since the big-headed youth had a spell on him that was able to record the appearances of those that killed him, they would use by Luo's appearance-changing technique. With this technique, they could change appearance, sound, or even temperament. The reason that Lin Ming had killed the black-clothed old man and the big-headed youth was that he didn't want to cloud his thoughts by not doing so. Lin Ming didn't want to swallow an insult and then forever watch out for a knife to his back. But after the killing, he had to completely clean up the aftermath of his actions. Mu Qinyu also had this idea. She didn't want to have any conflict with the South Sea Demon region. Since their appearances were recorded, not only did they have to change their looks, but also change their clothes. If they had changed their appearances and ended up getting caught and exposed because their clothes were the same, it would truly be stupid on their part. Lin Ming quickly stripped down and took out a new set of clothes from his spatial ring to wear. He casually tossed his old clothes to the side and burnt them away. As he turned around to glance at Mu Qianyu, he saw that she had formed a curtain of fire origin energy, completely covering her body from view and hiding everything behind. A woman would naturally be slower at changing clothes. After Mu Qianyu came out, she had switched into a long blue dress and seemed filled with a spring freshness with a bit of fragrant cloying flavor. The slim-fit dress perfectly outlined Mu Qianyu's elegant and sumptuous figure, causing Lin Ming's eyes to brighten at the sight. Although Mu Qianyu was beautiful, the women of Sky Spill Continent usually preferred loose clothing that obscured their body. It wouldn't be so stunning like it was now. Mu Qianyu walked over to Lin Ming, leaving a sweet wind behind her. Between the two of them, although they didn't have many feelings of exchange, the seeds of their sentiment had quickly begun to bud in their hearts. The bloody wilderness didn't have any true dangers. As they made their ways forwards, there was nothing that blocked their path. But they didn't encounter a lucky chance, such as the blood ghost flowers again. Lin Ming used the free time to examine and organize all the items within the black-clothed old man and the big-headed youth's spatial rings. The two of them were important individuals of their sect and were naturally wealthy. There was a massive number of medium-grade true essence stones, as well as many high-quality treasures, although they were not of much useful to Lin Ming. If they were exchanged for true essence stones, they would be worth a great deal. Lin Ming placed these objects in another spatial ring. At this time, among all the other miscellaneous objects, Lin Ming found a manual that seemed to have been passed down for a number of years. The manual was black and had no title. Although some of the pages had been torn out, they had all been bound back again. This is... Lin Ming flipped open the manual and found that the contents inside were records of all sorts of heavenly treasures and materials that had long since vanished from the Sky Spill Continent. If his guess wasn't wrong, then this was an ancient text of the demon region. The history of Silent Demon Emperor City was much longer and more magnificent than Divine Phoenix Island. It wasn't strange that they would have a great number of ancient texts. As Lin Ming browsed through the pages, he found that a page in the middle had been intentionally folded. When he opened it, he found that the treasures drawn within were something similar to a common ginseng. It was only that the root hairs were much thicker and meandering like a dragon. Next to this image were small lines of dense characters. On top, the first 3 words were Nirvana Dragon Root. Lin Ming's mind stirred, and his breath quickened. As he read the note below the image, his fingers subconsciously clenched the pages. Nirvana Dragon Root is a miracle medicine from the memory of the supreme elders from the realm of the gods that is used in tempering marrow. Could something like the Nirvana Dragon Root really exist within the Sky Spill Continent? Lin Ming had believed with good cause that this and other wonderful medicines from the realm of the gods would be impossible for him to obtain, no matter what sort of good fortune he had. Thus, he could only look for substitutes to use for tempering marrow. Even within the realm of the gods, the Nirvana Dragon Root had a sky-high price. The Nirvana Dragon Root had a very long lifespan. It could life for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. But for the Nirvana Dragon Root to be an effective medicine for tempering marrow, it had to be above 10,000 years old. This also increased the threshold of body transformation. And relative to the law formulas of body transformation, it was much simpler than walking the essence-gathering path of the Xiantian, revolving core, and divine sea realms. Is the treasure within the demon god imperial palace the Nirvana Dragon Root? Lin Ming suddenly had this idea. Otherwise, there was no way that the black-clothed old man would have this ancient manual in his spatial ring, and also have especially folded it at this page. He probably had the idea that he might be lucky, and thus thoroughly studied this treasure in advance. If he could obtain some benefits from this, that would be best. But if he couldn't, that wouldn't be a loss either. Lin Ming turned to Mu Qianyu and asked, "Senior apprentice sister, when Master Ancestor went to the demon god Imperial Palace, did she tell you what would be found inside?" Mu Qianyu shook her head and said, "Master Ancestor wasn't too clear on what would be found within the demon god Imperial Palace, but she deduced that it was some sort of heavenly treasure or material that would be able to increase the chances of a revolving core master crossing the stages of life destruction. Otherwise, there was no way that so many great life destruction masters would gather together within the South Sea. The Nirvana Dragon Root had been recorded within the Demon Emperor's personally written letter. Although Xian Wuji and Xian Yuqia had announced this matter already, they had only told it to the elders of the South Sea Demon region. They naturally wouldn't spread this news to those outside. As for those like Nanyan Wang and Mu Fengxian, they had probably obtained some sort of news but weren't sure about the exact situation. However, even if there was such a great treasure located within the demon god Imperial Palace, it wasn't something that the likes of Lin Ming could ever come into contact with, no matter how far he stretched his toes. Thus, no matter whether the demon god Imperial Palace had been opened or not, he wouldn't miss anything at all. Lin Ming stared at this nameless manual and quietly thought to himself, this broken world has already had more than one connection to the realm of the gods. For instance, the transmission array, as well as the vicious beasts in the ancient forest. It wouldn't be strange if there were also heavenly materials from the realm of the gods here. This Nirvana Dragon Root can live for an extremely long time and is nearly impossible to cultivate even in a great sect. But in this broken world, it might have existed for over tens of thousands of years. If this Nirvana Dragon Root really exists, it must have reached a horrifying degree. If he used it for tempering marrow, it might even be enough to help complete it. Thinking this, Lin Ming was excited. Originally, he didn't care much about the treasures of this broken world. That was because he didn't lack any cultivation methods, nor did he need weapons. But now, with the Nirvana Dragon Root that lived for tens of thousands of years in front of him, he couldn't suppress the desire in his heart. Reaching the end of tempering marrow was extremely difficult. In particular, the tempering of the spinal cord. The spinal cord and marrow were similar, but the truth was that they were two completely different bodily systems. The marrow created blood, and while the spinal cord didn't create blood, it distributed signals from the nerve center. The spinal cord was located at the spinal column. If he couldn't complete the tempering of the spinal cord, Lin Ming's spine would always remain his weakness. The last bone would be unable to resist such a powerful pressure. If a human spine was cut off, they would lose all ability to act and function. Due to the limited amounts of precious medicines, even disciples from the realm of the gods failed to complete tempering marrow. This would cause their foundation to be unstable, and this legacy of physical weakness would continue through their lives. Lin Ming's tempering marrow was only 60% complete, and he was finding it difficult to continue any longer. If he ate another shattered demon heart crystal now, it might not even increase his tempering marrow by another %. Not just that, but he had already eaten all of the shattered demon heart crystals. So to Lin Ming, coming across a Nirvana Dragon Root that had lived for tens of thousands of years could only be considered serendipity. However, as Lin Ming thought about all the life destruction powerhouses that had gathered together at the demon god Imperial Place, his passionate thoughts began to cool down. These life destruction fellows, even if their true essence was suppressed to a mere 10%, would still have the ability to instantly kill him. How could he possibly struggle with these people for treasures in the demon god Imperial Palace? Junior apprentice Brother Lin, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Just some unrealistic nonsense. Lin Ming ruefully smiled, putting the ancient, nameless manual away. With such a great opportunity in front of him, he was a bit unwilling to not even try to fight for it. However, even if he wanted to fight, just how could he do that? If anything went wrong, he would simply lose his life. At another end of the bloody wilderness, there were already over 100 martial artists gathered. The bloody wilderness was shaped like a narrow funnel with thick and thin ends, and the surrounding was also blocked off by arrays. Thus, all of the martial artists that had dispersed into the wilderness earlier had gathered back together as one. Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu quietly joined the crowd. As they looked around, they were shocked to see that around 30 to 40% of the original number were missing. There were even some revolving core elders that had disappeared. There were some sects, such as the Five-Element Region's Verdantwood Sect or Deep Earth Sect, that had a few revolving core elders leading their disciples. But now, many of them had perished. This caused Lin Ming to gasp. In this bloody wilderness, there were no obvious dangers, yet so many people had died. Just how did they die? It went without saying. Whether it was those from the righteous path killing those from the demonic path, or those from the demonic path killing those from the righteous path, none of this was strange. Righteous path, demonic path, in the end, these were nothing but labels. This bloody battlefield was already filled with a thick killing aura from those that had passed away here before. This broken world also contained all sorts of benefits. For the two sides to coexist in peace together was obviously impossible. When all of the martial artists were gathered together, there were those that were apprehensive and did not dare to start a fight. But when they had dispersed into smaller groups, a slaughter was inevitable, let alone the righteous path against the demonic path. Even in one's own camp, there was a chance that they would be betrayed. Killing each other in this bloody wilderness was extremely likely. Even in that primal forest where they had been attacked by vicious beasts and monstrous vines, they still hadn't lost so many people. Humans were truly the most fearful beings. Those who had survived remained silent or expressionless. It was unknown what they had experienced in the bloody wilderness, or even what they had obtained. There were only a few juniors that couldn't help but conceal a bit of a happy smile. Obviously, they had obtained a great harvest from the bloody wilderness. However, in the crowd, there was one person whose expression was gloomy and terrifying. He was the South Sea Demon Region Elder, Lian Qingji. After 2 hours passed, and he didn't see any new martial artists arrive, Lian Qingji suddenly coldly said, "Who is the one that killed my grandson?" A surge of murderous intent flowed out, enveloping everyone. They were all stunned for a moment, but naturally no one spoke at this time. Hee. Lian Qingji cruelly smiled after Lian Jie had died. The spell that was on him at the time had transmitted some vague information about who had done it. Besides appearance, he had also found out the culprit's approximate cultivation, the Hotian realm. Although he didn't find anyone in the crowd who matched in appearance, the number of Hotian realm martial artists in the crowd couldn't be counted with more than a single hand. Chapter 469 Arrogance. Chapter 469 Arrogance. Chapter 469 Arrogance. Lian Qingji's eyes had already locked onto a Hotian realm martial artist from the Verdantwood Sect. He didn't believe that a mere Hotian realm martial artist had the ability to kill his grandson, but if he could find the Hotian martial artist that had been present at the time of the murder, then he would be able to find out just who the murderer was. "You come over here." Lian Qingji pointed at the Hotian martial artist, and his entire body overflowed with killing intent. He was originally a martial artist from the South Sea Demon Region, and his path in life had involved the wholesale massacre of countless lives. His killing intent was able to nearly manifest into reality. If he sent it out like it was now, it wasn't a force that a Hotian realm martial artist could resist, let alone the Hotian martial artist that was noticed by Lian Qingji. Even some Xiantian martial artists were frightened. They cast their eyes down, not even daring to breathe in this suppressive atmosphere. "Humph," Seeing that the martial artist's legs had already become weak, Lien Qingji coldly snorted, and then stepped forwards. He reached out his hand, and a massive suction force appeared out of nowhere, directly catching that Hotian martial artist in his hand. Ah! The disciple cried out in panic, his expression turning white as snow. Bam! With a light sound, Lien Qingji opened a scroll painting. The image on it was Lien Jie. "Have you seen him?" Lien Qingji's voice was absolutely cold as he showed the scroll painting to the disciple. The poor disciple was terrified. His entire body shook, and his voice quivered as he said, No, I haven't." "You haven't? He, then don't blame me." Lien Qingji slapped his palm down on the disciple's head, and true essence suddenly surged downwards, directly shattering that disciple's spiritual sea into pieces. This was the soul-searching technique. The soul-searching technique was one of the cruelest and most malevolent demonic path secret skills. Once it was used, it would turn someone directly into a hapless idiot, or they might even die on the scene. The disciple futilely grabbed onto Lien Qingji's hand. His body began to violently shake like an epileptic. His face turned white like paper, and 2 rivers of blood flowed from his nostrils. As the other lower disciples saw this, they also paled in fright. But those from the Verdantwood sect actually didn't dare to make a sound. Their revolving core elder ancestor had already perished within the bloody wilderness just a moment ago. In this broken world, true essence was thoroughly suppressed. They could only use a mere 20% of their original strength. If one couldn't fly, then escape was difficult. Thus, many revolving core elders had died because of this reason. Let alone that their elder had already died, but even if he was still living, he was in no way Lien Qingji's match. Now, within the entire group left over of the Verdantwood sect, the strongest one was an extreme Xiantian master. In front of Lien Qingji, they weren't even worth a fart, no matter what Lien Qingji did. Even if it was the soul-searching technique on one of their fellow disciples, they didn't have the strength to resist. Many of them were even hoping that Lien Qingji would finish his soul-searching technique quicker and leave so that a calamity wouldn't befall them too. Humph, you really don't know what waste. As Lien Qingji finished, he casually threw away the disciple like a dead dog. That disciple was bleeding from all over his head, his body was still quaking, and his eyes had turned completely white. He wasn't likely to live much longer. There weren't masters present on the level of Lien Qingji. The Great Zen Temple's long-bearded monk and Divine Phoenix Island's great elder Mu Qihua all remained silent, turning a blind eye to this tragedy. "He is too arrogant." As Lin Ming saw this, he grimaced. "Lin Ming, don't be impulsive." Mu Qinyu couldn't help but caution Lin Ming. Getting into a conflict with Lien Qingji at this time was not wise. I know." Lin Ming's voice was calm, but in his heart, he was already estimating Lien Qingji's strength. Since he came to the exit of the bloody wilderness, he found that his true essence had been suppressed by another 5%, and now he had only 20% of his true essence strength left. As he evaluated himself, he also had a newly minted revolving core-level blood-drinking seal, and the blood-drinking seals had the ability to completely disregard the suppressive rules of this world. With this advantage, would he be able to fight? Lin Ming lacked full confidence in his mind. After all, Lien Qingji was a middle revolving core realm master, and he had an extremely profound heritage of abilities to draw from. As for what the limit of his strength was, it was hard to say. Rest assured, it's impossible for Lien Qingji to look for us due to some unfounded speculation. Although Divine Phoenix Island is currently weaker than the South Sea Demon region, if we really fought, then the South Sea Demon region would also fear us. There is still the Great Zen Temple that is trying to snipe them from the side. If we fight, the ones to benefit won't be them. There's no way they would do that. Mu Qinyu said, but even she didn't know that Lien Qingji was finding clues about the murder based on cultivation. If she knew, there was no way she would be so relaxed. This time, Lien Qingji turned to a Hotian realm martial artist from the Deep Earth sect. The disciple was immediately frightened, and he turned ashen. "Senior, mercy, mercy, please forgive me. This useless one doesn't know anything. I have never seen that man before." Lien Qingji sneered. "Whether you have seen or not, I will still search your soul for proof." "Ah." The disciple screamed in despair, then turned around and tried to escape. However, in front of a middle revolving core master, trying to escape was just fooling himself. Liang Qingji reached out his hand and directly caught that Deep Earth sect disciple. He used the soul-searching technique. All of the other Deep Earth sect martial artists didn't dare to step forwards to protect their fellow disciple. Even those other fellow apprentices that had good relations were silent. A chill thrummed in the air, and their eyes turned to the side. They feared that if they got involved in this mess, then the one to die next would be them. Seeing this, Lin Ming's complexion sunk. 2 continuous times, Lien Qingji had looked for a smaller sect's Hotian martial artist. The smaller sect he could understand, as he didn't yet dare to bully someone from a larger sect, but why would he only look for a Hotian martial artist? Could it be? Lin Ming gasped. Before, he had only considered the question of whether the spell would record appearances. But what if the spell could also record cultivation? Lin Ming didn't have the ability to hide his cultivation. Even in front of Lien Qingji, whose true essence was suppressed to 20%, his appearance-changing technique was barely able to hold on. As he turned to look at Mu Qianyu, she had also realized this. Her complexion was grim. Humph, also a waste. Lien Qingji tossed aside that Deep Earth sect disciple that had been turned into an idiot. Then his eyes turned to Divine Phoenix Island and the Great Zen Temple. There were only 3 Hotian realm martial artists left, and all of them belonged to these 2 forces. These 2 forces were particularly difficult to deal with, especially Great Zen Temple. Their overall strength wasn't any worse than the South Sea Demon regions. As for Divine Phoenix Island, their current strength was only around half of the South Sea Demon regions, so he could still bully them with his strength. Not only had Lien Jie been Lien Qingji's grandson, but he was also one of the greatest talents of the Lien bloodline. It was impossible for Lien Qingji to let him perish here in such an unjust manner. Otherwise his thoughts would never be clear. There had only been 5 Hotian realm martial artists present, so how could he not try to find out just who had killed his grandson? He first turned to Divine Phoenix Island's side, and his eyes locked onto Lin Ming. Have you seen the person on this scroll painting? Facing the suppressive aura, Lin Ming remained unmoved, with only 20% of his aura left over. Even if it was released by a middle revolving core realm master, it was nothing to Lin Ming. His expression was the same as he said, "I have not seen, nor do I know." Right, Lien Qingji sneered, but he was secretly shocked. This boy wasn't frightened at all by his aura. The 2 martial artists before had been frightened to the point that they had also dropped to their knees from shaking. Lien Qingji's path was a killing path, and his killing intent was thick and ominous. It wasn't something that a Hotian martial artist could resist. But Lin Ming remained calm throughout. This boy, Lien Qingji grit his teeth. He could faintly feel that there was something wrong with Lin Ming's face, as if there was something there blocking his perception. There was definitely something suspicious about this boy. Lien Qingji had a premonition that this boy was absolutely related to his grandson's death. Humph, whether you know or not is unimportant. Come back with this old man. This old man naturally has the means to make you think about it. Facing Divine Phoenix Island, Lien Qingji didn't dare to recklessly use the soul-searching technique. But even taking a step back, he would still bring Lin Ming away. The truth was that this was only to give Divine Phoenix Island's elders a way out. Once Lin Ming really did go back with him, he would certainly die. Lien Qingji was taking advantage of his strength and position to bully Divine Phoenix Island, forcing them to hand over Lin Ming. Facing this scene, Great Elder Mu Qihua grabbed his own walking stick, lowering his head in thought. As for Third Elder Mu Yanjua, his eyes moved, but he didn't seem to want to intervene. As for Mu Qingshu, as he saw this scene, his heart went wild with joy. He had never dreamt that something so fantastic and lucky would happen. This dark star Lien Qingji had actually decided to look for Lin Ming. This was simply a wonderful dream. Search his soul. Turn him into an idiot. Search his soul. He definitely has to search his soul. Make him die. Give him a life worse than death. Mu Qingshu hated Lin Ming to the extreme. He cried out in his mind. He was even willing to exchange 50 years of his life to turn Lin Ming into an idiot. Grandfather, if a fight really breaks out, don't help. Let him turn Lin Ming into an idiot. Mu Qingshu's face was hideous as he spoke with a true essence sound transmission. Because of the limitations of the bloodstained contract, he wasn't able to directly deal with Lin Ming. But in a situation like this, not doing anything was the best course of action. After all, if he had to sacrifice Lin Ming to protect the sect, how could that be betraying the sect? As he thought about Lin Ming's future, in which he couldn't even eat food by himself, or pee or shit on his own, and constantly have that stupid, dull-witted and blank appearance on his face, Mu Qingshu couldn't restrain the overwhelming ecstasy in his heart from leaking out. Mu Yanjua glanced at his grandson, as if he wanted to say something, but eventually remained silent. Today, if he let Lien Qingji do whatever he wished to deal with Lin Ming, Divine Phoenix Island would have no face left. But if he didn't do anything, he could remove Lin Ming as an enemy, and his grandson might be able to obtain the bloodline within Mu Qinyu's body. In this case, losing facing wasn't anything great at all. Not just that, sacrificing Lin Ming was also justified. In terms of power, they would lose to the South Sea Demon region. This could be considered giving up a rook to save the kind. As for a future in which Lin Ming might become an emperor-level powerhouse and lead Divine Phoenix Island into becoming a holy land, Mu Yanjua didn't care at all. Not to mention the chances of such a thing happening. But even if it did, and Divine Phoenix Island became a holy land, it would be ruled by Lin Ming and Mu Yuhuang's bloodlines. What else would he be able to obtain from that? Under Lin Ming's shadow, his faction's influence would only become increasingly weak up to the day that they were completely ruined. Mu Yanjua didn't wish to see this. At that moment, Mu Yanjua decided he would not help. Lien Qingji, don't go too far. As a deep voice sounded out, a surge of crimson aura appeared between Lin Ming and Lien Qingji, blocking Lien Qingji's aura. However, this was just barely. Obviously, this person's cultivation was much lower than Lien Qingji's. Chapter 470 Fight. Chapter 470 Fight. Chapter 470 Fight. A white-haired, blue-clothed old woman walked forwards, standing in front of Lin Ming. She was the 5th elder of the Blue Wan faction, Mu Qingyi. She was the elder sent here to protect Mu Bingyun, and her cultivation was at the early revolving core realm. Although Mu Qingyi didn't have any friendship or much relation at all with Lin Ming, she wouldn't allow someone to bully a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island publicly, much less the fact that Lin Ming was a talent that Divine Phoenix Island was specifically training. Originally, Mu Qingyi shouldn't have needed to step forwards. The leader of the Divine Phoenix Island forces was Mu Qihua. However, she never imagined that from the beginning to now he would turn a blind eye to everything, not having any intention to intervene. That old fool. The blue-clothed old woman had already heard that Mu Qihua and Lin Ming had some problems between each other, but she didn't think their hostility extended to this degree. At this time, Mu Bingyun also silently stood and walked over to the blue-clothed old woman's side. Although her cultivation was only at the extreme Xiantian realm, She still had the ability to defend against an early revolving core master. She was no worse than Mu Qinyu. Oh, is that right? And you're going to stop me? Lien Qingji's complexion became increasingly cold as he looked at the blue-clothed old woman, his entire body emitting a thick and strong killing intent. The bloody killing intent crossed with Mu Qingyi's blue aura, and a screeching sound emitted. It was clearly heard that the old woman's aura was being pierced through. Mu Qingyi impressively did not give way. She took a step forwards, although her body was thin, facing against Lien Qingji's oppressive momentum. She stood straight and proud. He is my divine Phoenix Island's disciple. How can I just let you carry him off because you want to? Simply ridiculous. Since this old man wants to carry him off, I naturally have my reasons. When my grandson died, I know that there was a Hotian realm martial artist present. Out of all the Hotian youths present, this boy is the most suspicious one. Not just that, but I feel there is something strange with the true essence fluctuations coming from his face. He is probably using an appearance-changing technique. What a good appearance-changing technique. Even this old man's perception was nearly tricked. If he wasn't feeling guilty, why would he use one? So, me carrying off this boy to interrogate him is also a natural matter. Elder Qihua, what do you think? Lien Qingji glanced at Mu Qihua. Mu Qihua frowned. He didn't want to speak, but now there wasn't anything he could do. He looked at Lin Ming and coldly said, "Since there is evidence, you may interrogate him. Although he is a disciple of my divine Phoenix Island, if he really killed your grandson, then this old man will not cover for him." As soon as Mu Qihua finished speaking, he flung his voluminous sleeves and gripped the parasol tree walking stick in his hand, standing off to the sidelines. Mu Qingshu wanted to laugh as he heard Mu Qihua speak. He was really enjoying this chance to gloat as Lien Qingji's killing intent covered Lin Ming. He couldn't wait for Lin Ming to turn into an idiot. He decided that after Lin Ming's spiritual sea was shattered, he would feed Lin Ming some medicines to help nourish his soul so that he wouldn't die straight afterwards. He wanted Lin Ming to pass the rest of his life as an idiot. Just thinking about this made all of his thoughts flow smoothly. It would even be better than obtaining Mu Qianyu. Humph, just the middle revolving core realm Lien Qingji is enough to handle them. Not to mention there are also several other Lien bloodline elders. Without great elder Mu Qihua, Mu Qianyu, Mu Bingyun, as well as Mu Qingyi and whoever else will not be able to save him. Lin Ming will die here. Boy, for you to have provoked such a calamity upon yourself could only be considered your bad luck. The heavens have eyes. Rest assured that when you die, I will help look after Mu Qianyu for you. Even if she hates me, she won't be able to defy the orders from the sect. I will inevitably be the one to obtain the bloodline from her virgin body. Thinking this, Mu Qingshu's lips curved up in a sinister smile. After Lien Qingji heard that Mu Qihua wouldn't intervene, he drily smiled. It seemed that this boy was really unpopular. He looked at Mu Qingyi and said, "Didn't you hear Elder Chihua's words? I advise you to smarten up and not try to fight a hopeless battle. Otherwise your old bones might not be able to resist being tossed around." As Lien Qingji spoke, his killing aura became increasingly thick. At this time, 3 revolving core elders also stood up. They were Lien bloodline clansmen from the South Sea Demon region. As for the other bloodline families of the South Sea Demon region, none of them stood up. Between the clans of the South Sea Demon region, there was a great deal of friction, as well as some benefits. Lien Jia was a talented junior of the Lien bloodline, so naturally the situation should be resolved by Lien Qingji. Only if things came down to a true life or death war would the elders from the other families decide to act. As the 3 early revolving core elders stood up, in addition to Lien Qingji's middle revolving core realm, there were 4 elders there. As their auras all broke out, It was a weight that Divine Phoenix Island was almost unable to withstand. As the other sects saw that the situation was becoming increasingly volatile and tense, none of them dared to make a sound. As for the Black Flood Dragon clan and the Thundercrest sect, they had the mentality to step back and enjoy the fun. Divine Phoenix Island really has shit luck this time. From Lien Qingji's words, it seemed that his grandson was killed by Divine Phoenix Island. That boy is dead, but he does have some skill. In the face of Lien Qingji's all-out oppressive momentum, he's not even budging. But since it's like this, that just means he will die faster. A Thundercrest sect elder crowed. He had been one of the ones that had entered revered Master Tianguang's banquet competition. He had never forgotten the hatred in his heart after the entire Thundercrest sect had been done in and humiliated by Divine Phoenix Island. Of those from the Thundercrest sect that had come to this broken world, many of them were disciples that had participated in revered Elder Tianguang's banquet. One of them tipped his eyebrows and muttered, "Lien Qingji thinks that this boy has changed his appearance? He is just at the late Hotian realm, but his strength is already so formidable. If he changed his appearance, then could it be Lin Ming?" With these words, all of the surrounding people were stunned. Lin Ming! With no time to think, Lien Qingji coldly snorted and then stepped forwards. His right hand formed a claw, and his entire body emitted surging waves of blood. "You think you can stop me with just you? How preposterous!" Bang! The earth shattered, and bloody sand billowed in the air. Mu Qingyi only felt a strong force approach as a vortex of blood formed around her. Blooming blue lotus. Mu Qingyi cut down with her sword, and a road of icy blue crystals appeared in the air, slicing towards the maelstrom of blood, wanting to tear it apart. However, the gap in their cultivation began to display itself. Liang Qingji grasped out with his right hand, and a red claw made of true essence formed in the air, smashing down on Mu Qingyi. That bloody claw seemed as if it was about to suck in all the blood from everywhere. Such a powerful distortion force made Mu Qingyi go pale. At this time, a voice resounded near her ears. "Blue wand sword, fragmented ice cloud." Mu Bingyun was expressionless as she stepped forwards, the 4-foot-long blue wand sword in her hands, slashing straight out. There was also the clear sound of shattering crystals as icy blue ripples filled the air above the blade, like ripples in a clear lake. In the meantime, Mu Qingyu also moved. With a resonant phoenix cry, a brilliant wave of fire came soaring down, filling the air with raging fire tribute true essence. As the two masters' true essence weaved together, there was a rumbling sound. As all the weaker martial artists saw this, they began to retreat far, far away. They're really going to fight. Divine Phoenix Island's strength doesn't match up, and they also have internal conflicts. I think that boy is already finished. It's a pity. He's a genius, but his cultivation is only at the Hotian realm. As the disciples from the sects began to discuss the situation, there was a sense of pity. As for those that had participated in revered Master Tianguang's banquet, they were all silent. A single question haunted their minds. Was this boy Lin Ming? Let's attack together. Humph! Since they really want to fight a useless battle, waste the boy, and then search his soul afterwards. The 4 elders of the Lien bloodline attacked together. "Are you not going to do anything?" Mu Qingyi angrily shouted behind herself as she chopped out blades of sword energy. Of the Divine Phoenix Island elders that had come to this broken world besides Mu Yanzhua, Mu Qihua, and Mu Qingyi, there were also 2 other early revolving core elders present. They also didn't have a friendship with Lin Ming. They were waiting to see how the situation developed and hoping not to fight. But now that things had come this far, they could only brace themselves and join the fray. Bloody sand billowed, and true essence shockwaves surged forth. With the 2 large sects fighting each other, almost 10 revolving core strength masters were engaged in a brutal melee. The scene was horrific. Lien Qingji was facing the combined force of Mu Qianyu, Mu Bingyun, and Mu Qingyi by himself. Boy, I'll see who helps protect you now in the midst of battle. In this melee, a South Sea Demon Region elder approached Lin Ming. Both of his hands were formed into claws and waves of blood boiled around him. Be careful, Mu Qingyi cried out in alarm. However, she wasn't able to get away from her current battle. As for Mu Qingshu, he was wild with a savage joy. This was the moment he had been waiting for. His heart cried out, "Kill him! Let him die! Ruin him!" In that instant, all of the bloody sand around Lin Ming was stirred up by true essence, forming a red storm around him. Lin Ming felt his body go light, as a huge attracting force acted on him, wanting to tear his body apart. In this storm, Lin Ming's expression was calm. His gaze was like the stars shining in the deep depths of the 9-layered abyss, his stare breathtaking. Primeval halberd strike. His body was light, and his hands gripped the halberd, thrusting out. At this time, the great desolate blood, halberd, seemed to have turned into an archaic and brutal blood python as it shot forwards. 14 blood-drinking seals roared atop the halberd blade, forming a violet vortex of chaotic energy. Among these 14 blood-drinking seals, one of these shined like flames, sending out a savage and beautiful red light. This blood-drinking seal was the one that had been formed from the blood essence of the black-clothed old man. And in this broken world, the power of the blood-drinking seals was completely unfettered by the suppressive laws that ruled this land. The massive primal vortex brought along a swallowing force. It collided with the bloody storm. Pung! There was a loud explosion as the land was torn apart, bloody sand blasting into the air, like volcanoes exploding, rising thousands of feet high. The bloody storm of sand that the South Sea Demon Region elder had sent out was completely swallowed by Lin Ming's terrifying vortex. What? The South Sea Demon Region elder had thought that his casual strike would be able to easily destroy Lin Ming, but he never thought that this stroke of his would be deflected like this instead. For a time, his mind went blank. Die. Lin Ming continued without pause. The great desolate blood halberd carried the 14 blood-drinking seals as the blood-extinguishing demon thundercrawled over it. This attack cut across space. In that moment, Lin Ming's hair flew out recklessly. As black silk fluttered around him, he was like a world-destroying god of war. You bastard! The South Sea Demon Region elder recovered from his moment of surprise. In a panic, he slashed out with his sword. Bang! The land collapsed, and a storm of true essence shot up into the sky. Crimson thunder shot out in all directions. Everyone present couldn't believe their eyes. The South Sea Demon Region elder's protective true essence was shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent soaring backwards. Chapter 471, Renowned Name. Chapter 471, Renowned Name. Chapter 471, Renowned Name. Bang. The elder fell hard onto the ground, a wave of dust swirling in the air. In the fierce melee, this scene was especially dazzling. All of the other sex martial artists were stunned. What had just happened was like a dream. A South Sea Demon Region elder had been struck and sent flying away by a little Hotian kid. Since ancient times, there had been countless examples of Hotian defeating Xiantian or Xiantian defeating Revolving Core. But none of them had ever heard of a Hotian martial artist being able to defeat a Revolving Core martial artist. That was something as unbelievable as a little dog trying to bite a massive tiger to death. Mu Qingshu's eyes widened, his expression petrified. He had been anticipating and fantasizing about Lin Ming's miserable appearance and suffering, but he never imagined that this would be the result. How was this possible? He knew that although Lin Ming was only at the late Hotian realm, he had the combat strength of an extreme Xiantian master. But the extreme Xiantian realm was still only the extreme Xiantian realm. It was far from being able to match someone at the revolving core realm. For a late Hotian boy to fight someone at the extreme Xiantian realm was abnormal, but it was still within the bounds of logic. This was also a feat that the legendary Emperor Sakya would have been able to achieve. However, in these short 3 to 4 months, it was difficult to imagine that Lin Ming's strength had risen to this degree. Could he actually defeat a revolving core master? Mu Qingshu bit his lips and dug his nails into his palms until they bled. He was unwilling to believe this. The South Sea Demon Region Elder crawled up from the crater in the ground, wiping the blood from the corners of his lips. He couldn't believe he had been injured by a mere Hotian boy. Those terrifying bloody runes were like knives that tore through his protective true essence like paper. As Lin Ming saw the South Sea Demon Region Elder crawl up from the ground, his heart went dark with regret. If he had opened the heretical god force a moment ago, or even burned the blood of the ancient phoenix, then he would have been able to ruthlessly kill him instead of just severely wounding him. But whether it was the heretical god force or the blood of the ancient phoenix, he could only maintain it for a few dozen breaths of time once it was activated. Thus, Lin Ming didn't dare to use it so rashly. Is that a great desolate blood halberd? Within the South Sea Demon Region forces, an elder recognized that the weapon in Lin Ming's hand was a great desolate blood halberd replica. For these past tens of thousands of years, there were countless great desolate blood halberd replicas that had been forged, but that elder was able to recognize one that came from his South Sea Demon Region, and also that the one Lin Ming held had once belonged to Lei Mubai. That is Xianji's weapon. You are the one that killed Xianji? You are Lin Ming? The South Sea Demon Region Elder's heart stirred, and he immediately called out Lin Ming's name. In that moment, the entire crowd exploded. The deeds and name of the boy, called Lin Ming, had already spread through the South Horizon region. His name was renowned, and everyone had heard of him. There were too many rumors of Lin Ming, and a great number of them were unbelievable. Many young heroic elites thought that one day they would be able to exchange blows with Lin Ming, but now that legendary Lin Ming was standing in front of them. He is Lin Ming, a Dire Space sect disciple asked with astonishment. The rumors said that Lin Ming's strength far outstripped his cultivation, but this is too strange. A Hotian realm being able to fight a revolving core realm. Another Supreme Mystery Temple disciple gulped. He was also an outstanding heroic elite of his generation, and originally had thoughts that he might one day compete with Lin Ming. But in this current situation, he could only ruefully smile. As the waves of wonder passed through the crowd, and many eyes filled with disbelief, Lin Ming grasped the great desolate blood halberd, silent. He had already expected that his status would be revealed in this battle. If he didn't use the great desolate blood halberd, then he would have had to use the purple comet spear. Many people present had already seen the purple comet spear. If he had revealed that, it was no different than directly telling others that he was Lin Ming. At the South Sea Demon Region side, 2 Xian bloodline elders slowly stood up, their expressions dark and ominous. When Lien Jia had died, that had been a matter concerning the Lien bloodline clan. It had nothing to do with the Xian bloodline clan. The Xian bloodline clan were the direct descendants of the Netherworld Great Emperor, and the Lien bloodline were the descendants of one of the top devil generals underneath the Netherworld Great Emperor. Between the two great clans, there were many disputes. Not just that, but the South Sea Demon Region and Divine Phoenix Island had been at war for over a year, with countless casualties on both sides. It was natural for someone to die, and if anyone wanted revenge, then that would all depend on their own strength to attain it. Thus, the Xian bloodline did not help the Lien bloodline. But Lin Ming was the one who had killed Xian Ji. Xian Ji was the most outstanding youth of their Xian bloodline, and also the cherished great-grandson of the top person within the South Sea Demon region, Xian Wuji. They absolutely had to take revenge for this grudge. Otherwise, they would be criticized and looked down upon. Not to mention the loss of face that would occur, but once they returned, Xian Wuji would absolutely not forgive them. Although the Xian bloodline had only sent out 2 elders, one of them was at the middle revolving core realm. His strength was no worse than Lian Qingji's. Suddenly, the pressure on everyone increased by many times. "You are Lin Ming, the middle revolving core elder known as Xian Zhan?" asked. "Yes." At this time, there was no need to play games. Lin Ming directly admitted it. "You once killed a man called Lei Mubai. That man was this old man's great-nephew. Since you took Xian Ji's life, then you will pay for it with your own. All of this is perfectly justified." Lin Ming sneered, not bothering to respond. "My grandson Lian Jia was also killed by you." Lian Qingji's eyes were blazing as he glared at Lin Ming. If he used his full strength here, killing Lin Ming would be as simply as turning his hand. Lin Ming smiled. "Oh, I killed him? And so what? Not to mention the South Sea War, but just in this bloody wilderness. How many disciples of other sects have you South Sea Demon region martial artists killed? Killing someone and robbing them here is common practice. Since your grandson attacked me, did you want me to stretch out my neck so he could finish me faster?" Lian Qingji's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he heard this. "You killed my grandson, and you even dare to admit this in front of me. Good. This old man will use strength to teach you a lesson. Those that are weak can only stretch out their necks to die, and any resistance will be met with immediate death." As Lian Qingji spoke, he reached out a claw towards Lin Ming. True essence formed into a bloody claw, and the faint rumble of wind and thunder rolled in the air. Wherever the claw went, countless particles of bloody sand formed, turning into a swirling crimson tornado. The ground was suddenly shattered apart by a terrifying gale force. Lian Qingji was going to personally deal with Lin Ming. "Lin Ming, be careful." Mu Qianyu wanted to help him, but at this time she was blocked by another elder. This was the first time that Lin Ming had faced a middle revolving core realm master. As one reached the revolving core realm, there existed a massive gap between every level. It was common for Hotian or Pulse Condensation juniors to jump levels and fight those with higher cultivation, but in the revolving core realm, those that could leap over levels to fight were few. Even crossing over a small boundary to do so was insanely difficult. Lin Ming's expression was somber. He linked his true essence to the heretical god seed. Heretical god force. Open! Bang! Highly compressed true essence erupted like a violent volcano. Lin Ming's body howled as his muscles began to make reverberating popping noises. The power of tempering marrow was pushed to the extreme. Blood seal twisting murder. 14 blood-drinking seals floated recklessly atop the great desolate blood halberd. These blood-drinking seals that completely ignored the suppressive laws of this world was the greatest advantage that Lin Ming was depending on. A blood vortex that formed around the great desolate blood halberd cut down onto Lian Qingji's bloody claw. A crimson power of thunder twisted around Lin Ming, fusing with him, as if he were wrapped by a thick red python. Ka. True essence fiercely collided. Lian Qingji's bloody claw was twisted apart by Lin Ming's blood seal twisting murder, and then smashed into pieces. What? Lian Qingji couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Ming's strength had already completely surpassed his comprehension. He was just like an infallible general. This child could not be allowed to live. This was the first time that Lian Qingji had ever felt fear facing a Hotian junior. He didn't know what sort of secret skill Lin Ming had used to achieve this ridiculous power, but without a doubt, he was certain that even if Lin Ming didn't use such a secret skill, he would still be powerful to the point of making others tremble. Bang! The bloody claw exploded into pieces. But Lin Ming's blood-seal twisting murder that he had used with his full force had also collapsed. A massive pit was blasted into the ground, and bloody grains of sand shot into the skies. The true essence shockwaves caused all of the surrounding martial artists to step back again and again. For a fight of this caliber to happen in this broken world where their true essence was suppressed to 20% was unimaginable. Heavens! He was even able to resist a middle revolving core master's attack. He's really only at the Hotian realm. All of the surrounding martial artists were shocked dull, with surprise. But at this time, Lin Ming's expression was grim. In that collision a moment ago, his 14 blood-drinking seals had instantly disintegrated. Although he could reform them, their light was much dimmer than before. A middle revolving core master was just too strong. Even though his strength was suppressed by the laws of this world, he was still so terrifying. Lin Ming had opened the heretical god force a moment ago in order to strike out with his full strength. Although it looked as though they were evenly matched, the truth was that he was the one with a disadvantage. And the most important factor was that Lin Ming could not keep this state up forever. He couldn't use Thunder Fire Annihilation. His Thunder Soul and Flame Essence would have a supportive effect at Beast. In this situation where his true essence was suppressed to 20%, even if he did use the complete Thunder Fire Annihilation, it would just be like using a large firecracker in front of Lian Qingji, not even enough to hurt him. If Lin Ming had an advantage, then that would only be one. That was the great desolate halberd art. Fight me! Lin Ming grit his teeth, and the flame marks between his eyebrows began to shine with a radiant light, emitting an overwhelming, mysterious, and ancient aura along with it. At this moment, Lin Ming was burning the vermilion bird blood essence. Lin Ming's momentum suddenly and dramatically shot up. What? Lian Qingji felt as if the world was going crazy. Lin Ming's aura was rising even further. In that instant, Lian Qingji no longer had time to think. Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd was already thrusting towards him. The blood-drinking seals spun around the blade, turning into a crimson vortex that seemed to swallow the void. Humph! Break for me! Lian Qingji clawed out with his hands, and true essence formed into a bloody eagle. The bloody eagle let out a clarion cry that rang through the skies, emitting a thick, killing intent. The Lian bloodline was most adept at claw techniques. However, when the true essence blood claws were about to grab the great desolate blood halberd, an incredible scene happened. The great desolate blood halberd seemed to penetrate space, instantly arriving in front of Lian Qingji. Lian Qingji was shocked. At this critical moment, he drew backwards while slashing out with his hands and releasing dozens of crimson palm shadows, taking on the strike from Lin Ming. But at this moment, Lin Ming's direction of attack suddenly changed. The great desolate blood halberd penetrated through space again, instantly disappearing. In the next instant, it appeared in front of a black-clothed old man. This black-clothed old man was the elder that had been injured by Lin Ming and was now recovering. As the black-clothed old man saw Lin Ming's halberd piercing towards him, his expression completely changed. He quickly wanted to lift his sword and meet this oncoming strike, but how could he keep off the likes of Lin Ming in his wounded state? Pooh! The great desolate blood halberd pierced through the old man's dantian, twisting and shattering it. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder shot through, carrying a fine mist of blood essence along with it. In that next moment, this blood essence condensed in the air, forming into a new blood-drinking seal. As for that old man, his body twitched, his fading expression one of fearful incredulity. Chapter 472 Tragic. Chapter 472 Tragic. Chapter 472 Tragic. Yeah, an elder died. All of the surrounding martial artists' hearts went cold. The two sides hadn't even been fighting for 10 breaths of time, but a revolving core elder had already died here and at the hands of Lin Ming. Defeating someone and killing someone were two entirely different concepts. No matter what sort of secret skill Lin Ming had used, the truth was that in this broken world, Lin Ming had strength equal to a middle revolving core master's combat strength. In this situation, all of the martial artists were in increasing awe and fear of Lin Ming. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but also Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun. It was difficult to imagine just what sort of incredible combat strength they had. If the two sisters united in their attacks, and with Mu Qingyi's support, then they were able to keep on par with the middle revolving core realm elder Xianzhan. The combat strength of Divine Phoenix Island had already surpassed the imagination of many disciples. Not just that, but two elders of Divine Phoenix Island hadn't even joined in. Of course, the elders of the South Sea Demon region also hadn't acted yet. It wasn't just the Lian bloodline and Xian bloodline that were present. After the revolving core elder died, his blood essence twisted and turned into a mysterious crimson seal. The number of blood-drinking seals that twirled along the great desolate blood halberd suddenly turned into 15. After the great desolate halberd art was cultivated to the highest level, blood-drinking seals could be condensed nearly infinitely. One could create and use millions or even billions of blood-drinking seals to attack or defend. It was a top combined offensive and defensive combat technique. Of course, the great desolate halberd art had an enormous weakness, and that was that its cultivating method was mediocre. Lian Qingji's expression darkened with horror. Lin Ming had fought with him. But in his presence, not only had Lin Ming successfully defended, but he had also killed a South Sea Demon region elder. He had lost all of his face. Good, very good. Lian Qingji stared at the blood-drinking seal that was slowly condensing. From beginning to end, Lin Ming had been using martial arts from the demonic path. Lian Qingji had already noticed this, but a moment ago, Lin Ming's strange moves had caused his heart to be shocked. What Lin Ming used was an extremely strange and peculiar cultivation method. It even had many similarities with the ancient devil tome. It was only that those crimson seals were not mentioned within the ancient devil tome. What's going on? Lian Qingji was alarmed. He certainly didn't believe that Lin Ming had modeled this technique by using the ancient devil tome as a main source of inspiration. This sort of cultivation method might not even be able to be created by an emperor-level powerhouse. So where did Lin Ming's devil arts come from? Lian Qingji clenched his teeth. There were too many mysteries swirling around Lin Ming. But at this moment, Lian Qingji no longer had time to think about this. He saw the faintest and weakest of the 15 blood-drinking seals suddenly explode, and then divide and fuse into the other 14 blood-drinking seals. The dim, blood-drinking seals instantly became much more radiant and dazzling. Lian Qingji's heart sank. Without doubt, Lin Ming had attracted the blood essence of the dead revolving core master in order to increase the power of his own technique. This boy... Lian Qingji's heart raged with a brutal anger. His grasping claws swooped straight down, and waves of blood rolled down with them. He vowed to killing Lin Ming in a single stroke. Come on! Lin Ming shouted. His current combat strength couldn't last forever. He had killed the black-clothed elder in order to take his blood essence and strengthen the power of the blood-drinking seals. If he was going to engage in direct battle with Lian Qingji, then the great desolate halberd art was all he could rely on. His thunder soul and flame essence had already lost all effect underneath the enveloping suppression of this world's laws. If he couldn't severely wound Lian Qingji, Divine Phoenix Island would eventually lose this battle. As true essence gushed out, the blood of the ancient phoenix combusted. Lin Ming held the blood halberd in his hands. The great desolate blood halberd swept out. Carnage! Lin Ming's body began to explode with crackling sounds. He galvanized the potential of his body to the extreme, and even his complete willpower was all poured into the great desolate blood halberd, merging with it into one being. Not only would this strike wound his enemy, but it would also injure himself. This was a cultivation method from the demonic path that had used the tenacious body of the giant demon race as the model for the great desolate halberd art. Although Lin Ming had reached the point where his marrow was like golden soup and his body was abnormally strong, using this move still resulted in a giant burden on his body. As Lin Ming rushed in at high speed, he felt as if his own body was caught in the storm of energy formed by the blood-drinking seal. His body was in pain everywhere, especially his spine that hadn't undergone tempering marrow yet. It was barely able to withstand this powerful distortion. Die. Lian Qingji's face twisted in a horrible expression. Behind him, the phantom of a crimson eagle appeared. It spread its wings to fly, its keening screech piercing the heavens. The bloody claws and the great desolate blood halberd collided. The swirling blood-drinking seals were like a sharp needle as they pierced through the air, created rippling waves. Bang! A bloody light radiated outwards, and the sky itself seemed to change color. A crimson vortex of energy twisted apart a blood claw, shattering it to pieces. However, there was still another that sailed through the energy vortex, grabbing towards Lin Ming. Meanwhile, the crimson halberd light had enveloped Lian Qingji. This was a battle of attrition. Lin Ming was aware that in fighting Lian Qingji, whether it was combusting the blood of the ancient phoenix or opening the heretical god force, in several dozen breaths of time, all that he would accomplish was wounding each other. Lin Ming's protective true essence wasn't too noticeable, but his bodily defensive power was absolutely terrifying. After reaching this stage in tempering marrow, Lin Ming could use his unarmed flesh to twist apart a high-grade human steppe treasure. As for Lian Qingji, his bodily true essence was formidable, but unfortunately, in this broken world where the laws that governed it suppressed true essence, just how strong could it be? As for his bodily defensive strength, he was a martial artist that had only cultivated to creating a dantian. His bodily defensive strength was equal to nothing at all. Lian Qingji's expression changed. He didn't think that Lin Ming could be so ruthless. Humph! This old man does not believe that you can withstand this claw. As they fought to here, they had already exchanged moves several times, and every single move was filled with utter desperation and their complete strength. Lian Qingji was fuming with anger, but if he could kill Lin Ming with this claw in exchange for some superficial injuries, then that was a bargain he was willing to make. No matter what sort of secret skill Lin Ming was using, his true essence had been weak throughout. This was an immutable fact. Break for me, Lian Qingji shouted, and Lin Ming's bodily true essence protection was ripped apart by that blood claw like a thin piece of paper. The crimson claw smashed into Lin Ming's chest. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he had been struck by a mountain and that his body was going to turn into paste. But as that strength transmitted to his ribs, it was actually abruptly withstood by them. When Lin Ming had completed tempering marrow to 30 to 40%, he had already repeatedly tempered his ribs. The cavity that housed his heart and lungs was a key point, so he naturally had to temper his ribs first. Lin Ming's ribs were like an impregnable fortress. Under this great impact, most of the force struck this barrier and twisted, most of it melting away into nothing. However, a great deal of that energy still sank into Lin Ming's organs. Puff! Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and soared backwards. As for Lian Qingji, his situation wasn't much better. With his true essence suppressed to 20%, that violent halberd light had cut apart his protective true essence. Although over half of it dissipated in order to break through his defenses, The rest still slashed onto Lien Qingji's body. A long cut extended from his shoulder to his stomach, his collarbones were broken, and he had suffered intense damage to his organs. The brutal bloody force had even penetrated into his meridians, recklessly destroying anything in its path. As the fight had arrived at this stage, tragic was no longer enough to describe it. Damn! Lien Qingji cursed in anger. He revolved his true essence and suppressed this strange bloody force that rampaged in his body. This boy is hard to deal with, but he's done for. Lien Qingji propped himself up from the ground, his other arm hanging limp. With his collarbone broken, it was hard for him to summon any strength. As Lien Qingji remembered the scene where his blood claw had torn apart Lin Ming's protective true essence like scrap paper, he had felt much more relieved. Obviously, Lin Ming had spent a great deal of strength and placed everything into this attack. With such a strong attack, there was no way he could have summoned any true essence to protect his own body, and that was why it was so weak. He took out a precious miracle medicine, and even as his heart ached a bit, he popped it into his mouth. This sort of pill was able to slowly recover true essence in combat, and also had a healing effect on wounds. For most restorative medicines, one had to sit down and meditate in order to allow it to work. Every pill that could be used in combat like this was extremely precious and rare. Even Lien Qingji only had several of them, and they were all for him to save his life at critical points. However, the current situation was just too complex. Divine Phoenix Island was already so difficult to deal with, and there was also the Great Zen Temple watching from the side. In comparison to his life, a minor sacrifice like this wasn't worth mentioning. He's alive? Lien Qingji felt true essence fluctuations coming from Lin Ming's body. The boy actually hadn't died yet. Lien Qingji wanted to curse. He was about to head over and finish the deed, but at this time his face froze in stunned disbelief, and mind went grim and dark. He watched helplessly as Lin Ming stood back up and casually wiped the blood off the corners of his lips. He seemed entirely unmoved by the situation, even letting the blood on his chest flow freely. How is this possible? It wasn't just Lien Qingji, but all of the surrounding martial artists widened their eyes. Lin Ming had clearly been struck by Lien Qingji's attack a moment ago. His chest should have been reduced to pulp, so how come he was still moving? As they looked at the injury on Lin Ming's chest, where the bones were nearly exposed, they all felt a chill crawl up their spines. Lin Ming was like an unstoppable and invincible general. No matter how strong the enemy, he would not back down. And what was more terrifying was that he refused to die. He refused to be killed. Are you really human? Lien Qingji clenched his teeth. This question seemed absurd, but the truth was that at this moment, Lien Qingji had real suspicions of whether Lin Ming was a human or whether he was a true descendant of the ancient giant demon race. This terrifying devil art that Lin Ming practiced might very well be a legacy of the giant demon race. Lin Ming was disinclined to bother with this stupid talk. His right hand touched his spatial ring, and he took out a crystal-clear green pill and ate it. This was the Yang reversion pill that Mu Fengxian had given to him to save his own life. As Lien Qingji saw this pill, he almost bit his own tongue. It was actually the Yang reversion pill. The Yang reversion pill was similar to the miracle medicine that he had used, but the effects were nearly 3 times better, and the cost of the Yang reversion pill was at least 20 times more. Let alone him, but even a late revolving core realm elder might not have such a life-saving medicine. And now, Lin Ming had taken out this Yang reversion pill and eaten it without batting an eye. This caused Lien Qingji to feel a sort of deep despair in his heart. Lien Qingji's cultivation was higher than Lin Ming's, and his true essence capacity was naturally much larger. If Lin Ming ate a similar miracle medicine, his true essence would be restored much quicker. But now, Lin Ming had eaten the Yang reversion pill with 3 times the effects. Chapter 473 Slaughter. Chapter 473 Slaughter. Chapter 473 Slaughter. After eating the yang reversion pill, Lin Ming felt a warm energy melt within his dantian, turning into pure true essence and fusing within all the meridians of his body. Even the duration of the heretical god force was lengthened. In the midst of battle, if he could still his heart and meditate for half an hour, he would be able to restore his peak combat condition. This was how powerful the yang reversion pill was. The power of Lin Ming's vitality was originally vivid and exuberant. After tempering his marrow, the resilience of his body had reached a terrifyingly formidable degree. In addition to the yang reversion pill's heaven-defying effects, Lin Ming felt the stream of blood trickling down his chest instantly stop. The wound was repairing itself at a visible speed. Seeing this, Lian Qingji's eyes went wide like two moons. Was this really the restorative speed of a human? Even if he himself ate up the yang reversion pill, there was no way that he would recover at such an extreme pace. How could he have encountered such a dark star? His cultivation was higher, and he was obviously stronger, and he believed he had the absolute advantage in this battle. But as the fight wore on, his situation was becoming increasingly desperate. "Who are you? Are you a human or a demon?" Lian Qingji whispered. Lin Ming didn't reply. He only held the great desolate blood, halberd slanted in his hands, and drew a crescent moon on the ground. At this time, on the battlefield, a divine Phoenix Island Vermilion Bird faction elder gave a pitiful scream as he was sent flying backwards, his head wet with blood. With his severe wounds, he wouldn't be able to fight any further. On the divine Phoenix Island side, besides Lin, Ming, and the Moose sisters, the other elders were all surrounded by several other elders of the South Sea Demon region. They were stretched to their limits and were surrounded by dangers on all sides. "Ninth elder," Mu Qingyi cried out. This elder that had been grievously wounded was only a side elder of the Vermilion Bird faction. He wasn't involved in the conflict of interest between the different factions, and was usually honest. Although he was hesitant to participate in the conflict between Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region, he had still helped in the end. Although the situation wouldn't have been worse if he hadn't joined at present, he had been severely wounded, and he was in a life-threatening situation. When Mu Qingyi saw that the ninth elder had been injured to this extent, the raging anger in her heart soared to the heavens. "Mu Qihua, since you won't help, then after I return to the sect, I shall have you impeached in front of the Council of Elders and have you suffer the punishment of the sect and have your bloodline extinguished. You have brought ruin and disaster upon yourself." As Mu Qihua heard this screaming voice, his eyebrows trembled, but he didn't move in the end. However, Mu Yanjue wasn't able to resist these words. The pressure was simply too great. Since the battle had already reached this point, and he still had not helped, he really would be severely punished by the sect once he returned. "Brother Qihua, this old man really wants to go and help if we wait any longer. Even if Lin Ming dies in battle, in the future US, two old men won't have any place to stand. Mu Fengxian will absolutely not forgive us. Not just that, but there is no way that we will be able to prevent news of this matter from spreading to the sect. We have already been witnessed by many people." Mu Qihua was quiet. He sent a true essence sound transmission to Mu Yanjue. Mu Yanjue's complexion changed. "What did you say? Are you speaking seriously right now?" "I have an 80 to 90% assurance." Mu Qihua's words were like the whispers of a siren to Mu Yanjue. Mu Yanjue's complexion continuously changed, and finally he clenched his teeth, and his words died in his throat. "Mu Qihua, you..." Mu Qingyi's rage had risen to the extreme. However, Mu Qihua was still unmoved. But Mu Yanjue, who was standing near Mu Qihua, seemed to be suffering a great deal of agony, and his expression was pained, as if he were undergoing an intense psychological struggle. The situation was becoming increasingly bad. After the ninth elder had been injured, The pressure increased on Divine Phoenix Island. Even Mu Qingyi was in immediate danger. As for Lin Ming, although he had managed to gain an advantage by using the rules of this world and pills, he could only maintain the heretical god force for around 30 more breaths of time. If this continued, they would all be forced into a dead end. Lien Qingji's eyes flashed with a hideously savage color. Lin Ming, no matter how strong you are, you cannot change anything. How long can you last for? Give this old man the devil arts jade slip you have like a good little boy, and this old man will let off the other people and let you die a painless death. Otherwise, this old man will torture your soul and have you suffer endlessly for over 100 years. Lin Ming grinned, revealing a shining row of sharp teeth. He took out a crimson pill from his spatial ring and popped it into his mouth. Before he came to the South Sea battlefield, Mu Fengxian had called Lin Ming to the back mountains to give him 3 pills and also a silk sack. Of these 3 pills, 2 were yang reversion pills and 1 was a scarlet blood pill. The pill that Lin Ming had just eaten was a scarlet blood pill. This was a special pill that was used by the inner leaders of Divine Phoenix Island. There were all sorts of precious materials that were used to refine one, and it even required a massive amount of vermilion bird blood. Although ordinary vermilion bird blood was much less valuable than vermilion bird blood essence, it couldn't be produced in massive amounts. This meant that the value of the scarlet blood pill wasn't much lower than the yang reversion pill. The scarlet blood pill could only be used by disciples with the vermilion bird bloodline. After using one strength would skyrocket for a brief period of time, but they would be greatly weakened for a long period of time afterwards. Because of this side effect, Lin Ming hadn't yet used it, nor had he been in a situation where he needed to. As Liang Qingji saw Lin Ming take this scarlet blood pill, he didn't know what it was. He only thought that it was some sort of recovery pill. This caused him to be nervous. This boy simply had too many top-quality pills on his body. He couldn't let Lin Ming continue to recover. At least, he had to delay him until the other elders were victorious in their battles. Die, boy. Lien Qingji gave a loud shout and slammed a claw down on Lin Ming. The surging true essence behind him formed into a massive bloody eagle dozens of feet long. Lien Qingji's skinny face twisted into a devilish visage. This was an attack with 120% of his strength. Lin Ming had just swallowed the scarlet blood pill. He felt as if a fire had ignited in his stomach, and a burst of energy erupted within him, recklessly riding through his meridians. This feeling is... The scarlet blood pill was able to strengthen a Divine Phoenix Island disciple by galvanizing their vermilion bird bloodline. But now, to Lin Ming's amazement, he discovered that the scarlet blood pill was causing the burning ancient phoenix blood within his body to become increasingly vibrant. The scarlet blood pill had caused a chain reaction with the blood of the ancient phoenix. Lin Ming was surprised, but then understood. The vermilion bird shared a homologous bloodline with the ancient phoenix. If the scarlet blood pill was able to energize the bloodline of the vermilion bird, then it would also be able to energize the bloodline of the ancient phoenix. At that moment, Lin Ming felt the blood within his entire body burning, as if his body was about to explode with energy. Ha! Lin Ming shouted, and his body emitted loud popping sounds. As he stretched out, his bones seemed to snap together, emitting a resonant dragon roar that pierced the heavens. Behind Lin Ming, the dual phantoms of an azure dragon and ancient phoenix appeared. The ancient phoenix that could be reborn through a sea of flames. The azure dragon that soared in the skies. Dragon and phoenix rejoiced together. At that moment, Lin Ming's momentum climbed to the utter extreme. His full energy, his full strength, all of his will was poured into the great desolate blood halberd. The wind howled, and 14 blood drinking seals madly spun around, lifting red sand into the air and forming a bloody tornado. Slaughter. A halberd cut forth. Time seemed to come to a standstill, and the blood-stained sand filled the air, through the battlefield, throughout heaven and earth. It was as if the only image left over was the exquisite, great, desolate blood halberd. It split apart space. The world seemed to lose its color, and all sounds faded away. As the fluctuations of energy ravaged forth, there was strangely not a single noise. A wave of blood shot into the sky, blooming like a fiery lotus at night, beautiful and deadly. Even the sound of Lien Qingji gasping was torn apart by that bloody storm. He helplessly looked on as the great desolate blood halberd shattered his blood claw and minced the bloody eagle to pieces. And then it became a twisting wind that pierced his dantian. Ah! Lien Qingji's expression was crazy with unwilling disbelief. He grabbed the great desolate blood halberd with one hand and clawed down at Lin Ming with the other. "This old man will have you follow me in death." Lien Qingji vomited blood, and his teeth were stained red. At that moment, it was as if he had gone mad. The burning hot fire of the scarlet blood pill was still flooding Lin Ming's body like before. As Lin Ming saw the claw reaching towards him, he shouted out like a savage beast and punched with his fist. "Kacha!" That skinny claw was directly broken apart by Lin Ming's fist. After Lien Qingji's dantian had been twisted apart, he had lost most of his true essence. At this time, his claw was only supported by his fragile mortal body. How could he possibly resist Lin Ming's tempering marrow and his impenetrable fist? After Lin Ming's fist shattered Lien Qingji's claw, it continued through and smashed into Lien Qingji. As Lien Qingji's bodily true essence protection had mostly dissipated, Lin Ming's fist penetrated right through and crashed into him. After losing their bodily true essence protection, a martial artist's body was exceedingly frail. In that instant, blood shot everywhere as Lien Qingji's internal organs were demolished by Lin Ming's fist. "Come out, blood-drinking seal!" Lin Ming gave a deep roar. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder howled. Lien Qingji's entire body became enveloped by the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. His body trembled, and blood gushed down his head. I am unwilling. I refuse." Lien Qingji gave one final scream. However, in the end, it was futile. There was a muffled explosion as a cloud of bloody fog broke free of Lien Qingji's body, arriving in front of Lin Ming and quickly turning into a mysterious, ancient-looking seal. Lien Qingji's bloodshot eyes rapidly lost their color. The blood seal constantly twisted. Compared to the ones before, this one was much deeper and much more ominous. This was the first blood-drinking seal that Lin Ming had formed from a middle revolving core master. As all of the surrounding martial artists saw this, they were stunned to the point that their courage broke down in Lin Ming's presence. They couldn't believe that someone like Lien Qingji had been killed by Lin Ming. A middle revolving core master had his dantian pierced by Lin Ming's halberd, and then his organs were crushed by a punch and his blood essence was taken. This was absolute overkill, especially the scene where Lin Ming's fist had broken through Lien Qingji's bloody claw. This caused quakes to go through everyone's minds. Lin Ming was like an ancient vicious beast in human form. As Mu Qingshu witnessed this battle from afar, after seeing so many unimaginable scenes, he was already scared witless. Lin Ming stood on the battlefield, grasping the 10-foot-long, great desolate blood halberd in one hand while carrying the dead and twisted corpse of Lien Qingji in the other. The aura that he was emitting at this moment was that of a world-destroying god of war. Mu Qingshu's face whitened, and his lips shivered. He couldn't believe that this was real. That corpse in Lin Ming's hand wasn't some nobody. That was a middle revolving core supreme elder. It was a character who was equal to his own faction's great elder. That man had been so arrogant and dominant a moment ago, but now he was nothing more than a piece of dead meat in Lin Ming's hands. Chapter 474, Continuously Killing 3 People. Chapter 474, Continuously Killing 3 People. Chapter 474, Continuously Killing 3 People. The entire crowd quieted down as a hushed silence swept across the battlefield. The battle that had been raging like a wildfire had slowed by several points. A middle revolving corps master had actually died here. As Mu Qianyu looked at Lin Ming, her breathing quickened. She had already been incomparably surprised that Lin Ming had been able to block the attacks of Lian Qingji, but now he had actually been able to counterattack and kill Lian Qingji. In this broken world, besides those old monsters at the late revolving core realm, and above that had gone to the demon god Imperial Palace, a middle revolving core martial artist was a top master. If 2 middle revolving core masters fought, then usually one party would be defeated. But to kill them before they could run away was extremely difficult. And now Lin Ming had killed Lian Qingji. This was absolutely incredible. Even if Lin Ming had eaten the scarlet blood pill, he shouldn't have been so terrifying. Even the usually calm and expressionless Mu Bingyun's eyes flashed with wonder. As she looked at Lin Ming, her expression filled with shock. As Xian Zhan looked at Lin Ming, his gaze became grim. He wasn't any stronger than Lian Qingji. If the one that Lin Ming had attacked was him and not Lian Qingji a moment ago, there was a very high possibility that he wouldn't be anything but a cold corpse right now. Xian Zhan began to feel deep regret. He shouldn't have joined this fight. Otherwise, how could he have provoked this demonic star? As for the other 4 elders from the South Sea Demon region that hadn't joined in, they all stood up at once, and their faces became ugly with fear. Before, it had been the Divine Phoenix Island elders that didn't have the courage to join the battle. But now, facing Lin Ming, who was like a world-destroying war god, the South Sea Demon region elders were the ones that didn't dare to fight. What a joke! A middle revolving core master had been killed. How could an early revolving core martial artist still survive? These 4 elders were all at the early revolving core realm. They weren't individuals from the Lian or Xian bloodline. In a sense, this conflict could be considered a personal grudge and not part of the South Sea War. It wasn't related to them much. But now, even Lian Qingji had been killed. As they saw that this life and death battle between the South Sea Demon region and Divine Phoenix Island was nearing its climax, they couldn't help but join the fray. What should they do? These 4 elders were now facing the same difficult problem that the Divine Phoenix Island elders had just faced a moment ago. Should they brace themselves and join the battle, or escape? However, Lin Ming did not plan on giving these people the chance to regret their hesitancy. He now only had several dozen more breaths of time of the heretical god force left. With the scarlet blood pill burning his blood, he still managed to maintain his rationality. But the murderous intent that swept off him was like an erupting volcano. It could not be suppressed. Cultivating the devil arts that led him on the road of slaughter, along with this scarlet blood pill that burned in his veins and mind, Lin Ming only wished to hold his halberd in hand and sweep away the world. Die. As Lin Ming's killing intent reached the peak, he gave a loud shout and joined the battle. The great desolate blood halberd was like a bloodthirsty python that brutally dashed into the fray. Although he could only persist for a few dozen more breaths of time, no one was able to resist the edge of his blade. 15 blood-drinking seals were like the scythe of a death god. In particular, the blood-drinking seal that was formed from Lian Qingji's blood essence was a much more vivid and solemn red than the others. The power of these blood-drinking seals that were unfettered by the suppressive laws of this world was truly terrifying when their strength was unleashed to the limit. An elder that bore the brunt of Lin Ming's attack was alarmed. He waved his weapon to stop Lin Ming's halberd. Out of the way! The elder heard a shout in his ear just as Xian Zhan rushed over to his side. Xian Zhan raised the spear in his hands, thrusting out. A billowing wave of powerful bloody true essence surged out, rushing forwards. Bang! The halberd light wantonly radiated outwards. With the 15 blood-drinking seals free from the laws of this broken world, they chaotically spun around. Not only were they wonderfully fast, but they approached at a cunning angle and were also incomparably sharp. Ca. Xian Zhan's figure flashed, and he retreated dozens of steps back, the blood in his body tumbling. The clothing on his right arm had been torn, and a trail of blood leaked out. In just this single exchange, the one that had been injured was Xian Zhan. All of the other surrounding sex martial artists were petrified by this scene. They had already lost all ideas of what to say here. Lin Ming's existence had completely surpassed their common sense. Some of them faintly guessed that Lin Ming was using some sort of secret ability to evade the suppressive laws of this world to a certain extent. But even so, Lin Ming was only at the late Hotian realm. No matter what, he shouldn't be able to kill a middle revolving core master. Press on together. Mu Qingyi took this opportunity and issued an order to attack. If Xian Zhan had to face Lin Ming, Mu Qinyu and Mu Bingyun naturally didn't have a match. In this last year and a half, these sisters had progressed considerably in their overall strength. Their combat prowess already exceeded that of a basic early revolving core powerhouse. In addition, the two of them were attacking together. Vermilion Bird Sword, Heaven Burning Inferno, Blue Luan Sword, Fragmented Ice Cloud. Mu Qinyu and Mu Bingyun's swords slashed out like the wind, and a brilliant tapestry of fire and ice was woven together. The South Sea Demon Region Elder who took this attack had his true essence protection instantly broken, and he spat blood as he was sent flying backwards. Damn it all! Xian Zhan's expression sank. Kill them. Slaughter them all. With another South Sea Demon Region Elder severely wounded, the momentum of the Divine Phoenix Island forces shot up like a dazzling rainbow. Even the 9th Elder who had been severely wounded seemed to recover some of his strength, and the flames on his sword grew ever brighter. As for the South Sea Demon Region, because of their abject fear from watching Lin Ming's fight, their strength had sharply dropped. In terms of a large-scale fight, martial artists were much worse and less organizational than the armies of common mortal men. A common army did not fear death in their charge, but a martial artist was different. Which one of these Demon Region Elders weren't characters were overwhelming characters with a harem filled with countless beautiful women. How could these characters who held power in the palms of their hands possibly give their life like an ordinary soldier? The only possibility was if it was a huge temptation that could further their cultivation and life. Otherwise, it was fundamentally impossible. The situation had escalated out of control. The original one-sided balance of power had been completely reversed because of the existence of Lin Ming. Retreat! As Xian Zhan saw another elder injured by Mu Qinyu and Mu Bingyun, he couldn't help but issue this order. In truth, he was able to feel that Lin Ming had used some sort of arcane ability in order to stimulate the potential of his body, and this was the reason that his strength had risen so suddenly and so sharply. But this sort of ability should not be able to last much longer. However, Xian Zhan wasn't willing to gamble on how much longer it could last, and he didn't know whether or not Lin Ming would be able to use it again. Xian Zhan was not willing to use his own life as a gambling stake. Facing Lin Ming, he was thoroughly terrified. Lin Ming didn't even use bodily true essence to block Lian Qingji's claw, and had come out almost unscathed. In his counterattack, he had even killed Lian Qingji. Lin Ming was simply a freakish beast that he couldn't muster the courage to face. As for the 4 Demon Region Elders that hadn't moved at the start, as they heard Xian Zhan's order to retreat, they all let out sighs of relief. They had been saved. As long as they were ordered to leave, they would not need to join the battle. As for how many people would die in such a large-scale retreat, None of them cared about this. In any case, they were much faster at running away than the lower-level disciples. If anyone died, it wouldn't be them. The South Sea Demon Region martial artists began to withdraw as they fought, with several revolving corps elders bringing up their rear. But at this time, Lin Ming's offensive became increasingly rabid and fierce. The blood in his body boiled as it burned up, bursting with a final brilliant radiance. Primeval halberd strike, blood seal twisting murder. With the swirling attractive force of the blood-drinking seals in addition to the sense of spatial disorientation that it caused, Lin Ming's halberd stabbed through the South Sea Demon Region elder that had been injured by Mu Qianyu, ending his life. The South Sea Demon Region had lost another elder. You bastard. Xian Zhan's eyes were red with rage. In truth, this battle had lasted a mere 30 breaths of time. But the South Sea Demon Region had lost 3 elders, and all 3 of them had died at Lin Ming's hands. Retreat! Xian Zhan finally suppressed the anger in his heart. He swept his spear across the ground, creating a series of explosions. As Xian Zhan withdrew his spear, he launched his movement technique and quickly escaped. At this time, Divine Phoenix Island no longer had the ability to pursue the South Sea Demon Region elders that escaped, not to mention that Lin Ming had reached his limit, but the situation of the other Divine Phoenix Island elders wasn't much better. As the surrounding martial artists saw the dozens of South Sea Demon Region revolving corps and Xiantian martial artists fleeing, they were left stunned and speechless. They had never imagined that the South Sea Demon Region, which had supposedly been stronger, would be completely clobbered by Divine Phoenix Island, and had to finally flee in a frenzied panic. Not just that, but 3 of their elders had died, and one of them had even been a middle revolving corps master. It had to be known that since the start of the South Sea War, the South Sea Demon Region had only lost around 7 or 8 revolving corps masters. But in this one battle, Lin Ming had killed 3 of them himself. No one knew just how to react at this moment. On the Divine Phoenix Island side, Mu Qingshu had lapsed into a sluggish state. His lips were trembling, and his face was white like paper. In his fantasies, he had imagined that Lin Ming would turn into an idiot, but this fantasy had become nothing but a joke. Lin Ming was like an insurmountable mountain peak in front of him. Just looking at him made a deep and abiding sense of despair well up within his soul. Qingshu were leaving. At this time, Mu Qingshu heard the true essence sound transmission of Mu Yanzhua. Grandfather, As Mu Qingshu heard Mu Yanzhua's voice, he nearly burst into tears. His confidence had shattered into pieces, and he no longer had the courage to confront Lin Ming. Do not speak, walk away with me. I have something to tell you. As everyone's vision was focused on Lin Ming at this time, Mu Yanzhua and Mu Qihua slowly retreated. They decided to no longer stay there. Mu Qingyi noticed this, but she only coldly snorted. Wherever they went or whatever they did, she had already decided that when she returned to the sect, she would impeach Mu Qihua and Mu Yanzhua in front of the Council of Elders and have them suffer the deepest and most grievous punishments allowed within the sect rules. Lin Ming's heretical god force had ended, and the blood of the ancient phoenix had finally stopped burning. At this time, an endless feeling of exhaustion welled up within him, and he became unsteady on his feet. Because he took the scarlet blood pill, this condition would only become more and more serious. Lin Ming grit his teeth and placed the South Sea Demon Region's revolving corps elder's corpse in his spatial ring. Then, he barely propped himself up from the ground with the great desolate blood halberd. We're also leaving, Mu Qingyi ordered. It was no longer a good idea to stay here. They had all been left in an extremely poor state, and those from the Great Zen Temple were still here. If they had any dark or evil thoughts, the consequences would be disastrous. After this danger had passed, Divine Phoenix Island only had around 27 or 28 people left. Around 10 of them had died here. And what pleasantly surprised Lin Ming the most was that Zhang, whose strength was a complete mess and on a much lower level than everyone present, was still alive. Big brother Lin, oh, you are my greatest idol. I'll carry you. Zhang was inexplicably excited when he saw Lin Ming. Without saying anything further, he stepped in front of Lin Ming, facing his back to him, and squatted down. What rubbish! Mu Qingyi snapped at Zhang. You're not even fast yourself, and yet think you can carry others. Qinyu, take Lin Ming with you. We're leaving this place. Chapter 475, The Traitorous Trio. Chapter 475, The Traitorous Trio. Chapter 475, The Traitorous Trio. Here, at this time, within the Divine Phoenix Island forces, the ones with the highest combat efficiency remaining were Mu Qinyu and Mu Bingyun. If the two of them joined their attacks, they would be able to defend against a middle revolving corps master. For such a large troop to have such a small fighting force was really dangerous. First, they had to find a safe place to recover from their wounds. Mu Qingyi had Zhang shoulder the 7th elder and carried the 9th elder herself. Lin Ming was held by Mu Qinyu, and together they all launched their movement techniques and quickly left. The long-bearded monk from the Great Zen temple saw this and lowered his head, reciting Buddhist mantras. It was unknown just what he was thinking. Senior apprentice brother, should we let them go like that? A middle-aged man who wore a long white robe asked. That young boy called Lin Ming, he seems to possess some sort of secret skill that can allow one to avoid the suppressive laws of this world. If we can obtain this secret skill, then we might be able to restore our revolving core realm strength. Junior apprentice brother Yuan Kong, do not try to further any disputes. Greed is simply the demon of the heart. It will corrupt your soul. Not just that, but that boy is a hidden dragon in a pool. If we offend him, then there is no choice left but to absolutely exterminate him. Otherwise, our Great Zen temple will never have another peaceful day again. Junior apprentice brother, do you want our Great Zen temple to be just like the South Sea Demon region in the future, and also go to all-out war with Divine Phoenix Island? Yuan Kong was stunned. He immediately said, Senior apprentice brother's teachings are the true path. As for that sort of secret skill, even if it exists, it's not something that we can practice in a day or even a week. It won't help us in any way. In this broken world, we must tread carefully with peace in our hearts. Otherwise, we will come across calamity. Yes, senior apprentice brother. The wind whistled past Lin Ming. His body was just too weak at this moment. From the very start, nearly his entire weight was being held by Mu Qinyu. Finally, he simply lay flat on Mu Qinyu, and she carried him on her back. As the scenery passed by him, a fragrant, delicate smell wafted into the air and filled Lin Ming's senses. As Lin Ming was laying on Mu Qinyu's soft and heavenly shoulders at this moment, he very incomparably peaceful. He couldn't help but greedily breathe this fragrance into his nose and mouth. As a blurry wave of love filled his heart, Lin Ming's consciousness began to become gradually faint. As a faint but pleasant voice entered Lin Ming's ear, he wanted to respond, but at this moment, it seemed as if the world itself had faded away from him. Lin Ming, as Mu Qinyu felt Lin Ming lying on her back, she felt his hot breath scorch her collar, and a curious but exciting itching feeling spread down her back. She called out to Lin Ming, but he seemed to have fainted, and her voice couldn't wake him. There's an open area in the front. We'll rest there. Everyone stay on high alert. Mu Qingyi said, As the 20-some disciples gathered in the open glade, Mu Qinyu placed Lin Ming down. At this time, Lin Ming's forehead was covered in sweat, and his lips were a pale white. In his extremely weak condition, he looked like a chicken that had been slapped around. As for all of the surrounding disciples, their eyes were full of admiration and awe as they looked at Lin Ming. Whether or not Lin Ming had used the special laws of this world to his advantage, the indisputable truth was that he had killed the middle revolving core Master Lien Qingji without much difficulty. For a late Hotian realm martial artist to kill one at the middle revolving core realm was simply unbelievable. If it wasn't for Lin Ming turning the tide of the battle in that moment and forcing away the South Sea Demon region, the consequences of that battle would have been incalculable. It was even possible that all of those younger disciples would have been put to death. Mu Qingyi said, "Help Lin Ming recover. He ate a scarlet blood pill. He'll be weak for a very long time." Without hesitation, Mu Qingyi took out a yang reversion pill from her spatial ring and fed it to Lin Ming. As a saintess of Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qingyi naturally had a yang reversion pill with her. After eating 2 yang reversion pills in a row, the effect would be weakened a bit. But at this time, the best pill was still a yang reversion pill. As the yang reversion pill entered Lin Ming's mouth, it melted into a warm current of energy that flowed into Lin Ming's body. Because Lin Ming was still unconscious, Mu Qingyi stayed near him, revolving her energy to help him heal. After being out of battle, the effect of the yang reversion pill was significantly better. Lin Ming's condition was truly miserable at the moment. The scarlet blood pill was a pill that overdrew one's bloodline potential. Even Lin Ming, whose life force was incomparably formidable, was now hot and dry. His lips trembled like he had a dangerous illness. As Mu Qingyi saw Lin Ming like this, she felt very depressed. Mu Bingyun quietly walked over and handed Mu Qingyi a small bottle, senior apprentice sister, verdant ice shard. Mu Bingyun didn't call Mu Qingyi her big sister, but rather senior apprentice sister. After the 2 sisters were born, they were sent to the Blue Wand faction and Vermilion Bird faction where they grew up. In addition to that, they spent most of their time cultivating. The 2 of them had very few chances to meet. Also, because of Mu Bingyun's cultivation method, she had an extremely indifferent character. There was very little of the usual intimacy between her and Mu Qingyi that sisters usually had. "Thank you." Mu Qingyi took the bottle of verdant ice shards. This was a valuable medicine that was unique to the Blue Wand faction. It was used to nourish one's spiritual sea and was also a top-quality medicine in treating soul injuries. Pills such as the scarlet blood pill and others that stimulated one's potential to the limit often had the effect of driving one into a rage or trance via self-hypnosis. This would cause a martial artist spirit to be extremely energized, but it also might damage the soul a little. Of course, because the scarlet blood pill itself was a top-quality medicine, and Lin Ming's spiritual sea was formidable to begin with, the truth was that this damage wasn't considered much. However, Lin Ming was very important to Divine Phoenix Island. Thus, Mu Bingyun had readily taken out this bottle of verdant ice shards to cure any possible wounds. Mu Qingyi had already placed the grievously wounded 9th elder down and fed him some recovery pills. This time, a reason that the situation had turned out well was because the 9th elder and 7th elder had helped, and what was peculiar was that the 7th elder wasn't even part of the Mu bloodline. This caused Mu Qingyi to sigh. Within Divine Phoenix Island, those elders that didn't share the surname Mu had influence and power much lower than those that did. However, when it truly mattered in a life or death moment, Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjua had both betrayed Divine Phoenix Island together. Under the tremendous pressure from the South Sea Demon region, the one that had steeled their hearts and joined the fray was an elder that didn't have the surname Mu. If it wasn't for Lin Ming erupting with a surprising battle strength and turning the tables, then in that battle, it was possible that the elders would have died. They might have even been completely annihilated. It could be said that the 7th elder risking his life to help was especially rare. Elder Zhang, I am truly ashamed. Those traitors Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjua actually betrayed us. For Elder Zhang to help this time, I am truly overwhelmed by your graciousness. I will never forget this. If I still have a single breath when I make it out of this world, I will speak of Elder Zhang's deeds in front of the High Ancestor. Elder Zhang shook his head and said, Elder Mu is too polite. This old man is still someone from Divine Phoenix Island. Although this old man doesn't have many relations with Lin Ming, my grandson is actually friends with him. All this way, I have been told of many good things that I hadn't known. As Elder Zhang spoke, he pointed to Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. As Elder Zhang pointed at Zhang Zhen, Mu Qinyu also glanced at Zhang Zhen. She hadn't known that Zhang Zhen was Elder Zhang's grandson. No wonder that Zhang Zhen had managed to enter this broken world with his early Hotian realm cultivation and still live up until now. This Zhang Zhen was probably one of the most outstanding juniors of the Zhang family. This time, Elder Zhang had probably brought his grandson to experience this world. Within Divine Phoenix Island, elders that weren't of the Mu bloodline often didn't have high ambitions. Rather, they only wished that their descendants would be able to peacefully live on. As for those elders of the Mu bloodline, they would often struggle because of power and authority, and battles would arise from all around. In summary, those elders that weren't of the Mu bloodline didn't struggle for much because they knew that there wasn't any meaning to it, as Divine Phoenix Island wasn't truly part of their world. But those elders of the Mu bloodline were different. Power and authority were truly the roots of all evils and wars. Hi, Master Qingyi. Since the Great Elder and Third Elder left, I'm worried about what they might. Mu Qinyu hesitated as she spoke. Don't worry. As long as they aren't mad, they won't dare to commit a rebellious crime against the sect. They still have a bloodstained contract on their bodies. The only way they would be able to break it is if they reach the extreme revolving core realm, and others cannot release it. Once they betray the sect, their bloodlines will melt, and their cultivation will all vanish within half a year. Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjua have already lived for 200 to 300 years. It is impossible for them to cultivate from the start again. Once their cultivation vanishes, their vitality will also dry up, and their lives will come to an end. Mu Qingyi was completely unworried that Mu Qihua would betray them. In fact, in these past 3,000 years, there hadn't a single Mu bloodline elder that had betrayed the sect. To completely lose their cultivation, they had spent several hundreds of years developing, and even compensate with their life. There just wasn't anyone that could withstand paying such a steep price. There had been some Mu juniors that had betrayed the sect, but their bloodline was not rich and they were young. There were even some that wanted to purposefully melt their bloodline to cultivate devil arts, but ultimately they had come to a tragic end. Take this chance to heal your injuries. And remember, everyone stay alert. Mu Qingyi said, with Mu Qinyu and Mu Bingyan in their forces. As long as didn't have to face two middle revolving core masters together, they would still be able to cope with it. As the Divine Phoenix Island forces were taking this time to recover from their injuries, Mu Yanjua, Mu Qihua, and Mu Qingshu were still in the wilderness, quickly walking. Mu Qihua was walking at the front, his expression blank, but Mu Yanjua's expression was uncertain, as if he were still grappling with his choices. Brother Qihua, how confident are you in this matter? If we fail, we will no longer have a place in this world. This was the second time that Mu Yanjua had asked this question. Mu Qihua smiled. Brother Yanjua, if you are always so scared and indecisive, how will you ever have great accomplishments? If you wish to seek power and riches, then there will also be danger. If you wish to maintain some sort of place in this world, then you will forever be suppressed by others. You will reach the middle revolving core realm, be stuck there, nursing your hatred until your death. Hundreds of years later, even your clan will be wiped out, and you still have plans of soaring into the heavens, reaching life destruction, and becoming the leader of Divine Phoenix Island? Mu Yanjua was silent. He understood the truth behind Mu Chihua's words. However, thinking about it and laying down his determination to do it were two completely different concepts. Without a doubt, this would be the greatest gamble of his life. If he won, he would flourish. But if he lost, he would lose everything. So how could he not hesitate? As Mu Chihua saw Mu Yanjua's frightened and unsure appearance, he continued to speak. Brother Yanjua, you must understand that if Lin Ming leads Divine Phoenix Island into becoming a 5th grade sect, or even a holy land in the future, that won't have anything to do with you or me. Instead, our clans will be pushed to the side by others until there isn't anywhere left for us. On the other hand, if someday Divine Phoenix Island is led by you and me, then we will not need to become a holy land. Even if we become the lowest sort of 5th grade sect, just what sort of scene would that be? We will be worshipped and glorified by the future generations and become characters just like the founder. Our descendants will become even more prosperous. Chapter 476, Opening the Array. Chapter 476, Opening the Array. Chapter 476, Opening the Array. Wasn't the scene that Mu Chihua described just what Mu Yanjua had yearned for? Whether the sect prospered or not, it was key that it was tied to their own fates. The poor people of a powerful nation were often much more pitiful than the wealthy of a poor nation. No true man lacks venom in their hearts. If you cannot endure the pressure now and question your own decisions because of your so-called morality and ideas of honor or righteousness towards your sect, then you will never accomplish anything great. Instead, you will only be killed and become a stone for others to step on. Mu Chihua turned to look at Mu Qingshu and said, "What do you think, Qingshu?" Mu Qingshu clenched his teeth, and his eyes flashed with resentment. "Great Elder, as long as Lin Ming still lives within Divine Phoenix Island, there will never be a place for me to go. This time, even if there is only a 10 to 20% chance of success, I will still bet everything on it." "Haha, well said, Qingshu. This is the way of looking at important matters. Brother Yanjua, you should try to be as decisive as Qingshu, whether what I say is true or false. I believe that Brother Yanjua has the ability to distinguish between them. It's just that you haven't acknowledged your own resolute thoughts. Not just that, but we will also have a late revolving core master helping us. This matter can already be considered a near certain success." Mu Yanjua grit his teeth and carefully thought of his options. He also believed that most of what Mu Chihua said was true. Ever since ancient times, in gambles of life and death, the winners had been kings and the losers were the villains. History was written by the victor. In the future, as long as he could rise and become the victor among the ashes, he would be able to create his own history and develop his own rules. Mu Yanjua wasn't young, but he wasn't too old either. He was just a bit over 200 years old. He still had a chance of reaching a higher realm. Also, he had to consider not just himself, but his own family clan, and especially Mu Qingshu. Thinking this, Mu Yanjua closed his eyes. When his eyes opened once more, they shined with a grim color. In any case, he no longer had a route to retreat. If he had to do this, then he had to go until the end. "Brother Chihua, I already know. In any case, there is no other path left for me to take." "Ha, good." Mu Chihua laughed. "Great Elder, I have a small request to make." Mu Qingshu hesitated as he spoke to hear. Mu Chihua faintly smiled at Mu Qingshu and said, "What Qingshu wants is Mu Qinyu, right?" "Certainly. After this matter is successfully concluded, Mu Qinyu will be yours. At that time, you may do whatever you want with her." As Mu Chihua said this, Mu Qingshu's eyes shined with joy. As he thought about the time when he would be able to savage Mu Qinyu under him, his hands began to tremble. This was his obsession. He wanted to tear down her noble manner and violently violate her body, conquering the maddening desire that he had. This was something that he had long desired. Ever since he had been overshadowed by Lin Ming and his self-esteem was damaged by the proud Mu Qinyu, all of these resentments had accumulated within him and formed into a heart demon. If he could not cripple Lin Ming and plunder Mu Qinyu, completely conquering her heart, then he would never be able to eliminate this demon in his heart, and his thoughts would never be smooth. Thinking of this future scene, Mu Qingshu excitedly clenched his fists. Just you wait, Lin Ming. I will cripple your martial arts and have you watch with wide eyes as I take Mu Qinyu's body. I will obtain her bloodline and seal away her cultivation, training her until she becomes my slave. Lin Ming, I will take everything that was yours. Ooh. As Mu Yanjue saw Mu Qingshu's crazy appearance, he didn't know whether the feeling in his heart was joy or sorrow. Many of those geniuses that were gifted by the heavens were shrouded with all sorts of radiant halos since birth. However, if there was a day when all aspects of their talent was suppressed by another, they had to live in the shadows of others and their honor, status, and even the women they loved were taken, it would be easy for them to fall astray onto the path of dark compulsions and depravity. Mu Qingshu was obviously in this current situation. The animus in his heart had finally gathered to the point that it had become a dark demon that haunted him. Naturally, it would be good if he could eliminate this heart demon, but Mu Yanjue thought that this would only bring Mu Qingshu further down the demonic path. Only following one's desires and wants, this was the heart of martial arts that those of the demonic path cultivated. Whether this was good or bad, he did not know. Mu Yanjue felt that he could no longer change anything if he didn't allow Mu Qingshu to reach the end of this obsession. The situation would only become worse. Since ancient times, geniuses had been incomparably proud. There were even historical accounts of wise and intelligent men, such as military strategists, that would vomit blood and die after being outplayed and done in by others. So Mu Yanjue could only allow this situation to naturally develop. As Mu Yanjue looked at the sky, he found that it was bright throughout, without a single black cloud or spot. He also didn't know what time it was in this broken world. Brother Chihua, has this late revolving core master not come yet? Mu Chihua said, he'll come. The signal has already been sent out. It shouldn't take more than another hour. Be patient. As Mu Chihua said, a bit after another half hour, an old man appeared above the wilderness. He wore purple robes and his two eyebrows were like sharp swords. This old man was actually the sovereign of the Thundercrest sect, Lei Jingtian. Thunder Sovereign. After Mu Yanjue saw Lei Jingtian arrive, he was startled. He didn't think that the late revolving core realm master that Mu Chihua had spoken about would be Lei Jingtian. But as he thought about it some more, Lei Jingtian had been stranded at the peak of the middle revolving core realm for a long time. For his past year, he had disappeared into seclusion somewhere. One reason was to avoid the spotlight, and the second reason was likely to try and attempt to break through his bottleneck. Thunder Sovereign, it's been a long time. Mu Chihua cupped his hands together. After a year and a half passed, Lei Jingtian's aura had become increasingly aggressive. As he stood there, faint sparks of lightning formed around him. Even though he was in this broken world and his true essence had been suppressed to a mere 20%, his every action was still able to stir up the heavens and earth origin energy around him. Lei Jingtian's eyes swept over Mu Yanjue and Mu Qingshu. He frowned. These two are. Rest assured, they are elders from Divine Phoenix Island and are firmly on our side. Lei Jingtian knew that the reason these two extra people were there was because Mu Chihua had found the pressure too great to bear and was looking for allies to share this pressure. But none of this had anything to do with him. He flung his sleeves and coldly said, "Humph, this old man doesn't care. We shall go with the agreement, as stated before." Of course, Mu Chihua smiled. He subconsciously scratched his palms together, as if everything was perfectly under his control. At this time, outside of the demon god Imperial Palace, Xian Wuji, stop keeping us guessing. You must know a way to break through this array, the Black Flood Dragon Patriarch angrily said. He had brought a clansman here who was familiar with array formations, but even after he had studied the array outside of the demon god Imperial Palace for an entire 2 hours, he still hadn't made any progress at all. Throughout this entire process, Xian Wuji had a faint, taunting smile playing on his lips, as if he was laughing at everything that happened. This old man doesn't have any means to break through this array. Xian Wuji held his hands behind his back, straightening his back, as if he were a bystander. You don't have any means to break through? Humph! Then let's just idle here together. The Black Flood Dragon Patriarch didn't believe Xian Wuji's words. He had made up his mind to follow Xian Wuji. If he couldn't obtain anything here, he wouldn't let Xian Wuji obtain anything either. Chapter 477 Lei Jingtian approaches. Chapter 477 Lei Jingtian approaches. Chapter 477 Lei Jingtian approaches. Xian Wuji said, "This array formation is called a universal array. The entire array formation is a self-contained system, and the only way in which it would consume energy is if it were attacked. Normally, it can sustain itself, and it consumes a very minimal amount of energy." No one spoke, waiting for Xian Wuji to continue his explanation. Obviously, he knew just what this universal array was. If he didn't have the assurance that he would be able to break through, then he wouldn't have paid such a high price to open the path to this ancient battlefield. However, Xian Wuji spoke to that point, and then stopped. He casually glanced over everyone present, and slowly said, "Everyone, concerning the treasures of the demon god Imperial Palace, shall we discuss how we will be dividing them?" This old man personally found the demon emperor's letter within an ancient ruin, and also spent a great price to open the way to this ancient battlefield. Since I have arrived here today at this step, I do not wish to give away the fruits of my labor to others. Xian Wuji's final words came out with a sharp and intimidating burst. Suddenly, the dominating aura that belonged to a third-stage life destruction powerhouse surged out. The reason that he had waited for such a long time and had allowed the Black Flood Dragon clan to mess around as they pleased was all in order to tell these people this. Without Xian Wuji, none of them would have had the chance to even think about obtaining the treasures within the demon god Imperial Palace. Sir Xian, if it wasn't for our help, do you think you would have been able to open the space channel by yourself? The Great Zen Temple's white-browed monk slowly said, as he clasped his hands together, "By May, I have no interest in negotiating with you. What my South Sea Demon region wants is half of the treasures within the demon god Imperial Palace. As for the rest, you can divide them as you wish." Xian Wuji calmly said, "Half." As everyone heard Xian Wuji's greedily rapacious offer, the other sect's elders had very poor expressions. Out of so many sects, the truth was that the Great Zen Temple was even stronger than the South Sea Demon region. In addition, there was also Nanyan Wang, who was representing all those other free martial artists. With Divine Phoenix Island representing the union of all the smaller sects, how could they split anything if Xian Wuji decided to take half? Hee. Nanyan Wang coldly sneered. "Let me see if I can wake you up from your dream." Nanyan Wang, "Don't think that I fear you." Xian Wuji glowered, his killing intent spilling out. "What about it? You want to give it a go?" Nanyan Wang casually stepped forwards, his voice dark. The aura that he emitted was slightly stronger than Xian Wuji's. In terms of strength, Nanyan Wang, who was a top talent whose name once thundered throughout the South Sea, was stronger than Xian Wuji. All of the surrounding elders unconsciously took a step back from the pressure. If these two old monsters decided to fight here, then even if their true essence was suppressed to a mere 20% of what it usually was, they were still existences that could move mountains. None of the elders wanted to get involved in this struggle and end up as collateral damage. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian also stepped back with the other elders. As they saw this scene, they could only force a smile. They had already expected that coming to this demon god imperial palace would be filled with layers upon layers of troubles and difficulties. But they didn't think that before they had even passed the first protective measures of the demon god imperial palace, that many of the greater forces here would decide to take advantage of the situation and act. If they truly saw the treasures within the demon god imperial palace, then wouldn't the following frenzy be earth-shattering? In front of one's own absolute interests, this sort of vulnerable and fragile union would immediately fall apart. As all of the forces were fighting for their interests and opportunities, time passed slowly. In this broken world, there was no way to differentiate day and night, and it was unknown just how many days passed. Lin Ming's strength slowly restored itself. Although he had used the top-quality Yang reversion pill and verdant ice shard, he was still in an extremely weak condition. Ever since they had found a safe place to settle in for a bit, he simply hadn't been able to walk. It wasn't known where Zhang Zhen had went or what he searched for, but he had come back with some pieces of wood and silk and fashioned a sedan chair out of it that could be carried by others. As Lin Ming sat inside, he felt a bit delicate. With the shattered demon heart crystal that Lin Ming had eaten and all the marrow washing he had done, his skin appeared delicate and smooth. If a person didn't know the situation, they would only see a fair and handsome youth riding a sedan chair, surrounded by a group of extremely attractive men and women. In the mortal world, it would really seem as if he was the weak and fragile scholarly son of a rich family that went out to travel. Roughly around 3 days later, Lin Ming's condition had improved. In these 3 days, he had recovered enough of his strength. One reason for his quick recovery was that he had eaten such top-quality medicines. And the other reason was that Lin Ming's vitality was so formidable to begin with. Otherwise, if someone were to eat the scarlet blood pill, it would be normal for them to be bedridden for 1 or 2 months. As several more days passed, they had left the wilderness and arrived at the shattered ruins of temples and palaces. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, these buildings were mostly preserved. With such a grand scale of construction, it was easy to imagine that this was once a 6th-grade sect, and what sort of unimaginably prosperous times they must have passed through. From the start, as the disciples saw these palaces, they were filled with hope and anticipation. But after they went in, they were disappointed. The insides were a mess. It seemed that they had all been ransacked, and there was nothing left. As for some other buildings, they were actually protected by array formations. If anyone tried to enter, they would be directly bounced back by the array formation, and some were even injured. This caused the divine Phoenix Island disciples to sigh in praise. These array formations actually persisted even though tens of thousands of years had passed and were not damaged. This was simply an inconceivable concept. The array formations of ancient times are incredible, Mu Qinyu said with heartfelt feeling near Lin Ming. As Mu Qinyu didn't hear a response, she turned to glance at Lin Ming. But she found that Lin Ming had lowered his head, as if he were deep in thought. In fact, ever since Lin Ming entered these ruins, he had increasingly felt that they were familiar. When Lin Ming had been rummaging through the memories of the Demon Emperor, he had quickly sealed off these sorts of memories. He had originally thought that these memories were useless, but now he had actually found something similar here. It was just that too long a time had passed, and this palace had been abandoned. It didn't quite match up to his memories. This place, if he was correct, should be the ruins of the pavilion that the inner court disciples of the demon god Imperial Palace once lived at. 100 miles from here should be the main temple of the demon god Imperial Palace, and also the inner chambers of the demon emperor. The medicine garden that the Nirvana dragon root was planted in was also located within the demon emperor's inner chambers. Thinking of this, Lin Ming found it hard to calm his mood. Should he leave by himself and try to find the Nirvana dragon root? But as Lin Ming also remembered just how many old life destruction masters there were, he was well aware that his chances of obtaining a Nirvana Dragon Root were close to zero. It didn't matter if those life destruction masters had their true essence suppressed to a mere 20%. They would still be able to instantly kill him. There was no way that he could confront those life destruction fogies. The only chance he had was if their true essence was suppressed to 1 or 2%. Only then would he have the slimmest amount of hope. However, this was also impossible. Lin Ming, just what are you thinking about? Mu Qinyu asked. Lin Ming shook his head. Nothing really, just thinking about the demon god Imperial Palace. I wonder how Honorable Master is doing inside. Mu Qinyu smiled. Don't worry, Master and Master Ancestor won't try to fight for the Nirvana Dragon Root within the demon god Imperial Palace. At most, just some small lucky chances would be enough for them. More than that, they also have some agreement with High Monk Bai Mei. So, they shouldn't have any problems. Lin Ming nodded. In that group of powerhouses, Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang were on the weaker end. Naturally, it was uncertain that they would be able to obtain the Nirvana Dragon Root. As they explored the pavilion ruins, Lin Ming passed through the central court that disciples used. Sure enough, he found that there was an illusionary killing array there that the inner court disciples once used to practice with. It was almost the exact same as in the memories of the Demon Emperor. This ancient altar had passed through the long passage of time, but still stood there complete and well. The mysterious array patterns and symbols of the altar were buried in a deep layer of dust, but were still intact. Besides the illusionary killing array, there was also a transmission array. If he remembered correctly, this transmission array could go to the central square of this broken world. And once there, one could directly transmit themselves to the demon god Imperial Palace. As Lin Ming thought of this, his heart ached a bit. Could he use this transmission array to go to the demon god Imperial Palace to take a look? Unfortunately, he had only absorbed some of the demon emperor's fragmented remnant memories, and what he knew was very fuzzy on the internal layout of the demon god Imperial Palace. He also didn't know what sort of traps or secret passages might be found inside. It could be said that if he entered into the demon god Imperial Palace, he would have no advantage at all. He could easily be killed by any of those supreme elders within. Even if he stumbled onto some great luck and was able to pick the Nirvana Dragon Root, it would still be taken away by others. It was impossible to expect Mu Fengxian to be able to cover for him. Thinking this, Lin Ming hesitated. He was not someone who was timid in the face of opportunity. Otherwise, there was no way that he would have snuck into the Flood Dragon's cave by himself. But this time, the chances of success after going into the demon god Imperial Palace were slim to the point of being desperate. If he decided to compete for the Nirvana Dragon Root in this sort of situation, then that wouldn't be decisiveness or wiseness. That would only be a foolishly stupid act that would bring about his own death. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, are you interested in this array formation? Mu Qinyu asked after she saw Lin Ming stand there for a long time. Although Mu Qinyu didn't know anything about ancient array formations, she only had to glance at the faint runes on the illusionary killing array to feel the faintly complex and subtle principles and exquisite work within. Every symbol gave off an extremely delicate and ancient sense of art. Mu Qinyu then remembered that Lin Ming really did have some interest and knowledge about ancient array formations. She casually asked, "What sort of array is this?" "This is an illusionary killing array used by inner court disciples to practice. It has no true killing potential," Lin Ming replied. "Oh, Junior apprentice brother really understands much." Mu Qinyu had given up trying to understand Lin Ming's perception. He only needed a glance to understand just what sort of effect this array formation had. The techniques of the Tao of array formations could not be understood quickly, even if one had the best of legacies. It took a great deal of time, and also an excellent perception. As the Divine Phoenix Island forces didn't find anything valuable in this pavilion, they turned to slowly leave. As for Lin Ming, he didn't step onto the transmission array. He only watched as it slowly disappeared from his range of sight. Mu Qingyi said, "There are some more palace ruins in front. Let's go and have a look. We might be able to find something valuable there." Mu Qingyi hadn't finished speaking when a bawdy laugh came from the sky. "Hee, there is no need to go. This old man has already searched through those ruins, and there is nothing for you to find." With this voice, Mu Qianyu, and Lin Ming's expressions completely changed. For someone to arrive near them without them discovering him, that could only mean that this person's cultivation was at least at the late revolving core realm. Lin Ming looked up, and his pupils immediately shrank. It was actually that old man. Chapter 478, Escape Symbol. Chapter 478, Escape Symbol. Chapter 478, Escape Symbol. Kia. Floating above them, this old man had sword-like eyebrows that slanted outward, and he wore a purple robe embroidered with 7 stars. Around his body, countless arcs of electricity flashed, sending out faint chi-chi-chi sounds. This was the intense shaking of thunder origin energy. This person was the sovereign of the Thundercrest sect, Lei Jingtian. He's flying in the air. Mu Qingyi's complexion changed. After they had entered this broken world, they hadn't gone far before they had lost the ability to fly and were forced to descend to the ground. But this Lei Jingtian in front of them had actually maintained the ability to fly. This was just how formidable a late revolving core realm master was. Beginning from revolving core, the gap between every small jump in boundaries was enormous. Passing ranks to fight someone at a higher cultivation was extremely difficult. Even saint-level talents like Mu Bingyun and Mu Qianyu would only be able to jump 2 small boundaries to fight after they reached the revolving core realm. To them, a late revolving core martial artist was an invincible existence. "When did you come in?" Mu Qingyi clearly remembered that Lei Jingtian hadn't been among those present when they had entered into the broken world. This old man's status is now a bit sensitive. That old fool Xian Wuji has already blamed Lei Mubai's death on me. Naturally, I wasn't able to openly appear. After every large sect entered into the ancient battlefield, there were still several hundred disciples left over, and they were all over the place. It wasn't too hard for me to hide among them. Lei Jingtian proudly said with a smirk. "What do you want?" Mu Qingyi asked as she went on alert. She wasn't naive enough to think that someone like Lei Jingtian just came over to greet them. What do you think?" Lei Jingtian's lips curved in a smile, and suddenly the power of thunder in his body erupted. A vast purple net of lightning fell over everyone. The purple lightning grid was several hundred feet wide and was extremely fast. It was like a dream. Mu Qingyi hadn't thought that Lei Jingtian would suddenly attack. "Break for me!" Mu Qingyi drew her long sword and slashed out at that purple electric net. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, and he instantly took out the purple comet spear from his spatial ring, thrusting towards that flashing purple net. At that same time, the Mu sisters, the 7th elder, and newly recovered 9th elder also attacked. Chi. 6 different true essences slashed open the purple net of electricity. However, after this electric net was cut apart, it didn't fade away. Instead, it turned into countless small arcs of lightning that rained down on everyone. Electric light flashed, falling onto the bodies of over 20 lower-order disciples. After they were struck by this power of thunder, their eyes instantly glazed over with countless scenes. Some early Xiantian martial artists weren't able to bear this sort of crazy imagery and softly plopped onto the ground. This was followed by the middle Xiantian martial artists, late Xiantian martial artists. In just several breaths of time, besides the 6 martial artists that had strength equal to a revolving core master, The remaining 20-some disciples had all fallen unconscious on the ground. Mu Qingyi's complexion was completely dark. What Lei Jingtian had just used was a soul attack. She had already heard that Lei Jingtian had a very unique sort of thunder soul named the Disenchanting Dream Light. In legends, the Disenchanting Dream Light was a thunder soul that was bred within the body of an ancient thunder attribute sea beast. Its natural ability was to destroy the soul. With Lei Jingtian's late revolving core cultivation, it was simple for him to cause 20-some Xiantian martial artists to lose consciousness. Mu Qingyi tightly gripped her sword, her forehead becoming damp with sweat. If they really battled here, their situation would be extremely bad. Lin Ming had already eaten a scarlet blood pill, and it was impossible for him to take another in such a short period of time. If someone had to use a scarlet blood pill, it would have to be herself, Mu Qinyu, or Mu Bingyun. The younger one was, the stronger their life force was. If they ate a scarlet blood pill, the side effects they would experience afterwards would be smaller. If someone several hundreds of years old, like Mu Qingyi, ate a scarlet blood pill, her situation would be perilous afterwards. Her cultivation would drop, and there was the chance she might even lose her life. Not just that, but the scarlet blood pill's effects weren't heaven-defying. Lin Ming was a singular exception. If Mu Qingyi ate the scarlet blood pill, her strength would only barely touch the middle revolving core realm. It was difficult to say whether or not she could deal with Lei Jingtian at that point. Just what do you want? Hee, I was asked by others to eliminate their troubles. As Lei Jingtian spoke, his eyes moved until they came to Lin Ming, shining with interest. Seeing Lei Jingtian's vision on him, Lin Ming sneered inwardly. This old man had really come for him. Mu Qinyu's heart went cold, and she subconsciously kept Lin Ming behind her. In this critical moment, Lin Ming wasn't in his top condition. If they really fought with Lei Jingtian, then their side would be at a great disadvantage. As Mu Qingyi looked at Lei Jingtian, she seemed unsure. Asked by others, the first ones she thought of were Mu Qihua and Mu Yanzhua. Were they insane? Their hate had reached the point that they no longer cared about their cultivation or bloodline, not to mention that they weren't sworn enemies or anything like that. Even if they killed Lin Ming, just what would they be able to do? If they openly betrayed the sect, they would suffer the fatal criminal punishments of Divine Phoenix Island. Was this worth it? No matter how she thought about it, Mu Qingyi couldn't figure how any way that they could evade the punishment of the bloodstain contract. So that's how it is. Lin Ming's face held a touch of irony. His hands turned, swapping out the purple comet spear for the great desolate blood halberd. I really am your common enemy. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Mu Qihua had already plotted with you long ago. You made the weaker disciples faint, but didn't harm them. This was probably at the behest of Mu Qihua. It seems like he does have some scruples after all. He doesn't dare to openly slaughter so many others. Our current position was also given to you by Mu Qihua, right, Thunder Sovereign? Mu Qihua was originally the leader of the Divine Phoenix Island forces. It wasn't strange for him to have some sort of location method. Lin Ming didn't have the mindset of Mu Qingyi that no one would be able to defy the bloodstain contract, and thus no elder would be able to rebel. Lin Ming had never placed any faith in this bloodstain contract. Thus, he was able to simply and clearly see things for what they were. At this moment, bawdy laughter came from afar. In the distant ruins, 2 old men and 1 young man strolled out. The one in front was Mu Qihua. At this time, Mu Qihua had a victorious expression. Behind him, Mu Yanzhua appeared a bit grim and restless. As for Mu Qingshu, he looked extremely pleased with himself, as if he were already imagining the way that Lin Ming would die. Ha ha, boy, well said. It is exactly this old man that wants to take your life. As long as I live, all the other disciples and future disciples will submit to me. Naturally, I will not harm them. Oh, so You seem to have some way to break the bloodstain contract. As Lin Ming watched Mu Chihua's confident expression, he didn't know just what his plan was in the end. Even if he could break the bloodstain contract and smoothly kill him without problems, what would he be able to do? Mu Fengxian would never forgive them for this. The only method was if he killed everyone here, silencing every witness to this crime. However, if Mu Chihua would kill so many outstanding talents of Divine Phoenix Island just because of some hatred, then it could only be said that he had lost all rationale and had descended into madness. Mu Chihua, are you crazy? You want to rebel against the sect? Mu Qingyi's heart burned with anger. Her eyes blazed as she glared at Mu Chihua, wishing she could cut him to bits and pieces. Rebel against the sect? No, of course not. Mu Chihua shook his head. This old man's bloodline lies within Divine Phoenix Island. So why would this old man rebel against the sect? No, I only wish to take back those things that belong to me. What belongs to you? Power, status, authority, cultivation methods. As Mu Chihua spoke to hear, his eyes flashed with thick hatred. He had been excluded from the 8 layers of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. How could he not hate? Mu Qingyi, I only wish for Lin Ming to die, and do not want to harm you. If you step back, I will let you leave here. Dream on. Mu Qingyi flourished her long sword, her eyes decisive. Humph, it looks as if you no longer care about your life. Mu Chihua's eyes turned to the others. And you? Do you wish to die too? There was no need to mention the Mu sisters' decision. As for the 7th elder and the 9th elder, they did not respond. They only took out long swords from their spatial rings and quietly stood in front of Lin Ming. Their intent was already obvious. If this was the battle from before against the South Sea Demon region, then perhaps they would waver in their decision. However, during that battle, Lin Ming had eaten a scarlet blood pill and had fought a bloody battle with courage in order to turn the tide. On the other hand, Mu Chihua and Mu Yanjua had run away at a crucial moment. Then, a few days later, they had actually looked for Lei Jingtian to deal with them. If they surrendered to the enemy and betrayed their morals here, they might as well not be human. Hee. Well then, I have nothing else to say. I don't want to hurt you, but swords are blind. Mu Chihua took out his long sword. If it were possible, he had hoped that Lei Jingtian would have been able to use his disenchanting dream light to force them into unconsciousness, but unfortunately, they were too strong. The only path left now was a battle. Mu Qingshu savagely smiled. Lin Ming, this time you will die. Lei Jingtian, great elder, and my grandfather are also here. With the 3 of them together, I wonder just how your ragtag group of useless trash will be able to stop them. Lin Ming, rest assured that I will not kill you. I will cripple your martial artists and have you suffer a life worse than death. I will take care of Senior Apprentice Sister Mu for you and have you watch with wide eyes as I play with her. Mu Qingshu spoke in a true essence sound transmission, so only Lin Ming could hear. Although Lin Ming had always thought of Mu Qingshu as an idiot, he was right about one thing. There was no way that his group would be able to stop the combined effort of Lei Jingtian and Mu Chihua. Not to mention that Lin Ming could not eat a scarlet blood pill. But even if he did eat a scarlet blood pill, while simultaneously opening the heretical god force and burning the blood of the ancient phoenix, he would still be suppressed by Lei Jingtian. Not just that, but he would only be able to last around 30 breaths of time. No matter what he did, he would lose. That was just Lei Jingtian. With Mu Chihua and Mu Yanjua tacked on, there was absolutely no chance of victory. Lin Ming's expression was solemn. If this was so, there was only one way. His hand moved and a plain ancient jade talisman appeared in his palm. Lin Ming lightly moved his lips, sending a true essence sound transmission to Mu Qianyu. Has Master Ancestor given you an escape symbol? Escape symbol? What's that? Mu Qianyu was stunned. As Lin Ming heard Mu Qianyu's surprised words, his heart suddenly sank. When Lin Ming had first gone to the South Sea battlefield, Mu Fengxian had given Lin Ming 3 pills and also a silk bag. The 3 pills were 2 yang reversion pills and a single scarlet blood pill. But in the silk bag was an escape symbol. After it was used, it would teleport the user several hundred miles away. This extremely precious talisman was discovered by Mu Fengxian in some ancient ruins. It was no exaggeration to say that this talisman was another life. Lin Ming had thought that Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun might have their own, but he didn't think that he would be the only one. This was bad. Lin Ming's palms oozed with sweat as he held the jade talisman in his hands. He did not dare to leave Mu Qianyu here, while escaping on his own. Chapter 479. Wait for me there. Chapter 479. Wait for me there. Kia. Lin Ming knew that Mu Qihua and Lei Jingtian had come specifically for him. If he left Mu Qingyi or the other elders here and ran away, nothing would happen to them. But Mu Qianyu was different. Mu Qingshu desired Mu Qianyu as well as her vermilion bird bloodline, and had been drooling over it for a long time. With Lei Jingtian here, there was nothing that Mu Qianyu could do to resist him. As for Mu Qingshu, he was an extremely depraved individual that was capable of any despicable action imaginable. Lin Ming did not dare to imagine the consequences that would happen if he left Mu Qianyu here and escaped by himself. If that happened, then even if he escaped and reached the revolving core realm in the future, it would be a tragedy that could never be recovered from, even if he tore Mu Qingshu into pieces. As Lin Ming felt the escape symbol in his hand, his mind rapidly raced, and his forehead was already wet with sweat. He knew that this escape symbol was precious, but he didn't think that it was precious to the point that even Mu Qianyu wouldn't have one. Before this, Mu Fengxian must have thought that Mu Qianyu would never be any fatal danger. She never imagined that Mu Qihua would have ignored the bloodstained contract and rebelled against the sect. As Lei Jingtian held the thunder light sword in his hand, a hazy purple electric light spun around the blade like an ephemeral dream. This unique, disenchanting dream light was like thunder, and also light. It was elusive and confounding. They didn't even need Mu Qihua. Just Lei Jingtian was enough to deal with everyone present. Hee, Lin Ming, I want to see just what tricks you have up your sleeve this time. Mu Qingshu disdainfully said as he sneered. However, he hadn't started speaking again before the silent Lin Ming suddenly shot out. As the blood of the ancient phoenix shined with a dazzling red glow between his eyebrows, the heretical god force also erupted. Atop the great desolate blood halberd, the crimson blood seals rapidly spiraled around. In that instant, Lin Ming had used every card in his hand. His strength shot to its highest point. Primeval halberd strike. 15 blood-drinking seals twisted, forming a giant vortex. Lin Ming's sudden action caused Mu Qingshu's complexion to instantly change. His original crazy grin had frozen in place. Mu Qingshu immediately felt a formidable pulling force working on him, and he couldn't help but be caught up in the suction force. Mu Qingshu realized that Lin Ming knew he had no hope of escaping, so he would eliminate him before he died. Grandfather, save me. Mu Qingshu was greatly shocked. In front of Lin Ming, he simply didn't have the ability to defend. He did not want to die. He was just about to see Lin Ming die and obtain Mu Qianyu. If he died here, he would have nothing at all. Humph, how naive. Lei Jingtian waved his palm, and a normal-looking purple thunder that seemed like electricity and light instantly launched into the crimson vortex. Bang. As soon as the attacks struck each other, the crimson vortex violently burst apart. The 15 blood-drinking seals were blasted in all directions. Lin Ming coughed and flew backwards, soaring dozens of feet until he smashed into the ground. He had tried to instantly kill Mu Qingshu to save himself from future troubles, but Lin Ming's plan had failed. His strength wasn't at its peak condition. Compared to Lei Jingtian, the strength difference between the two at this moment was just too great. Ha ha, you idiot! You want to hurt me? Dream on. Mu Qingshu contemptuously laughed. Seeing Lin Ming in this state, his thoughts were smoother and his inner energy felt better. His entire body was incomparably comfortable. Lin Ming, Mu Qinyu's eyes blazed as she rushed towards Lin Ming's side. Lin Ming, are you all right? I'm fine. In fact, Lin Ming hadn't been wounded. He looked deeply into Mu Qinyu's eyes and said with a true essence sound transmission, "Wait for me at the entrance to the bloody wilderness." What? Mu Qinyu paused. She didn't know why Lin Ming would suddenly say this. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with determination. He clenched the escape symbol in his hand, spoke the incantation, and then pressed it into Mu Qinyu's hand. This is... Mu Qinyu felt something cool slip into her hand. Before she could react, a dim light emerged from her palm. Mu Qinyu's heart suddenly surged with a discomforting restlessness. Lin Ming, you wait for me there. These simple words were firm, confident, and filled with the air of one unafraid of death. As they fell into Mu Qinyu's ears, every word sunk into her being. In that moment, the sound of countless thunderclaps exploded in Mu Qinyu's ear, and a deep, agonizing, and inexplicable pain filled her heart. As these words echoed in her mind, they began to distort, as if sound itself was being endlessly stretched out. In that moment, Mu Qinyu felt as if she had lost something important. The faint restlessness in her heart became stronger and stronger. Mu Qinyu's eyes widened as her body was suddenly surrounded by a strange energy. Lin Ming's features blurred as they faded into an infinite expanse of space, going farther and farther away. Lin Ming! Mu Qinyu cried out. She reached out to grab Lin Ming, but at this time, all sounds and all sights instantly vanished into the horizon. Damn, what trick is this? Mu Qingshu could only watch helplessly as Mu Qinyu was covered by a hazy white light, instantly disappearing. He could not believe this had happened, and he could also not accept that this had happened. Mu Qinyu had been sent off by Lin Ming. If Mu Qinyu disappeared, then how would he give vent to this rage in his heart? Lin Ming, I will kill you. Mu Qingshu cried out, his eyes turning mad. Mu Qihua's complexion was also ugly. He was able to recognize that what Lin Ming had just used was Mu Fengxian's escape symbol. It's a bit troubling for that girl to escape. Brother Lei, let's not delay any further and kill Lin Ming. Then we can look for Mu Qinyu. It wouldn't be good if that girl managed to get a message back to Divine Phoenix Island. All right. Lei Jingtian smiled with indifference. Whether or not news of this matter returned to Divine Phoenix Island, it would not impact him. In truth, all he wanted to do was kill Lin Ming and obtain the ancient devil art techniques in his spatial ring, as well as his purple comet spear and 2 thunder souls. In addition, what was most important was that Lei Jingtian wanted to know just how Lin Ming had managed to fuse 2 thunder souls into one. If he could also achieve this feat, then it would be of great advantage to him. The reason that Lei Jingtian was willing to come and kill Lin Ming was first because of the old hatred between them, and second because Mu Qihua had promised that as long as he killed Lin Ming, all of the secrets, cultivation method manuals, and other treasures that Lin Ming had would belong to him, just as long as Mu Qihua was able to keep Lin Ming's corpse. This boy is too emotional. He cares about this sort of sentimental love too much. He gave a woman his only chances to escape. What an idiot! Lei Jingtian laughed. In his opinion, this sort of self-sacrificing action was for the stupid. Mu Qingyi had watched from the side and witnessed the entire process. Lin Ming had given his chance to escape to Mu Qinyu. This action caused her heart to ache with pain. Lin Ming, hurry up and run. We will hold him off. As Mu Qingyi spoke, a chilling sword light covered her as she slashed her sword at Lei Jingtian. Fragmented ice cloud. Humph! You think you were qualified? Without waiting for Lei Jingtian, Mu Qihua stepped forwards and shot out his palm. Without even needing his sword, a brilliant inferno of roaring flames suddenly shot out, cracking the ice crystals and then directly pulverizing them. Meanwhile, Mu Yanzhou stopped Mu Bingyun, and Lei Jingtian attacked Lin Ming. The sound of rolling thunder filled the air. It mixed with a shining, dreamlike light, turning into a thick purple beam that pierced towards Lin Ming. Bang! The beam of light penetrated through the earth, causing rocks to scatter into the air. Lin Ming jumped back, avoiding the frontal attack. However, he was still injured by the shock waves. As that endless purple light touched Lin Ming's body, it was like countless steel needles had pierced his spiritual sea. Lin Ming's body suddenly trembled. Cha-cha-cha. In Lin Ming's spiritual sea, that purple light fell like rain. In that critical moment, the massive black vortex of the samsara martial intent appeared, blocking the attack of the purple rain. That endless purple light was twisted into the swirling black vortex and disappeared without a trace. Ha! Lei Jingtian sneered, but then the smile froze on his face. What? He's fine even after taking the attack of my disenchanting dream light? Lei Jingtian did not believe that a mere Hotian realm martial artist was able to defend against his disenchanting dream light. How could this be possible? You want to run away? Think again. When Lei Jingtian saw that Lin Ming wanted to run away, he coldly snorted and shot forwards. With Lei Jingtian's formidable strength, he was able to overcome the suppressive laws of this world to a certain extent and fly. With a speed 2 or 3 times faster than Lin Ming's, he chased after him. Damn! Lin Ming grit his teeth and galvanized golden rock, shattering the void to the limit, shooting forwards like a bolt of lightning. But no matter how amazing golden rock shattering the void was, Lin Ming's attainments were limited to a general understanding of the concept of wind. He hadn't even yet crossed into the concept of space. So, how could his speed compare to the late revolving core Master Lei Jingtian? In just a few blinks of the eye, Lin Ming was overtaken by Lei Jingtian. Die. Lei Jingtian pressed down his palm at Lin Ming. The might of the palm strike was followed by billowing thunder. The space around Lin Ming seemed to tense up, as if completely locking him within. This palm strike was one that Lei Jingtian had used with his full and complete strength. Even if Lei Jingtian's true essence were suppressed to 20%, it still wasn't something that Lin Ming would be able to stop. Lei Jingtian wanted to kill Lin Ming with a single palm. He had originally thought of capturing Lin Ming, but after being surprised by Lin Ming's burst of strength again and again, he had changed his mind. This palm strike was unavoidable. It pressed down with overwhelming strength. At that moment, the specter of death was rapidly closing in. Lin Ming gave a loud shot, and his pupils filled with crimson light like they were ponds of blood. Blood-drinking seal, explode. Bang. Atop the great desolate blood halberd, a blood-drinking seal formed from an early revolving core master exploded, and a crimson light emanated outwards. The explosion from the blood-drinking seal formed from a revolving core master was able to defend against Lei Jingtian's palm strike. However, Lin Ming was still struck by the wind of the palm, and his body flew back like a leaf caught in a brutal storm. As Lin Ming vomited out a mouthful of blood, his face had whitened to the point of being terrifying. What? Lei Jingtian was shocked. He absolutely didn't think that Lin Ming would be able to defend against a strike that he had placed his full force behind. This boy, just how strong is his soul defense? Every time I attack, it is combined with a soul attack. not to mention a Hotian martial artist, but even an early revolving core martial artist would fall unconscious if struck by my soul attack. The difference in their cultivation was simply too great, and the soul defense capabilities of the samsara martial intent were not invincible. At this time, Lin Ming had a splitting headache, and his thoughts were in a disorganized mess. Even the path in front of him seemed to blur. At that moment in his mind, a sense of primal desperation began to wash through him. I cannot die here. Lin Ming bit down on the tip of his tongue, spraying out blood essence. Since he could not take another scarlet blood pill, the action that Lin Ming had taken was to combust his own blood essence. Chapter 480, I will walk my life with you. Chapter 480, I will walk my life with you. Chapter 480, I will walk my life with you. As Lin Ming burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix, he also ignited his own blood essence. If the blood of the ancient phoenix was burnt, it would never fade away. However, once he combusted his own blood essence, it would disappear. Blood essence was extremely difficult to recover, but that didn't mean there weren't ways to replenish it. For instance, Divine Phoenix Island had a method of making up blood essence by transplanting the blood essence of the vermilion bird. Once blood essence was burnt, Lin Ming could find some way to restore it. However, if he lost his life, there was no going back. After combusting his blood essence, the flame mark between Lin Ming's eyes began to shine with an ever-brightening incandescence. Even though Lin Ming burnt a bit of his blood essence in exchange of power, the effect of this was much weaker than when he had swallowed the scarlet blood pill. Not to mention that it was weak, but even if he had attained power equal to that of taking a scarlet blood pill, at most he would be able to defeat a middle revolving core master. It was simply impossible for him to defeat Lei Jingtian. And now, Lin Ming's heretical god force only had around 20 breaths of time before it vanished. To kill Lei Jingtian in this brief period of time was nothing but a dream. As Lin Ming borrowed the power of his blood essence, his speed rose once again. He shot away like a flash of lightning. This boy. Lei Jingtian's face darkened, becoming increasingly gloomy. He didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to run away. With Lin Ming's mere late Hotian cultivation, there were an entire 2 great boundaries that separated them. If he could truly escape from the reach of his hand, then that would truly surprise Lei Jingtian. I wonder what sort of special ability he has to avoid the suppressive laws of this world. If I can obtain that, then I might have a chance to go to the demon god imperial palace and fight for the treasures there. Lei Jingtian's mind raced, but his steps never paused. He flew high into the sky, and in just a few breaths of time he closed the gap with Lin Ming. During this time, he had taken out the Thunderlight sword. I'll slice off your legs. Lei Jingtian grinned like a madman, cutting his sword towards Lin Ming's legs. Without looking, Lin Ming suddenly swept the great desolate blood halberd backwards. Blood seal twisting murder. Kacha! The great desolate blood halberd and the Thunderlight sword collided. Blood and thunder splashed out. By relying on the power from combusting his blood essence, Lin Ming was able to withstand this attack. What? Lei Jingtian stared with wide eyes. Lin Ming was just too terrifying an existence. Even though his cultivation was only at the late Hotian realm, he had managed to keep off his attack by only combusting his blood essence. If he was allowed to step into the revolving core realm, what would happen then? However, Lei Jingtian knew that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to last much longer in this state. If he could just delay a bit longer, then everything would be easy. Lightning cage. The Thunderlight sword shook, and a vast, twinkling electric purple net came falling down. That net seemed to isolate space, enveloping Lin Ming. As Lin Ming saw the electric net coming down on him. He clenched his teeth and released the complete potential of his body. All of his will was poured into the great desolate blood halberd. Carnage! Bang! With the sound of deafening thunder, Lei Jingtian's lightning net was torn apart. Lei Jingtian felt a tightness in his chest and was forced several steps back, the blood in his body tumbling. As for Lin Ming, he borrowed the force of the explosion and rushed away. In the last moment, he was able to use this force to momentarily escape from the suppressive laws of this world, flying into the sky. And in front of Lin Ming was the altar of the illusionary killing array that disciples of the demon god Imperial Palace had used to practice. What? He's flying? Lei Jingtian's complexion changed. This proved that, at this moment, Lin Ming's strength was approaching that of a late revolving core powerhouse. This boy, he cannot be allowed to leave. Lei Jingtian grit his teeth and raised his sword high, the true essence of his body revolving to the limit. Thunder began to flash between his eyebrows, and his body emitted billowing claps of thunder. A thunderstorm sounded out like tigers and dragons roaring together. The lightning surrounding the thunder-light sword grew, becoming increasingly terrifying. The heaven and earth thunder origin energy was completely sucked into this thunderstorm. Even under the suppressive laws, it was still able to change the color of the world. This was Lei Jingtian's strongest move, heavenly thunder suppression. It was the move that contained the strongest energy as well as the strongest spiritual attack. Even if a late revolving core master were to resist it, they would still be wounded. Before now, he had never dreamed that one day he would have to use this move on a Hotian realm martial artist. Die. The thunderstorm shot towards Lin Ming with a terrifying speed. But as Lin Ming stood there on the altar, all of his perception was completely focused on the altar as he distributed the 30 medium-grade true essence stones and 6 high-grade true essence stones onto the altar array. Illusionary killing array. Open. Lin Ming had already seen through the principles behind this illusionary killing array. Now, this illusionary killing array was his only resort. Otherwise, even if he combusted his blood essence, he would only be able to attain strength equal to a middle revolving core master. How could he possibly fight the late revolving core Lei Jingtian? If he fought, the one to die first would be him. On the altar, the ancient runes began to glow with a dazzling crimson color. After Lin Ming crazily poured his true essence into them, they began to shine with a bright light all around, hitting Lei Jingtian's thunderstorm. Bang! A terrifying explosion shook the ground, and a purple beam of lightning shot into the sky. Even Lei Jingtian was forced to retreat by the shock waves. When the storm finally subsided, Lei Jingtian was completely shocked. In his eyes, he could see a faint creamy barrier covering the altar, like an incomparably fragile soap bubble. But even that horrifying explosion from a moment ago hadn't been able to move it a single inch. This is... Lei Jingtian didn't dare to believe his own eyes. This was an ancient array formation. Was this array formation started by Lin Ming? Lin Ming had a way to start an ancient array formation. Lei Jingtian was stunned. How could Lin Ming have possibly studied ancient array formations? Even if he did, he wasn't even 20 years old yet. So how could he possibly understand the complex and profound principles behind these ancient array formations? This boy. Lei Jingtian's grip on his sword tightened until his knuckles paled. In this situation, Lin Ming had actually been able to escape. He could not accept this. This was unbelievable. Lei Jingtian coldly snorted and said, "The ancient array formation is indeed formidable, but it also needs to consume energy. This old man won't believe that the ancient array formation can last forever. I will attack until all of its energy is exhausted." Atop the endless bloody wilderness, Mu Qinyu stood there in her red dress, dazed. All around her were endless blood-red plains. As she stood there alone, the desolate feeling that surrounded her was amplified. The hot wind blew against Mu Qinyu's clothes and face, drying her tears, but she still felt cold inside. At this moment, the image that flashed repeatedly in Mu Qinyu's mind was that of Lin Ming's blurry face. At this moment, she finally understood why Lin Ming had asked her about an escape symbol, and as for this escape symbol, there had only been one. And Lin Ming had given it to her. Then what about him? Facing the late revolving core, Lei Jingtian, Mu Qinyu couldn't think of any way that Lin Ming could win. There wasn't even a way for him to escape. The difference between a late revolving core master and a middle revolving core master was enormous. And even if Lin Ming had swallowed a scarlet blood pill in his top condition, he would only be able to fight a middle revolving core master. And now, Lin Ming didn't even have a second scarlet blood pill to eat. If he did eat one, he would die. Wait for me there. These simple words reverberated in Mu Qinyu's ears. His words had been filled with a decisive resolution that faced death without fear. Every word had been like a thunderclap, and every word had been etched onto her heart with blood. She would never be able to forget these words in her lifetime. You asked me to wait for you here. I'm here. But will you come? Mu Qinyu felt a stabbing pain in her heart. She bit her lips until blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. As the wind blew against the creamy white skin of her face, she was like a snow plum in full bloom. If it had been possible, she would have rather burned all of the blood in her body and died together in battle with Lin Ming. However, that hadn't happened. Her safely standing there might be at the cost of Lin Ming's life. As Mu Qinyu thought of this, her chest tightened with pain, making it hard for her to breathe. It was like someone had torn the heart out of her body and left her chest empty. Before now, when Lin Ming had gone into the divine phoenix mystic realm, Mu Qinyu had also thought that Lin Ming had died, and she had grieved for him. But it wasn't like today. She was sad to the point of collapse, to the point where she couldn't shed another tear, to the point where she didn't want to live any longer. Unconsciously, in Mu Qinyu's mind, Lin Ming had already occupied an important position, one that Mu Qinyu herself hadn't noticed. I'll wait for you here. If you do not come, then I will leave this place. In the future, I will kill every person that harmed you. Then I will return here and spend the rest of my life accompanying you. Within the pavilion ruins, the light of thunder and fire blazed into the sky. Mu Qihua, Mu Yanzhua, Lei Jingtian, and even Mu Qingshu were desperately attacking the altar formation's barrier. However, that barrier of light stood motionless, not even shaking, as if it were mocking their incompetence. What do we do? Mu Yanzhua's forehead was dripping sweat. In this gamble, there were two absolute conditions that he had to complete. The first one was to kill Lin Ming, and the second was to return to Divine Phoenix Island before Mu Fengxian did. But now, Lin Ming had entered into this strange array formation, out of reach. If he couldn't kill Lin Ming, then all of the plans they had made, including those of evading the bloodstained contract, became nothing but a dream. Don't panic. Mu Qihua coldly snorted. An array formation must consume energy. Once we consume its energy, we will find Lin Ming inside. There is nowhere else that he can go. As long as we can kill Lin Ming, it will be our victory. Stepping back. Even in the worst-case situation, we just have to give up our cultivation method. When Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang entered this broken world, they had been aware of the dangers and had left the jade slip with the first 8 layers of the vermilion bird forbidden Divine Chronicle at Divine Phoenix Island. Mu Qihua's original plan was to kill Lin Ming, and then after completing his plan, he would head back to Divine Phoenix Island and steal away the vermilion bird forbidden Divine Chronicle jade slip. But now, it seemed like he might have to give up his plans on that. But if he could still complete the first task of killing Lin Ming, then it wouldn't be too terrible. I know. Mu Yanzhua forced himself to calm down. There was no point in panicking at this time. There was no longer time to regret. There was no other path he could take out of this. All he could do was fight. At Mu Yanjua's side, Mu Qingshu clenched his teeth and desperately attacked, as if he wasn't hitting the array formation's barrier, but rather Lin Ming himself. He was completely venting the grievances that had accumulated for these past 2 years. This is all because of him. It's because of him again and again. After I break this barrier, I will torture you until you beg for death. Chapter 481, The Desperation of Mu Qingyi. Chapter 481, The Desperation of Mu Qingyi. Chapter 481, The Desperation of Mu Qingyi. Hum hum hum. Fire and thunder constantly smashed into the protective barrier. However, the glowing curtain of light was entirely unmoved. Not to mention that it wasn't close to breaking, but the light it gave off didn't even dim a bit. In this broken world where the power of true essence was suppressed by the governing laws, Mu Qi's power of fire and Lei Jingtian's power of thunder were extremely limited as they attacked the defensive light barrier. There was simply no effect. After a quarter of an hour passed, they still hadn't made any progress. Mu Qingshu had lost his breath, panting. You come and help attack. Mu Qingshu pointed at Mu Qingyi and ordered. After Lin Ming and Mu Qingyu had left, Mu Qingyi and the rest was simply not Lei Jingtian's match. Quickly, they were all paralyzed by Lei Jingtian's cultivation and locked into a cage of lightning. At this time, Mu Qingyi's dantian was sealed by a thunder mark. She was unable to revolve any of her true essence. As Mu Qingyi heard such a stupid command from Mu Qingshu, she looked at him like he was an idiot. She sneered and said, "Are you stupid? You think that I would help you break through the defensive barrier? Those are the words of an idiot. Dream on. If you want to kill me, then kill me." Kill. Mu Qingshu laughed. "I know that you aren't afraid to die, but I'm also not planning on killing you. Your old life might still be useful in the future. But if you don't help attack, then he. As Mu Qingshu spoke, his eyes turned to Mu Bingyun, and he lasciviously licked his lips. "What a young, beautiful woman. You look entirely like your big sister. Even if I can't have her, taking you might make up for a bit of my regret." Mu Bingyun's complexion instantly changed, and a chilling murderous intent passed through her eyes. Beside Mu Bingyun, the other lower disciples were filled with outrage as they heard Mu Qingshu say this. You beast." Mu Qingyi was angry to the point of spitting blood. Mu Qingshu actually dared to face so many disciples and say such an outrageous thing as violating a saintess. "Qingshu, don't mess around right now. First kill Lin Ming, and then speak. Not just that, but if we return to Divine Phoenix Island in the future, you have to watch yourself and don't overstep your boundaries." Mu Yanjua frowned and sent a true essence sound transmission to Mu Qingshu. If it was Mu Qingyu, then it was different. In the past, he had tried to hurry Mu Qingshu's engagement to Mu Qingyu because her vermilion bird bloodline was useful to his grandson. But now his desire towards Mu Bingyun was purely for his own lust. The bloodline of the blue one was useless to Mu Qingshu. However, Mu Qingshu ignored Mu Yanjua and greedily stared at Mu Bingyun. His eyes were barbaric and filled with a violent aggression. As he looked at Mu Bingyun, his heart stirred. Mu Bingyun was frosty like an icy cloud, but she was still an otherworldly beauty. As he thought about it more and more, even if he didn't have Mu Qingyu, it would still be an extremely pleasurable thing to be able to ravage Mu Bingyun, who looked exactly like Mu Qingyu, under him. Mu Bingyun's expression turned cold. Her right hand turned, revealing a shining dagger. "You want to commit suicide? You can try, but with your true essence sealed away, we'll have to see if you or I are faster." Mu Qingshu smiled as he stepped forwards. It was true that in a situation where her true essence was sealed away, Mu Qingshu was absolutely faster than Mu Bingyun, if she tried to kill herself. Not just that, but a knife wound wouldn't immediately kill her. He could also heal her with medicines. Mu Qingshu, you are even worse than an animal. Mu Qingyi insulted Mu Qingshu and then aimed her palm at his face. However, Mu Qingshu easily dodged the palm and kicked out, striking against Mu Qingyi's stomach. Mu Qingyi gave a pitiful cough and fell backwards. Humph, you're just looking to die. Mu Qingshu coldly snorted, looking at her with disdain as he stepped forwards again. The lower-level disciples were all forced back by Mu Qingshu. As he saw the panic in the eyes of these lower-level disciples, as well as Mu Bingyun's reaction, he felt the pleasant sensation of revenge, as if he were venting all the indignation he had suffered for the past year. Mu Bingyun held her dagger, the killing intent becoming increasingly rich as she glared at Mu Qingshu. But Mu Qingshu appeared completely indifferent. He kept stepping towards Mu Bingyun and said, "A rose really does have thorns. I truly love your eyes. Even though your true essence has been completely sealed, your eyes still scream out that they want to kill me. How scary. He. If you have to blame someone, then blame Lin Ming. He was the one who forced us to this point, making us resort to this plan. If he didn't send off Mu Qingyu, then my thoughts wouldn't be interrupted, and I wouldn't start thinking of you. Lin Ming is really cruel to leave you here. Otherwise, he would have helped you escape. As Mu Qingshu spoke, he already closed into just a few dozen steps away from Mu Bingyun. But at this time, Mu Qingyi's eyes flashed with an agonizing pain. She miserably said, "Stop. I promise I will help you." "What?" "I will help you attack the array formation together." "So stop." Mu Qingyi bit her lips. To her, Mu Bingyun was no different than her granddaughter. She could not idly watch as Mu Bingyun was ruined. "Qingshu, come back and stop messing around. We have to consider the greater plan and kill Lin Ming. Otherwise, there is no way we will live." Mu Qihua naturally took the matter of killing Lin Ming as his top priority. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to break free of the bloodstain contract, and their bloodline and cultivation would all melt away within half a year. If he had Mu Qingyi's help, breaking through this barrier would be much faster. "Damn old fool. He's really ruining my fun times." Mu Qingshu cursed in his heart. He dared not to disobey Mu Chihua's orders. Lei Jingtian stepped forwards and wrapped a rope of thunder around Mu Bingyun, completely sealing her movements. He didn't want her to kill herself somehow. Then he undid the cultivation seal he placed on Mu Qingyi. Mu Qingyi grit her teeth and joined them in breaking through the defensive barrier. As for what Mu Qingshu would do to Mu Bingyun after the barrier was broken and Lin Ming was killed, she dared not imagine the possibilities. She had no choice. She simply could not watch as Mu Bingyun was ruined like this. The only hope they had of being rescued was if she managed to drag this on. "Old bag, I advise you not to try any tricks. It will be clear to this old man just how much of your strength you are using." Lei Jingtian coldly snorted. Mu Qingyi felt like a knife twisted into her heart. At this time, she had no choice but to go forth with all her effort and pray that the array formation barrier was strong enough that an extra early revolving core martial artist wouldn't be enough to shatter it. "Lin Ming, please forgive me. This time I have to be selfish." As Mu Qihua, Lei Jingtian, and the rest of them madly attacked the illusionary killing array, Lin Ming was actually calmly standing within the array, his heart like a lake of placid water. In front of Lin Ming, a massive shadow appeared, trembling like a splash of water. It slowly turned solid until it formed into a 10-foot-tall giant demon. It held a great axe in its hand, and its body was twined in thick chains. Its cultivation was at the early revolving core realm. In the past, this illusionary killing array was where the disciples of the demon god Imperial Palace would practice. It was similar to the 7 Profound Valleys' 10,000 killing array, where everything that appeared within were phantoms. Although it was similar to a real fight, one would not die. Once one experienced the illusion of being killed, one would be expelled from the illusionary killing array. In his present state, Lin Ming could easily defeat this early revolving core giant demon. But after this giant demon was slain, a stronger enemy would appear. Lin Ming could defeat 4 or 5 enemies in a row, at most, before he was sent out of the protection of array formation. When that happened, the consequences could be imagined. Lin Ming closed his eyes in concentration, removing all distractions and illusions. He carefully followed the memories of how to break through the array formation and gradually, step by step, moved forwards. His goal here was not to practice by killing enemies. Rather, his goal was to break through the illusionary killing array to reach the nearby transmission array. This transmission array was able to reach the center of this broken world. But from the transmission array at the center, one could go to every nook and cranny of this broken world. One could even go directly to the demon god Imperial Palace. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Lin Ming had stood here and thought of using the transmission array to head to the demon god Imperial Palace. He had hesitated and finally decided to give up. After all, it was just too difficult to think of competing for the Nirvana Dragon Root against a bunch of old life destruction masters. But he didn't think that in this short period of time he would actually be forced into this position. It seemed that the demon god Imperial Palace had become Lin Ming's only path out of this madness. Roar! The giant demon illusion howled, lifted its great axe, and rushed at Lin Ming. But Lin Ming only backed up 1 step and took 3 steps to the left. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed, and the giant demon illusion suddenly disappeared. Step by step, Lin Ming closed in on the transmission array. The fading image of Mu Qinyu echoed in his mind along with Mu Qingshu's dark and dastardly smile. Lin Ming's mood was actually calm throughout all of this. This was only the quietness of blood. It was a repressed, silent killing intent in his heart that was waiting to erupt. The transmission array was here. The Disciple Court Illusionary Killing Array was an important building to the demon god Imperial Palace. Naturally, it would be connected via transmission array to the center hub in order to better facilitate communication between the demon god Imperial Palace disciples. Otherwise, within the demon god Imperial Palace's world that spanned thousands of miles and also had laws that limited flying, it would be extremely inconvenient to communicate. Lin Ming placed 2 medium-grade true essence stones on the transmission array and started it according to the principles behind it in his memory. A faint white light covered Lin Ming. He felt space warping around him, his surroundings blurring. In the central zone of this broken world, a 100-foot wide altar was floating, suspended in the air. This stone altar had all sorts of symbols and runes engraved into it. These were all ancient array patterns. Around this large stone altar, 10 more smaller stone altars floated. All of these stone altars were wrapped in a layer of pale white light. It exuded a serene and mysterious feeling. In the next moment, a dim light shined atop the stone altar. The figure of a bloodied youth appeared on the stone altar. This youth was Lin Ming. This single transmission had crossed hundreds of miles. Lin Ming used the great desolate blood halberd as support to stand up and then nearly fell over again as a dizzy spell passed over him. He was currently in a very poor state. He swiped his spatial ring and took out the second yang reversion pill that Mu Fengxian had given him, swallowed it, and then sat down in meditation. He didn't worry that Mu Qihua would find him through this transmission array. For this sort of transmission array, it was impossible to activate it unless one understood the principles behind it. As Lin Ming escaped from the illusionary killing array, a crazy plan had already formed in his mind. Chapter 482 Crazy Plan. Chapter 482 Crazy Plan. Chapter 482, Crazy Plan. If Lin Ming hadn't run across Mu Qihua, then he would have just stayed outside of Demon God Imperial Palace's inner quarters, looking for some lucky chances on the sidelines, and then safely leaving this broken world. But now, he was forced by Mu Qihua onto this dangerous path, and a crazy thought of entering the Demon God Imperial Palace was born in his mind. Planning on challenging a group of Life Destruction Supreme Elders that could exterminate him with a turn of their hand was undoubtedly an incomparably crazy plan. Running into the tiger's mouth wasn't even enough to describe the audacity of this idea. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming wasn't naive enough to expect that the Demon God Imperial Palace would suppress the cultivation of these Life Destruction Supreme Elders to less than 1%, so that he could freely kill them. If he had an advantage, then that would only be his understanding of ancient array formations from the realm of the gods. But what was inside the Demon God Imperial Palace? What was the internal layout like? Were there secret passages somewhere? Where was the Nirvana Dragon Route? Lin Ming was completely unsure of any of these things. The fragmented memories he obtained were too incomplete. He simply couldn't remember. At this time, this so-called advantage that Lin Ming had was marginal. Entering into the Demon God Imperial Palace in this state to compete for the Nirvana Dragon Route was no different from suicide. However, the moment that Lin Ming entered into the illusionary killing array, he suddenly realized that he had missed a very important thing. Lin Ming swiped his spatial ring and took out a corpse. This was the corpse of the South Sea Demon region's early revolving core powerhouse. After entering into this broken world, Lin Ming had killed a total of 4 revolving core masters. The first was when he had been walking in the bloody wilderness. Lian Jia was a revolving core master who was trying to use some blood ghost flowers as bait and wait for others to step into his trap. Because of this plan, Lian Jia had tried to kill him and Mu Qinyu, with the end result being that this revolving core master was directly killed by Lin Ming, and all of his blood essence was used to refine a blood drinking seal. The second to the fourth had been during the brutal battle between him and the South Sea Demon region. He had killed 3 revolving core supreme elders, and even slayed the middle revolving core master Lian Cheng. The first 2 were used by Lin Ming to help refine his 14th and 15th blood drinking seal. As for the last revolving core powerhouse, Lin Ming had killed him when the South Sea Demon region had begun retreating, so Lin Ming had instead put his body away in his spatial ring. That revolving core powerhouse was this corpse. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He flicked his finger, and a red arc of lightning submerged into this revolving core master's corpse, quickly pulling out all his blood essence. Then the blood-extinguishing demon thunder flew back towards Lin Ming and pierced towards Lin Ming's heart like a small red serpent. The blood essence was released and was greedily absorbed by the magic cube. Then, a familiar trembling feeling transmitted through Lin Ming's spiritual sea once again. Lin Ming was already expecting this. He closed both his eyes and fortified his mind. In the next moment, all of his perception and consciousness was sucked into the magic cube. As Lin Ming opened his eyes again, his consciousness had already arrived at a vast and boundless space. He was floating in a completely jet-black space surrounded by twinkling lights. This was the space within the magic cube that he was familiar with. As thick clouds of fog fluttered around, the central spinning sphere of light became partially visible. It had not changed in the least. After using the blood essence of a Xiantian master, Lin Ming had once again opened the magic cube space with the blood essence of a revolving core master. This was the 4th time that Lin Ming had come into the space of the magic cube. Within this space, there were countless memories floating around like treasures. However, these things could not immediately translate into combat strength. It was impossible for Lin Ming to swallow a soul fragment, increase his strength, and return to defeat Lei Jingtian. The soul fragments shimmered in the pale mist like dazzling stars. Lin Ming released his perception, carefully feeling the faint energy of these fragments. A wave of diamond-like soul fragments breezed by, carrying with it an incomparably gentle energy. Lin Ming let it drift past him. Then, a few glimmering shards of soul fragments came that emitted a bloody energy. Lin Ming also let them pass by. As Lin Ming felt the energy of these soul fragments, his mind was calm, like still water. He stood there patiently, not moving. He didn't know how much time passed, but after a while, a pigeon egg-sized soul fragment slowly began to spin towards him. This soul fragment glowed with a red light, and it left a path of twinkling crimson lights in its wake. This is it. Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. This fragment had the same energy as the Demon Emperor. The last time Lin Ming had entered into the space within the magic cube, he had found the soul fragment of the Demon Emperor, and was able to discover that Lei Mubai had a bloodline relation with the giant demon race because his body emitted the energy of the ancient devil tome. This time, he had also been able to sense the soul fragment of the Demon Emperor. In the realm of the gods, when those supreme elder souls had been sucked into the space of the magic cube, they had been broken into many pieces. Naturally, other pieces could be found in the same area. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. He wanted to absorb this soul fragment, but he stopped himself. He marked this soul fragment and continued his search. He didn't know how long he searched, but he continued until he found a second soul fragment. This soul fragment was only the size of a fingernail. He gave up this fragment too, and continued searching. Then, every time Lin Ming found a soul fragment that belonged to the Demon Emperor, he would record its position. After a long time, Lin Ming finally found over 20 soul fragments of the Demon Emperor. If these soul fragments were put together, they would nearly be the complete soul of the Demon Emperor. Of these 20 soul fragments, the largest one was the size of a baby's palm. The smallest was the size of a bean. What Lin Ming wanted from this were the memories of the demon god Imperial Palace. However, he didn't know what would be found within these soul fragments, or how many memories each contained. Thus, the biggest palm-sized one would have the greatest chances of being the one with the memories he desired. But Lin Ming had never absorbed a soul fragment as large as this baby-sized palm before. If his soul force was lacking, then he would suffer a massive backlash from the Demon Emperor's remnant consciousness and turn into an idiot. Lin Ming grit his teeth. At this point, he no longer had any other path to take. Lin Ming touched his soul force to the largest soul fragment and reached out his hand. Whoosh! The soul fragment submerged into Lin Ming's body, bringing with it a rich scent of blood. In that instant, Lin Ming's spiritual sea trembled, and all sorts of visions entered into his mind. Lakes of blood, battlefields, demons, various great wars, and endless slaughtering. It seemed as if everything the Demon Emperor remembered was endless killing and endless war. Lin Ming already had experience absorbing these soul fragments. He steadfastly defended his mind, ridding his heart of all distractions. The samsara, martial intense, swirling black vortex appeared in his spiritual sea, completely covering his mind. In terms of soul defense, after Lin Ming had passed through the trial of 100 samsaras, it could be considered to be heaven-defying. However, as Lin Ming was resisting these visions in his mind, a sudden change occurred. Within the rush of scenes, a vicious-looking hell dog crawled out from a pond of blood and began to race towards the swirling black vortex. CA. The demonic hell dog swiped its paws and tore apart half of the samsara martial intense, swirling black vortex. Pooh! Outside the space of the magic cube, Lin Ming's true body coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning white. In that moment, Lin Ming could clearly see a grim smile on that demonic hell dog's face. Could it be? Lin Ming's hands and feet instantly went cold. He suddenly realized one possibility, and that was that this baby palm-sized soul fragment was not some ownerless soul, but had its own independent consciousness. A human soul was comprised of two parts. First, a spirit mark, and second, memories. If the spirit mark was erased, then the soul would have no owner. If the soul only had its most basic instincts, then there was nothing to fear. But this soul fragment was obviously different. Before this, Lin Ming had known that there were many dangers surrounding the absorption of these soul fragments. He had been careful before, but this time he was forced to desperation and had gambled everything on this one bet, finally bringing this calamity upon himself. Even if these soul fragments contained just a sliver of the independent consciousness of a realm of the gods' supreme elder, it wasn't something that Lin Ming could defend against. Bang! The crimson hell dog attacked again. The samsara martial intense swirling black vortex directly collapsed. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if a giant iron ball slammed into his head. He gave a stuffy cough, and blood leaked from his nostrils. He almost fell onto the ground where he was. Lin Ming couldn't resist this pain at all. It was as if countless knives had been stabbed into his mind. This sort of pain was to the extent that a normal person would have killed themselves to relieve themselves of this suffering. The samsara martial intent was truly worthy of being a martial intent comprehended from the 7th floor of the Sorcerer Pagoda. In this situation, it even condensed once again into a swirling black vortex. The crimson hell dog revealed a disdainful sneer, and then threw itself at the black vortex again. Pung! The swirling black vortex exploded into pieces once more. Lin Ming's body shook, and he nearly fainted. This dog was too strong. This unstoppable force caused Lin Ming to feel despair. This was the consciousness that once belonged to a realm of the gods' powerhouse. It was just a tiny sliver of surviving consciousness. Not just that, but it had undergone countless tens of thousands of years of slumber and weakening, and yet he wasn't able to resist it at all. Lin Ming clenched his bloody teeth, and his nails dug into the flesh of his palms. He had made his decision to reach the peak of martial arts, so how could he die here? Divine demon thunder soul. Bang bang. Within the sky of Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the purple flood dragon divine thunder and blood extinguishing demon thunder appeared together. The power of thunder was the nemesis of ghosts and demons, and was the best at countering souls. Lin Ming had resorted to using the divine demon steel needle in this final life or death battle. Whoosh! The divine demon steel needle howled towards the crimson hell dog. Meanwhile, the samsara martial intense black vortex enveloped the crimson hell dog's body. Although it couldn't tear the hell dog apart, it could reduce its power. However, the crimson hell dog only contemptuously smiled. It howled, and with a simple great leap, jumped out of the swirling black vortex, smashing its paws on the divine demon thunder soul. Kacha! The divine demon steel needle that had been formed with Lin Ming's complete mind exploded into bits, dissolving into the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, and purple flood dragon divine thunder before scattering to pieces. Lin Ming's body shook, and he fell to the ground. His face white like paper. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe, and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.